What is up, everybody? What is up, everybody? It is day 3. This is the Sports Affiliation. I'm here with Coach Craig and my guy Anthony from Two Fat Guys Fantasy Football. I'm your host, JC. Well, sub host. I'm going to be here for part of the time. I know Coach and Anthony are getting into a bunch of things today, but day 3 is the day where GMs kind of make their money, where your scouts are making their money as well. But yeah, a lot of good information from yesterday. I know we missed the last couple picks from the draft; it got a little late, so we're
Mm.
going to go through that a little bit. Last couple picks here.
Oh.
Yeah, no. Interesting to see the very last pick, Luke McCaffrey, come off the board for the Commanders.
Oh yeah,
Little surprised that they went that route instead of a guy like Troy Franklin, who kind of fits more, in my opinion, as from a fantasy perspective, what they need, that big body receiver. They've got a couple guys that can run out of the slot, and I think that's where McCaffrey fits into. So feels a little redundant. If you would have asked me, last week before the draft, if McCaffrey goes anywhere before day 3, I would have put heavy money on no. He
Mhm.
read like a day 3 guy to me throughout the whole process. So that was interesting to me. And I know after I hopped off, a little before I hopped off last night, we were talking about Kyron Williams. His value took a big hit with Blake Corum landing with the Rams. He's Kyron Williams is pretty perfect comp for Blake Corum. Honestly, Blake Corum's a little bigger, a little faster, but they have the same type of production profile. So,
Mhm.
from a fantasy perspective, I've been warning people off of Kyron Williams this whole off season, and when you have that high a draft capital invested in a guy like Corum, I think there's reason to be scared.
Mhm. Especially, with it still being a day 2 pick and the way running back is now, it's like if you take a guy on day 3, it's one story, but now the fact that you actually went out of your way to take a day 2 running back, and there's what?
Yep.
Was there only 3 day 2 running backs yesterday?
Uh, 4, Marshawn
4?
Lloyd, Trey
yep.
Benson, Jonathan Brooks, and Blake Corum.
Okay, 4, yep.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, I
Marshawn.
know I was missing one in my mind, but I couldn't figure out, like, which one it was, even though I kinda had all the names in my head.
Yeah, Marshawn Lloyd's another interesting one.
I love him.
The way
Mhm.
the Packers structure their free agent deals, they can get out of that Jacobs contract after this year with really no repercussions. So if
Mhm.
Jacobs doesn't return to that all pro form, they've got a guy in Marshawn Lloyd that really can step in and take over the reins because they don't have a huge investment in AJ Dillon anymore. So
Mhm.
Marshawn Lloyd was another interesting kind of guy for me.
Yeah, but the thing with him too is he's never been, like, just the guy either too. He's always been like, the last couple of years, he's been part of the committee, but he's been the kind of the lead of the committee, at South Carolina and USC the last 2 years, but we'll see what it looks like at the NFL level. Hopefully, he has a long, healthy career, especially since he had that early, ACL injury at South Carolina.
Yeah.
But when he was playing there, man, he was really fun to watch. I mean, he's explosive. It's going to be fun to watch him in that Green Bay,
Mhm.
backfield.
Yeah,
What do
I'm
you
not.
think about
I'm not
that
sure.
impact on Dylan?
Yeah, for fantasy, I'm not sure that he's a year one impact guy. I mean, he's going to get worked in a little bit. He's going to get some usage simply because he's a day 2 pick. But I mean, you're not supplanting Josh Jacobs in year one. But I mean, he's more
No,
of a
no.
dynasty pick
Right.
than a redraft pick. And I think the same can be said with most of the running backs. I
Mhm.
don't know that I'd invest in any of them in redraft. Blake Corum might be the one where I might. His cost might, like I said, yeah, his cost might let me take him. But Jonathan Brooks, no, not in year one. Trey Benson behind James Conner. I might look to handcuff James Conner late with Benson, but that would be that. That would be the way I would draft Benson would be as a handcuff, not
Mhm.
as an expectation.
Yeah, that kind of feels like your classic like rookie that maybe he gets his runway like down the stretch, like maybe weeks 10 through 17 or whatever. We kind of seen in the past before, like what was it? So trying to think in my head. So like when Miles Sanders for his first year like with Philadelphia, they had Jordan Howard as kind of the incumbent,
Yeah.
and then Sanders kind of took off towards the end of the year. J.K. Dobbins
There it
did his
is,
rookie
Jadavian Sanders.
Yep. Got that athletic tight end off the board to the Carolina Panthers.
Hey, they need a tight end bad.
Man,
Yep.
I like this for Bryce, man. I think that they're kind of building a good little offense for him. He's definitely gonna, be a lot better than he was last year.
Hopefully,
You have to hope.
I mean,
The talent is there. He's gonna have some talent around him. You still have Adam Thielen.
I
Yeah,
still have
Deontay Johnson and Adam Thielen, two guys that can get open.
Hmm.
I mean,
Bringing that,
Thielen is at the very end of his career, but
Yeah.
he still gets open. He's not
he's
going to
still
give you
got grit.
much.
That's
Like he's not going to get you much after the catch. He's going to catch. He's going to be a catch and fall down kind of guy. But that's good. I mean, that could be a chain mover for you.
Mhm.
Deontay Johnson is more of a catch and run, but he gets open. I mean, I'm not a big fan of Jonathan Mingo or Xavier Legette. I think
You
it's.
want to hear the funniest part
I
about
don't
those
get
two
the
guys?
Leggett pick.
I
I don't
think they're
get
the
the
same
Leggett pick.
guy. I mean,
Like literally, if you go on like ESPN and you're reading through like the comp that they have for Leggett is Mingo,
yeah,
and like
I think they're the same guy. That's the comp I had for him when I was going through it,
Mhm.
and I got I ended up with Mingo in a couple of dynasty drafts
Yeah.
just because the value was there. It wasn't because I was actively
Mhm.
trying to get him. So I mean, they're doubling down on
Broncos traded up.
that kind of a guy, but we'll see if either one of them actually pan out. I'm
Mhm.
not sold on either one, but
They're not the type of profile of a guy that I want to bet on because they both
yeah,
had final year breakout of college. So Leggett was
yep,
the 5th year. You know, everybody wants to make the excuses of why it didn't happen early. Yes, he went through a lot in his life. He lost both his parents when he was in high school. But you had like a lot of these people that were like, oh, well, he was a quarterback in high school. He only played quarterback 1 year, is his senior year, because they had a need there too.
it's so funny. I mean, if you look back, I mean, Joe Alt played quarterback in high school,
Because his dad made
right? And the team needed him to.
Mhm,
I mean, he was just that good of an athlete. I
mhm,
mean, in high school, a lot of times when you're not from one of these high powered, programs, your best athlete is your quarterback and your running backs. You know, so of course they're going to be, you're going to see a lot of these guys that were quarterbacks in high school.
mhm.
So, I mean, it's an interesting story. It's always, fun to hear those kinds of things, but it it matters.
Troy Franklin, there he goes to the Broncos.
Well, obviously, that makes sense to trade up for him. Like,
Yeah,
Broncos trade up for him, you're putting Bo Nix back with his former
somebody he's
wide
comfortable with.
receiver. I mean, it makes sense from that. I hate it for Troy Franklin because Bo Nix, I've watched him already underthrow Troy Franklin 10 million times last year,
Right.
so I don't really
It,
wanna see that again. You were kinda hoping to go
it's.
somewhere.
I'm kind of in on the Broncos offense. Um, I was I was a pound the table for Marvin Mims guy last year.
Oh, he does
Me too.
underthrow him.
Right. I'm still that guy. I still think Marvin Mims has.
I
I
love
mean,
Mims.
he's going to produce. And now that Judy's gone, I think he steps into that Judy role and Troy Franklin. I mean, I'm not sold that Cortland Sutton is going to stick around for very long. I mean, they may
He
be
does
looking to move him. So
he
Troy
he's like
Franklin,
he's also Cortland Sutton's also kinda like, "Pay me right now or I kinda wanna leave." One of
yeah.
the That's how it is.
So, and that's why I'm not sure that he's going to be there long term. So,
Mhm.
to get a couple of young guys that can do what they need. Javonte Williams is going to catch, about 45 screen passes this year. Um,
Uh,
Jaleel McLaughlin will probably catch about 30 screen passes this year. So there's that, but that's good because now you've got two guys in Mims and Troy Franklin that can stretch the field a little bit and let Cortland Sutton do what he does and let Bo Nix do what he does.
That's a
Two
great
guys that can stretch the field with the quarterback that doesn't want to stretch.
That doesn't throw it deep.
Yeah, I was watching they had the highlights they were showing here on ESPN. Every single catch that he caught was behind
He
him.
had to kind of come back for it. Now,
or slow down.
He is playing in Denver. There is thin air, so maybe he can make that deep throw in the thin air in Denver. So we'll see.
Good stuff.
I think it'll be interesting to see after the draft what all comes out, why exactly Troy Franklin fell. Because
I'm curious. I mean, something that I read this morning that I really agree with. I mean, he reminds me a lot about how Amon-Ra fell. Like his production profile, he has the best production profile of a fourth round receiver since Amon-Ra. So it's going to be interesting to see if he can kind of have that same chip on his shoulder and be that. So but there has to be a reason why he fell.
So like I was trying to do some digging too, and it's like just all these like I want to call them half-ass rumors because like there's no like real substance to any of them. It's like one of them said, "Oh, something came up with like his knee or something in medical." Somebody said he didn't interview that great. Somebody tries to say off the field things, and then like there's a bunch of like pushback that says like there's nothing but good stuff about this kid. So it's like there's not really much there, and I don't know. I don't get it. And like some people were freaking out, and they're like, "Oh, he had like the worst BMI of any wide receiver because he's tall and he was like 176 at the combine." But for the people that don't know, right? The days leading up to the combine, he had the flu and lost like 6 pounds. So when he came back to his pro day, he was actually like 181, 182, which is not bad.
Yep. I mean, and 180 for a little under 6'2". I mean, that's what you see a lot of these guys come in at. A lot of these twitchy type of receivers come in. You don't see a ton of the 6'1", 6'2", 200 guys. 200-pound guys. So,
and I think he's a guy that probably play around 190. By the time he's
Layden Robinson.
Who?
Layden Robinson, Texas guard.
God, I hate him.
Well, he went to the Patriots. Hate's a strong word.
No, like he was by far the worst interior offensive lineman at this.
Well,
like,
he's a
he got beat on every single rep pretty much at the Senior Bowl, and even by like Cromartie, who was not good on the other end.
So stay away from Drake May.
No, well,
I mean,
he's never going to play for the Patriots. Well, I shouldn't say never because they used 10 different starting line rotations last year.
I mean, I think he's a guy that can sit that needs to sit, and I don't know. I'm with you. I didn't really see it. He has a couple of flashes when you look at his highlight reel, but when you look at the full game tape, he kind of disappears a lot. He gets beat a lot, and then of course at the All-Star game, the Senior Bowl, his practice was weak. I mean,
he was the worst interior O lineman there, and like
he was weak, and I mean, not just. I mean, he looked weak. I mean, he didn't look strong. It's not that he was just getting beat. He looked weak.
Everybody bullied him.
Yeah. Bull rushes are going to eat him up. He might hold up better against the smaller interior linemen. But I'm not even sure about that.
And
I'm so surprised that the Cardinals have used all of these picks. By the way, I mean,
I think
they
too,
took
even like
7 guys in the top 100.
I mean, why not?
I mean, you got to fill their roster. Like they need people on their roster. Like, and they're going for like the athletes this year too. Like Benson's an athlete. Tip Ryman is 270 pounds, but he's a freak athlete at tight end.
He had a great athletic profile, and Illinois didn't throw to the tight end. I mean,
they had Luke Ford there until this most recent year too. So he was another big body tight end. Yeah.
I mean,
he's going to come in. Tip Ryman's going to be a blocker a lot. I mean, Trey McBride is the pass catcher.
Yeah, for sure
that
he
I
is.
want. I don't think he's not going to eat into
No.
much of McBride's production.
I
I
need
mean,
him.
this is like adding what the Steelers did last year with Darnell Washington. They added Darnell Washington, and Fryermuth still got his. So it's going to be a similar type situation. So I don't hate that pick for the Cardinals.
I love Trey, man. Trey McBride. He's one of my, for anybody that's a card collector out there, he's one of my personal collector, like the guys that I collect. Like anybody that I look at and I see like potential to be that type of player who could potentially maybe have that chance or, trajectory to get into the, Hall of Fame, like be that style. I mean, he probably won't, but he's got that style of play where he could be great for the next couple of years. The value of that card goes up. Like rookie autos, he's been one of those guys I've been collecting because, man, year one, I saw it in him year one when he got opportunities, and we saw Zach Ertz go down, and you're like, oh.
Prior to the Brock Bowers pick on day one, I was expecting Michael Mayer to kind of have that second year breakout like McBride did. Now I don't know what to think.
Yeah, it's
I mean, they're both going to be on the field a ton, but he's just going to be stuck blocking more.
Yeah,
that sucks.
And that's what I said. I was like, Mayer's going to be your inline tight end because Brock Bowers, that's not his game anyway. He's going to be the move tight end. He might even be he might even line up in the slot a fair bit.
So they're gonna have a lot of 2 tight end sets. Bauer's gonna line up a lot in the slot. They'll probably even line him up at like fullback some of the time.
Yep. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see how that plays out for production because, like I said, I was in on Mayer for this year. I thought he had kind of the perfect situation for that second year breakout.
Yeah, so it's kind of like he's almost fourth in the target pecking order now.
Mm-hmm.
They're making a pick from Mexico. All right, Cardinals on there. Their pick is in, and they're announcing it right now.
So I'm going to go back to Lane Robinson real quick just because I don't think, since Jimbo's been at Texas A&M, I don't think we've had a decent guy come out of Texas A&M and produce at the NFL level for offensive line.
Adrian Taylor Demerson, safety, Texas Tech.
Okay, so this is where you take Demerson. You were talking about him yesterday because he's on the top of that one list you're looking at, though.
Yeah.
He's going to be an interesting guy, though. He's smart. He's quick. He's physical. He's if you want probably a decent comp for him, it's kind of like your CJ
Gardner-Johnson. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's not bad.
He's a little more raw than CJ was coming in, but I see that comp a lot.
I'm not even sure. Maybe they're probably about the same, honestly, because he sees the field well most of the time, at least. I don't think he's as big of a dickhead as CJ is. You never know. But he had a good Shrine Bowl, and he's just gonna have a decent process too. I think Jonathan Gannon will find a way to use him.
Yeah.
Coach Craig's in here. He says you need a frontal light. I might have to get you one of these, Craig. It just attaches to your table. Literally, it's like an overhead light that can move literally everywhere. So, get you a little light.
Yeah, no,
my light comes from my laptop screen.
Yeah, this apartment doesn't have that much light, so
no, I'll get you one of these.
Let's see here. But I was going back. I was just I don't think an offensive lineman out of Texas A&M's really done much since Jimbo's been there. Jimbo's the classic. I'm going to recruit all the 4 stars and have everybody underwhelmed.
Right.
And somehow every year when I watch a Texas A&M game, Jimbo looks like he aged 5 years.
I know.
He looks like he's an 80-year-old man now, and he's I think he might be 60 now, but. Oh, yeah. Greg's talking about guys
all timers,
all time. He doesn't even see Amon-Ra St. Brown from the Lions fan.
Man, Amon-Ra, dude, he's so special.
Yeah, I don't know how he didn't go in the second round that year. I think it was one of those things where people
fell in love with traits. that year. I mean, we
And,
saw a lot of
I
guys that.
mean,
Here's the thing too is I feel like a lot of times it's like opportunities. They fall into a good position where they either get, like Amon Ra kind of came alive. He got an opportunity. TJ Hawkinson left. Now he's the one completely, and him and Jared Goff were just like this, man. They just connect on another level. It's like, I feel like if you have a good QB, wide receiver connection, regardless of kind of where you go, if you fall into a position where you're going to be either the guy or you're going to be like that 1B position, even if
Yep.
you fall later into the draft, there's an opportunity where you could be the guy if something happens. Like we see it happen all the time.
yeah, I mean,
That's something you got to pay attention in these rookie drafts. I mean, obviously, a lot of people were getting Puka Nakua how late, third round, fourth round in rookie drafts. So I mean, some of these guys do fall, right? You got to be vigilant and kind of look for situations, like where somebody could fall into a situation where they're potentially could be the guy.
well, and then at the same time, in that regard too, when you get these guys in third, fourth round of your rookie picks, right, and they're having like some decent production, like their rookie year, you can't get too attached to them at the same time too, because like
Right.
some guys just fall into a good situation, but they don't have the talent to maintain that success long term. Those are the guys you gotta look to flip, especially like at the running back position. Because the running back position is so volatile, especially in dynasty. Like I'm turn and burn on running back every time. So let's just say, like the Elijah Mitchell when he was a fourth round pick, and then all of a sudden he did a little bit, but he's probably not going to have the job long term. And you can trade him away for a second. Well, you just turn your fourth into a second, so you better go do it before you're stuck
Right.
with a guy like Elijah Mitchell sitting on your bench because he's the backup now. Same thing
Yeah.
with Damian Pierce.
Yep.
Or if you have Kyron Williams, you probably should have traded him away for a first round pick while you could.
Yep.
Amon Ross St. Brown over Chris Carter.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I don't know about that.
He said he can't argue it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. At this point, you can't, but we'll see.
If
We'll see what it looks like long term.
if Amon Ra ends up as a Hall of Famer too,
Hey, I tell you right now, I got a rookie auto of his too, so I'm pretty happy about that.
Yeah. Chris Carter was special, but he had his issues, and that's why he went where he went.
Yep.
That's okay, man. The thing is like like I said, he got into a situation and he found like the thing is like when you see these receivers like what Rashi did, like he was awesome, right? He did well, and then he went out and was, did something very wrong for his career path. It's like Amon Ra, he made decisions to go the right direction from, his issues.
As we get older, it's hard to always think that these guys are kids. I mean,
for sure, dude. I know.
So some of these, I mean, they're 20, 21-year-old kids. I did stupid stuff at 20 and 21 too.
We just gotta hope that he kind of, we saw that Jordan Addison did it tier 2 in Minnesota. He was caught, going almost 160, on the highway.
Yeah,
luckily he didn't hit anybody. He just got pulled over. But I mean, he learned his lesson. I mean, hopefully, they give him this little suspension or whatever. They give him something that he has to do to kind of,
What do you guys think in terms
of
suspension?
Well, I heard, Drew
I'm
Davenport is
2
my
to 4
guy.
games is my expectation.
Yeah, it's 2+. It's going to be 2+. So I'm thinking 4 games.
Yeah, I think it's at least 2. I don't think it's any more than 4.
Yeah, I think it's just going to be 2 because it's the NFL and they're pushovers most of the time.
Yeah,
and they're also super inconsistent when it comes to giving out punishments. Like,
to me though, when you leaving the scene, like obviously I'm sure his said maybe leave, but I don't know. It was kind of quick. I don't know if you watched the film, but it was quick. I mean, they all kind of got up and left. So I mean, obviously, the situation, like I don't know, in any situation like that, I would feel like staying unless you were under the influence. Was probably the right thing to do. Checking to see if people are okay. That's like that thing. Or you're just like, all right, this guy, he did something wrong and he tried to, that's what it is.
But he's gotten some good advice since.
Yeah, sure.
He's kind of done all the right things.
That's what we're hoping for.
Recently, he's taken responsibility for what he did. He's owned up to it.
Yep.
So, I mean, he's doing the right things now. You may not have made the right decision in the heat of the moment, but we weren't there. So
No, for sure.
Yeah. I mean, and two, like you kind of talk about this too. These are young kids. A lot of these kids didn't come from the best background too, like growing
Oh,
up.
100%.
Football was their way out of everything. And a lot of times they're not surrounded by the best people in their lives
because
too,
of that,
because you got a lot
because
of
of the
people that
situations
leech
they
off
came
that.
from. Yep.
And then, you like that's how Michael Vick got into the situation he got into is because he
Morant.
couldn't out like he just couldn't tell his buddies no. And he's
Yep.
grown up with these guys for his whole life. And he's just like, I can't cut them out of my life. And sometimes these kids have to learn like to cut the bad people out of your life, but it's hard.
Yeah,
Yep.
the same thing. John Morant got in trouble with the pistol stuff. Like,
Yeah.
just don't put yourself in those situations.
I mean, like
It's hard, if you're
there's some
friends.
people that just don't learn. John Morant may be one of those because he just keeps going into it and into it and into it. Damon Arnett's another one because, like, just look at him with the Raiders and it's like everything he did. It's just like, bro, you got some issues.
All right, Cedric Gray just went to the Titans, linebacker, North Carolina.
I think that's a great fit.
Hmm.
I mean, honestly, if we're talking for fantasy and IDP, Cedric Gray just jumped onto my board in that defense.
I wonder.
I think
I
he
wonder who
could
they
be
actually
an
have left
easy
at
100
linebacker.
tackle guy.
Oh, I like that.
So, yeah, I think Gray is an easy 100 tackle guy, even as a rookie.
For IDP, that's amazing.
Yeah, late flyer there. I wanted to see who they have left at linebacker in that room because I know like Shair left.
Yeah.
Gibbons is still there, but like they didn't have a lot of linebacker depth. Oh, they're running Kenneth Murray, who's vastly underwhelmed his whole career.
Yeah.
Giants.
So right now, the starters on paper were Jack Gibbons and Kenneth Murray. Behind them, Luke Gifford, special teamer, Otis Reese, nothing. Yeah, like everybody else is just kind of special teams guys. So like he has a chance, if he can beat out Gibbons, he has a chance to start.
So Minnesota's on the clock after the Giants are going here, and then Minnesota's up.
And then I think you had down at the bottom though the Chargers took the defensive tackle out of Alabama, Justin Egoboy. I can't remember how you pronounce his name, but if I was looking at defensive line board, I think there's other guys I'd prefer. Obviously, they need help there, though.
They announced him as a defensive end, not as a defensive tackle.
Yeah,
So
I think they'll probably still run that 3-4 front, though. So.
All right, so
yeah.
Giants selected a tight end here. Theo Johnson, tight end out of Penn State.
Another one of those athletes. He's in that
blocker,
in that Chig Okonkwo kind of mold. Good speed, good size.
Oh yeah, he's
okay blocker.
He's gotten better at blocking at least over the years too. Like, and he's still kind of raw. He came over from Canada when he was first coming to Penn State too.
That's something I was listening to the other day. Is like, if you played in the CFL, I feel like they were talking about it's way easier, like coming from that and going into the NFL, just because the endurance, because of how much you're running, how big the field is. Like when you're stretching,
he played.
We're talking about the endurance. You can play like you should be able to come in and be ready to go. For like talking.
Well, I don't know if he played Canadian rules when he was in high school or like regular rules. It just kind of depends on where you go and as you grow up over there too. But he tested very well. He's a really good straight line athlete. He's kind of one of those guys, he probably, I don't know if he did the agility drills. I can't remember, but
Greg's going through and he's just naming all these Hall of Famers that were chosen each of these like rounds, late rounds.
But I know he's talking about mainly like fantasy impact guys, though. I think he went from. I'm pretty sure he went from 5th round. He did get 6th round.
Yeah, 6th round.
Tom Brady, Terrell Davis, Larry,
TD,
Brown.
baby.
Can we shout out the defensive player at least?
Shout it out.
Because Okay, you know how they always make a big deal about pick 199 because that's when
Kyrie
Big got drafted?
Jackson.
Who?
Kyrie Jackson,
He's a
cornerback. Oregon.
corner out of Oregon.
So I will say yesterday we got a lot of defensive linemen,
Whoa,
offensive linemen.
he's
Corners kind of
strong.
fell, and especially these big corners fell.
He's
Yeah.
strong as hell.
And he's huge.
Dude, he was just pushing somebody, and then he got the tackle while still pushing the other guy backwards.
Who took him again?
The Vikings did. This
Vikings.
will be great.
Oh yeah, Brian Flores will love him. He wants big
Yeah,
physical corners anyway.
he looks like a tackle machine. Like he's strong.
Yeah, he was
I might
getting
go watch
second round
film on
hype.
this kid. He got
Yeah, good
hands
Senior
too.
Bowl.
Yeah, he's got a nose for the ball. He always,
like
when you
that
watch the
pick.
Oregon tape, you always seem to
I'm
see
actually happy about that.
Jackson in there around the ball. When it comes time to make a tackle, he's not always there to make the tackle, but he's going to make sure that they don't get away from the first guy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but like I was saying, a lot of these big corners in this class, they're the ones that are still out here. So you got him, you got Cam Hart, TJ Tampa. There's another one when I was looking at the list. It's just like there's like 3 or 4 of these guys. It's just like you didn't think they were going to be here, but it's all like these kind of big corners.
TJ Tampa to Tampa, we can still manifest it.
Yep.
Hope for it today.
That's my goal, man. I don't care. Like they still need a corner. They still need more corner depth anyways, because like Carlton Davis is gone.
They traded it. Yeah, they've lost corners each of the last 2 years.
Yeah,
Man,
I mean, I've never been a big Sean Murphy Bunting guy. He played all right in Tennessee last year, but
he's one of those guys that he projects well. When you drafted him as a projection, and he's been good
at times.
He's been good, but not great. Never what you expected.
Yeah, I mean, what was it? 2 or 3 years ago, he had like a really terrible year though.
Last year he played well in Tennessee.
Yeah, he played a little bit better on the outside when he was there, but like when you're in Tampa though, and like Carlton Davis is pretty good. Jamel Dean's like one of the most underrated corners in the league. Like you're gonna be when you have those 2 guys out there and you're the weak link, they're gonna find you and they're just gonna target you all day. So
yep.
All right, so the Falcons just selected Brandon Dorless, defensive tackle, Oregon.
Hey, look,
I like this pick.
It's better than the Ruka pick.
Yeah, I like this pick. He had a really good Senior Bowl. He's one of those guys that made kind of all the guards look slow because he's really twitchy. He's a little under 300, but he's got a really quick first step, and he wins with speed and then finishes with power. So
I'd much rather have him in the 4th round than Darius Robinson in the 1st round. They're like the same guy.
Yeah.
So I'm saying is like not every 1st round pick can hit. I mean, you can find these gems late that maybe they develop faster than you got to work a lot harder. I feel like being that 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th round guy to get in, get your reps, be that, and if you can show out, like,
you're just afforded less opportunities. Like you have less chance to make mistakes, and you're a lot easier to cut because there's less invested in you. So like if it's between the 1st and the 6th round pick and you guys look the same on paper, they're gonna get the 1st round pick every time.
Yeah.
But they
Javon Barker,
this is a great landing spot for Baker.
Patriots are building their squad.
Patriots took Javon Baker, is that what?
Yes. Yep.
So they got Jalen Polk and Javon Baker then?
Yes.
That's pretty good. I mean, I like Baker. I was never like he was getting like so much 2nd round hype too for a long time. It's just like he's a good player, but he's not a great player.
Yeah, I always had him as a middle round guy. But he did, I like the production profile. I like the the height, weight, speed combination. He looks faster on tape than what he actually tested. So I think he's
Mhm.
one of those guys that just plays well with the pads
Yes.
on. Not
Mhm.
not the running in underwear kind of guy.
He's kind
But
of like this
Jets
is
traded up.
probably this will be like a little bit of a high praise for him, but it's like watching him, it kind of reminds you like a little bit of like a Marquise Colson type guy, where it's just like he doesn't look like he's
yeah,
not the biggest guy, he's not the fastest guy, but he plays physical. He kind of always seems to win everything.
yep,
But it's just like a lot of that, when you're talking like UC, like he was at Alabama, had a little bit of production there, went to UCF, had a lot of production.
yep,
And then you're just kind of like, okay, well, UCF played a little bit lesser opponents before this year when they moved to the Big 12. So it's just like, how much of that, does because he wins in all the little things, how much of that ends up translating to the NFL? Because if he can continue to do that and be good in that regard, then he's probably going to be a pretty decent player. But
yep.
if the error margin is just that much slimmer in the NFL, then he might end up being like like an average wide receiver.
Yep. But let's be real about this. If he's an average wide receiver, he's a starter on what the Patriots have right now.
Yep. And I mean, they do okay. So if you say they have Javon Baker, Jalen Polk, let's just assume Kendrick Bourne
Up,
comes back
Jerry.
all right from ACL,
Mm-hmm.
and then Pop Douglas. That's not like it's a lot better wide receiver room than it's been for them in a while. And then they got KJ Osborne, excuse me, too. I forgot him for a second. That's my boy.
It's a much better room this year than it was last year.
Mm-hmm. Hopefully they just cut Juju, honestly.
I mean, I might go so far to say is if they had this wide receiver room last year, Mac Jones might not have been traded.
I
I'm not going to say he wouldn't.
I don't know.
But
I like Mac Jones. I think he kind of got dealt just a crap hand just in general.
He would have he would have had a much better chance to succeed with this wide receiver room than what he had to work with last year.
Mm-hmm.
So,
well,
I think they really regretted letting Jacoby Myers walk last year. Because the deal, because the deal he got for the Raiders wasn't that big, honestly, for a guy like he should have gotten paid more, based off of what he's done, but I think they made a mistake and now they're paying for it.
Well, and they essentially gave Juju the same amount of money.
Mm-hmm.
And Juju's playing on one leg.
Juju hasn't been Juju since he left Pittsburgh.
The year before he left Pittsburgh, even.
Yeah,
right?
Yep.
The Steelers have this track record with middle round receivers that if they let them walk, you should probably just stay away from them too. Because they're very good at drafting and developing these middle round guys, and when they do it, they keep them. And if they let them walk, they let them walk for a reason.
Deontay Johnson.
Outside of Mike Wallace, who had a couple decent years afterwards, but he still got overpaid in the process.
Mm-hmm.
So Packers traded up. Packers traded up with the Jets, and we're waiting on commercials. Could you imagine trading up and then having to wait?
I mean, their pick's already in. It's just like process time, Especially on like day 3, all these picks come in pretty rapid fire, anyways.
Yeah. As we get to the 6th round, we'll be talking. At least the TV coverage will be talking about guys that were taken day 1 and what the rooms are going to be looking like, and then they'll just throw up the last 12 picks because they come in so quick.
Mm-hmm. And I think just going back like real quickly, we missed like this kind of last 5 picks of yesterday too. The one, I thought all of them were pretty good picks outside of the Bengals picking McKinley Jackson, which like I was just like, he didn't look that great in the All-Star game. It's like he's like a 6th round pick and you took him in the 3rd round, and it's just like but Pittsburgh's getting Peyton Wilson. That one was pretty interesting. Obviously, if he can stay healthy. There's this rumor out here that he doesn't even have an ACL in one of his knees now because he's had surgery on it like twice.
That's fun.
Well, it means he can't tear it, I guess.
right?
But his
Means, but
shoulders are also very, very messed up. So
Evan
he is
Williams, safety
probably
Oregon.
that's who they traded out for, Evan Williams.
yep,
Yep.
I like Evan Williams quite a bit,
I do
actually.
too. It's an interesting fit though, because they've already
Mhm.
they brought in Xavier McKinney, and they drafted Bullard yesterday,
Mhm.
and now Evan Williams. So um, stocking up in the secondary. I mean,
Well, and something that's important to note too is the Packers like to double dip at positions of need.
yep,
So, like yesterday, they drafted 2 linebackers, they drafted 2 safeties now. They always like to kinda get at least 2 or 3 guys at a position they think is a need, because the more guys you have at that position, the more guys that you draft at the position, the more likely
right.
that you are to have one of those guys
Have one of
ultimately
them hit.
hitting. But I mean, they got Bullard, they got Williams. I like both those guys quite a
I like
bit,
both
so
those guys. Stocking up for an NFC North arms race.
And if you get Bullard in there, if he plays well, if you get Evan Williams in the building and he looks pretty good, then when you have to move on from Xavier McKinney, it's not the end of the world.
Yep.
Greg's
Raiders.
Greg's really going off in here all these players.
Yeah, he's posting all the awesome players that came out of each round.
I've seen Geno Atkins there too. Is Geno Atkins a Hall of Famer? Like when he was playing, you probably don't think about it, but it's just like you look at it, it's the 2010s All Decade Team, 8 Pro Bowls. It's like he was just consistently good.
DeCamarion Richardson.
Richardson? Yeah, so he's a super athlete.
Yep.
He has times where he looks really good. Like, this is a classic guy on, like, day 3 that you just bet on the traits and hope that you can develop him, because he's super athletic, he has the flashes, but then there's also sometimes it's just like, where the heck did he go?
Right. Yeah. The highlight reel looks great. The full tape looks average. So you're banking on the
What's up,
highlight
Evan?
reel.
Where did Richardson go, by the way?
The Raiders.
The Raiders, they need corner help, so
Ravens. Who did let's see. Who did the Raiders take?
Ravens get
Raiders?
some wide receiver help. Tez Walker.
Hold on.
Is that who's that for?
The Ravens just took Tez Walker.
Yeah.
He's a good guy to bet on in day 3 though, because it's just like
Yep.
if you get like the Kent State tape, you're getting a pretty good player. If you get the North Carolina tape, it's like, ugh. But like even at the end of the day, it's just let's just say worst case scenario, he's just the deep threat, and then when you move on from Nelson Aguilar next year, then he just replaces him, and there's probably a lot more similarities to Nelson Aguilar than you think right there.
Yeah, I think it's a good fit. It's a good scheme fit for what they normally do, and it's not like they don't need receiver help. I mean, the receiver room is top heavy. I mean, they just re-signed Rashad Bateman because they must love what they see in practice.
God,
because he sure isn't showing it on the field. And then you have Zay Flowers from last year, but you brought in Beckham for a year. He didn't do what you needed. So
they brought
Aguilar
Aguilar's back for
is,
another year. Duvernay left.
Aguilar is Aguilar.
I mean, Aguilar, like, if Aguilar wasn't a first round pick, I think he'd be shining in a little bit better light, because he's really good at what he does, but he's just very, very niche.
He's had a productive career. I mean, he's been okay at everywhere he's gone. He's never been the wow guy. He's just kind of solid. And like you said, if he wasn't a first round pick, if he had been drafted in the 3rd round, and he's had the career he's had, you look at him and say, he's had a good career. He's done well for himself. But a little underwhelming for what you expect out of a first round selection. But
credit to him, he's hung around this long.
Yep.
Jaguars are on the clock. Pickett's in. I think they're still discussing this crazy pick at number 8.
So Jaguars probably draft like some super athlete right here just because it's Trent Baalke. It probably may or may not make sense. Like them, I don't know. Like drafting Mason Smith was definitely a bulky pick, but it's just like that one's either going to turn out really good or really bad, though. There's no in between.
All right, let's see what's on here.
I'm trying to think.
Oh,
Waiting for this to fly by. Man, they had a little bit of rain out there in Detroit today, though.
yeah.
Yeah.
We might get some of it here too.
Yeah, we had a Passover yesterday.
Yeah, because it came from here. It was raining here on Friday.
So I started a list last night when I was bored at work, but it was just like kind of the top guys available. So we still haven't seen like that top or that second run of quarterback happen yet. You know, your Spencer Rattler, your Michael Pratt, Jordan Travis, take your Joe Milton if you want to throw him in there, all those guys. I think that's probably going to happen probably round 5.
Yeah.
That seems where it always seems to happen. Running backs wide open. A ton of guys. Obviously, there's only been 4 that's gone. I think a lot of people probably surprised that Jalen Wright's still out there because he just kind of fits what the NFL is kind of gearing towards more at that running back in general. Wide receiver, we've seen Troy Franklin go now. We've seen Javon Baker go. 2 of the top guys. Devonta, or obviously Tez Walker went. Still got guys like Malik Washington. I love Malik Washington a lot. He could. He's like this year's Tank Dell, but not like as good as Tank in terms of release package. Johnny Wilson. I don't know if you like Johnny Wilson, but I think Johnny Wilson, like if he goes to the right spot, he's going to be a good player.
I think Johnny as a 6'7" wide receiver is a unique case. I think he needs the right situation to do well. A guy I'm interested in is I kind of want to see where Jacob Cowing ends up. He's an intriguing guy to me. I'm still curious about Jerry Rice's kid, Brendan. I want to see where he gets drafted.
I'm glad Brendan didn't go
Frank Gore Jr.
because he never should have gone J2, but there was hype for it for a while, and I just don't like
all the legacies. Jeremiah Trotter Jr. is a guy I'm interested in seeing. Frank Gore Jr.
Yeah,
Brendan Rice.
Tom Pelissero was talking about how he interviewed Frank Gore coming up, and now he's like, I got to interview his son. He's like, talks about how old that it makes him feel.
Yeah. And then the 2 running backs I'm most interested in are Jalen Wright and Ray Davis, honestly. Braylon Allen almost screams Dallas to me. I think would be the most Cowboys pick ever. Take the 20-year-old, the 20-year-old mini Derrick Henry.
I also wouldn't be surprised if the Chargers were interested in him.
They've got to draft a running back today, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
At least one. At least one.
Yeah. I just want to say this out too. Just because I brought up Johnny Wilson's name before too. Kind of like some of the closest measurables to Johnny Wilson. You know who it is?
What's that?
Plexico Burris.
Oh.
They were almost the same height and almost the same weight coming out of college.
Yeah.
Jerry's in here said Rice's kid might be all right, but needs to land in a spot where he gets some opportunity.
He's a one.
He needs to land in a spot where he can get some hard coaching. I think he needs to be coached up now, and that sounds weird because he's a different case than Marvin Harrison and Marvin Harrison Jr.
Yeah,
Harrison Jr. has, I don't know, they're 2 very different trajectories. Jerry Rice, of course, is Hall of Fame, probably the best to ever do it, but his kid just doesn't look like he has that same passion for the game.
It's also
So
a very
that's my
different
biggest
body
concern.
type than his dad.
Oh, very different.
And I don't know. For me, Brennan Rice, he's a one-trick pony. He's just a guy that you use in the red zone, and that's it. Like, that's the only thing I've seen. And like a lot of people were hyping him up during the Senior Bowl, and I watched his Senior Bowl practice, and it was like so inconsistent. He dropped so many easy passes too.
Eric Hall off the board.
Another Iowa tight end. Let's see if he
going to the Bengals.
Yeah, so everybody's always like Iowa tight end, Iowa tight end. He's really a Michigan tight end that played at Iowa. Like he transferred over with Cade McNamara because they're best friends. Actually, he's the one that got McNamara to Iowa. Yeah. And unfortunately, both of them ended up getting hurt again this year.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. He comes out of the tight end factory, but he's not in that same tight end mold. I mean, he's no Laporta, he's no Kittle. He's a really productive.
He's a really good athlete, or he was prior to all the injuries. He messed up his back at Michigan. Before that, there was legitimate talk that he would be a second-round pick before he hurt his back at Michigan, and then he hurts his back, kind of loses his job out at Michigan, transfers to Iowa, has a decent start to the year, then gets hurt again. If he can stay out, if he can stay healthy, he could be a decent, number 2 option as an athletic tight end. Maybe develops into something more, but he has to stay healthy at this point because he's had season-ending injuries the last 2 years.
And I mean the Bengals do need tight end help. So Jaguars take DT Jordan Jefferson.
Yep.
Who took him?
Jaguars.
He's a Jaguar guy.
In that same elite role. That same kind of big athletic freak at a DT.
He is strong as shit. Like he was moving everybody back at the Senior Bowl. The one major concern with him is at the Senior Bowl, he took his helmet. I think it was his helmet. I think he took his helmet off and swung it at a guy. So there was talk that he was not even on some people's board because of that.
Yeah, I thought it was he ripped the guard's helmet off and then threw it at him.
That might be what it was. I know I know it involved swinging the helmet.
Yeah, I think it was I think it was Fuaga. Like he was going in a one-on-one drill with Fuaga, and at the end of it, after he got beat pretty badly in the rep, ended up ripping Fuaga's helmet off and swinging it.
Some straight Myles Garrett right there.
I mean, you like a nasty streak in your D tackles, don't you?
Yeah.
As long as they.
When you're talking about those two guys going against each other, those might have been the 2 strongest guys going against each other all week.
Yeah, say as long as I can keep that nasty streak composed. I mean, I'm not opposed to my defensive tackles being mean.
Yeah. But at the very least, he's a guy that can rotate in and hold the point of attack. Jerry's up in here too. He said he also likes Wingo, the LSU defensive tackle. I'm kind of surprised he hasn't gone yet, just because we've had all these defensive tackles go so far. And he's a pretty athletic guy too.
Colts are gonna select. What do you think? Cornerback or safety?
For who?
Colts.
They need corner help.
Colts could go.
I mean, they need secondary help as a whole.
Yeah.
Man, they do. There's a lot of commercials that they put in.
Oh yeah.
On day 3, it's wild.
Yeah, I'm on YouTube TV. I get the Moments of Zen ad rather than the actual ads.
Those are so nice. It's so nice.
It's just a nice little palate cleanse.
Yep. I got commercials that make me hungry. They got Wendy's rolling on right now.
I was just going down this list a little bit more too, just because I had kind of written down, guys that were still available. So we saw Jatavian Sanders come off now. We've seen kind of Eric Hall. Was there any other tight ends that got drafted so far this round? Just those two?
Just those two.
Yeah.
Oh, Theo Johnson did too.
Yeah.
So now we're looking at the Cade Stovers of the world. Somebody's going to draft Cade Stover and they're going to be happy with it. I'm not sure. It's probably not going to work out great for fantasy. But
Yeah.
this dude, he is nasty. And he'll go out there and he'll block somebody right into the ground if you ask him. He'll do whatever you ask him to do, he'll do that to the best of his ability. Former linebacker turned DN, turned tight end.
Yeah.
I don't know. The tight end's kind of interesting this year. There's a lot of kind of developmental guys, though.
Can't wait for Indianapolis to draft a running back and watch the world burn.
Draft Jalen, right? Just because.
That's funny as hell.
Let's see. I feel like offensive line got picked over pretty good yesterday. There's still some guys out there, though. Christian Jones out of Texas. He's a right tackle. Has a ton of experience. Had a pretty decent Senior Bowl week. Didn't probably test as good as we would have liked. Some people like Devon Foster out of Missouri. Frank Crum out of Wyoming is kind of an interesting developmental guy that tested pretty well, at least. Garrett Greenfield out of South Dakota State. Some sites had him moving to guard. Decent tester. KT Leviston out of Kansas State. Guard tackle experience. At guard, you got Mason McCormick still out there. Tested really good out of South Dakota State. Very, very, he's like a 5-year starter there. Christian Mahogany out of Boston College. I like Javion Cohen out of Miami, Florida, a little bit. The Utah guard there, too. I don't even know how to pronounce his name. Sayatoa Lamayo. We're going to go with that.
Not bad.
I'll take it. There's a lot of centers out there right now still there, too.
Bortolini just went off the board to the Colts.
Bortolini.
That makes sense. He's a really good athlete, and he has experience playing like multiple positions.
Yeah, he's played every position on the line except for left tackle.
Then Tyrese Knight goes off.
Right. I like Tyrese Knight.
He goes.
Remember yesterday when it was like Tyron Hopper or whatever? I'm like, that's the UTEP guy, ain't it? Right? No, that was Tyrese Knight. I mixed those two up.
Yeah, I think he fits what Seattle likes to do as a linebacker. I mean,
yeah.
So he's kind of a nice get there.
Mm-hmm. So at center, like Bortolini just went. Cedric Van Pran's still out there. Hunter Norstead of Penn State. And then like there's 3 guys that are kind of later down on a lot of these other boards. Like I like Matt Lee out of Miami. I think he's going to be a good backup center at the very least. He's got a ton of experience. He's a 4-year starter. I like Charles Turnell III out of LSU. I thought
that was the guy that I had highlighted too.
I think he had a pretty good Senior Bowl in the one-on-one reps. I think he could play guard I think, he's a guy that could play guard or center at the NFL level. It's just a backup. And I don't mind the Kingsley Egekon from Florida either. But he's kind of a weird center because he's like 6'5".
Yeah. I'll say I don't know that I would put him in front of Bryce Young, but any other quarterback.
Maybe not Kyler Murray either.
Maybe not Kyler Murray.
But I think it's an interesting group center still. Let's see. Defensive tackle, Brandon Dorless went already. We still got Mekhi Wingo's out there, Leonard Taylor III, who, at one, headed into the year, he was going to be a top 2-round pick, but just never did anything more. Gabe Hall still out there is kind of a tweener, long arm guy, which, long, tall guy seems like what all has been drafted so far, but not him. Let's see. Edge. These are the guys that I wrote down, at least that are kind of interesting.
What's up, Rico?
We got Austin Booker out of Kansas. Probably should have went back to school for another year, in my personal opinion, especially now that he's fallen this far. Like, somebody gave him some bad advice. Let's see what we got here. I like Brennan Jackson out of Washington State. I think he kind of gets slept on. He's just a productive player. Should be a good part of the rotation somewhere. Mohamed Kamara out of Colorado State had a really good Shrine Bowl week. Kind of undersized. Probably just going to be a DPR. Javon Solomon out of Troy could be decent. He had really good production there, but it's still a lower level conference. Xavier Thomas, Clemson. Once upon a time, this kid was like the #1 recruit in the country over Trevor Lawrence.
Wow. Yeah. This Tyrese Knight, dude, he tracks the ball.
Yeah.
He's a good athlete.
He'll be fun.
But
He's definitely going to be a good Seattle player. He definitely looks like he fits that style of
yeah,
play.
he's probably one of those guys that'll be like year 2, year 3. All of a sudden, he's just starting at linebacker, and he's like, "Who the heck was this guy?"
Yeah.
Um, let's see at edge here, but Xavier Thomas, like I said, 5-star recruit. He would have came out. I think what was it? He could have came out 2 years ago, probably been like a round 3 pick. And he's like, I'm going to go back, try to be, a top 2 round pick. The next year goes back to Clemson, gets hurt, comes back this year, doesn't play the same. And then let's see. I got Eric Watson listed down too, just because I like his get off at the Senior Bowl. I think he's got a really good quick first step, and he's kind of big. So, like, at least at the end of the day, developmental guy, I'll take a chance on that.
One guy that I've had a chance to see a lot here that intrigues me a little bit as an edge guy is Andre Carter out of Indiana. I'm not sure he gets drafted, but I think he could be one of those guys that comes in and actually he has that work ethic and he has that physicality that I think he could earn a spot. Special teams guy early in his career, but I think he has that. He has, like, watching the games. He's always active, and he doesn't win every rep, but he's always he's always just kind of around the ball. One of those guys that has a nose for the ball.
So the Miami Dolphins just traded up with the Eagles.
So I see on the bottom of the screen there, you got the Steelers took Mason McCormick.
Yep.
I'm good with this. Like, he's a good player. He's a really smart player too. He did take some snaps at center at the Shrine Bowl. They're not going to probably ask him to do that because they drafted Zach Frazier yesterday. But let's see. They drafted Troy Fontano, Zach Frazier, Mason McCormick. You have offensive line issues. Those are 3 good guys to get on your line. And all 3 of them could compete for a starting spot.
Yep. Jalen Warren and Najee Harris stock way up.
They're going to be Steelers should be a lot better this year.
Yeah, they'll be fun to watch.
Whoever the quarterback ends up being,
right.
Russell Wilson,
Justin Fields.
I hope it's Justin Fields, but my gut tells me, and the way they structured the trade tells me that it's going to be Russell Wilson.
At least
they don't want to give up a fourth round pick for Justin Fields.
So in Dynasty, I made this trade. I don't know how I love the running back upgrade I made. I mean, on this team, I have Goff and Patrick Mahomes as my quarterback. So I just kind of made this trade. I had Anthony Richardson, and I traded him away, and also traded away Tony Pollard, and I got Breece Hall and Justin Fields. That was the trade. I needed up. I also have McCaffrey on that team, so it's like a win now kind of trade.
Yeah, I'll say that would have been my question to you. It was if you're a contender or not.
Yeah,
if you're a contender, I think the trade is it's an upgrade if you're a contender, but if you're in any kind of a rebuild, I would be looking to move on. I'd be looking to move Mahomes probably.
Yeah, I thought about that.
You're going to get more for Richardson by a little bit, but
I don't know if I'm really sold on Richardson yet. That's the thing. It's like I don't know if I'm really sold on him. I think the move was selling him now. The hype's still there. I just don't know if I'm truly sold on him.
I honestly think you might have been able to get more.
I don't know. It was a pretty equal trade. I didn't want to
Richardson and Pollard for Breece Hall, because Justin Fields, as big of a Justin Fields fan as I have been, I'm not sure he's ever a starter in the league again.
I don't know, man. I think I disagree with that a little bit. I think Wilson, he'll probably get a couple starts here and there, but the thing is if he doesn't start showing out and doing anything, you're going to start, you know how Pittsburgh is, man. They're going to start calling out for a younger kid. They might want a little bit more rushing ability, some things like that. You never know, man.
I think it's going to take. I think Russell Wilson's going to have a pretty long.
We'll see.
Yeah,
I'm a huge Brees Hall truther this year. I don't know
I
about
love
the
Brees
situation
Hall.
for Pollard.
I love the fact that you got Brees Hall, but like I say, it's a 2-for-1 deal. I mean, you're trading two fantasy startable assets for one. So like I said, as a contender, I'm okay with it for you. I don't know that I would have pulled the trigger on it, but yeah.
So now my running back room is McCaffrey. So I made a trade because what was it last year? I wanted to move up in the first round because I had made a trade or like before to get Mahomes, and I traded a first round pick from this year. But I traded back up, and I traded. So I traded. This was last year during the season. I traded Austin Eckler and a second round pick this year, and I traded up to the third overall pick this year and got Aaron Jones. And I think that was a really good trade for me. And Jones is my third running back.
Mike McDaniel just likes to watch the world burn.
Jalen Wright to the Dolphins.
Is that who they?
That's who they took.
Yeah.
Mike McDaniel just likes to see the world burn.
The worst part is
he had injuries to both running backs last year. I mean, Mostert's getting up there in age.
Yeah, but I mean, they just re-signed him to a 2-year deal, so he's going to be there. A-Chain, we know A-Chain needs a committee, but I got to know how Ronnie feels about this.
Ronnie,
I got to know.
Yeah, I sent him an invite to come on. He said he wanted to yesterday.
I got to know how he feels about this. I mean, McDaniel knows how to use speed guys, but I just don't know how this rotation's going to look. And his biggest issue is, he has the highest fumble rate of any of the draftable running backs in this class. So we'll see.
What's up, Wendy? Wendy's in the building here too. What's up, Wendy? Hello, best friend.
So you keep Jalen Wright on the sidelines and just work on his fumble issues for like a year straight, and then when Mostert goes down next year, then it's like, hey, you're ready to go.
Yeah, fumbles is one of those things that isn't always fixable, though.
Just have him hang out with Tiki Barber. He'll be all right then. Tiki Barber
bring Tom Coughlin in as a consultant.
I mean, Tiki Barber fumbled a lot like his first couple years in the league, and then he was just like high and tight, and after that it was all good.
Seahawks take AJ Barner, tight end, Michigan.
Not a threat to Noah Fant.
No, he's a blocker, and that's it.
Yeah, he's not a threat to Noah Fant.
They love their multiple tight end sets. They lost Will Disley. They lost Colby Parkinson. They need another tight end there.
Yep, it's a good fit, but for like I said, for fantasy, he is not a threat to Noah Fant. I mean, he'll catch, probably 15 to 25 passes.
Goes on the board.
So, but yeah, he is a great blocking guy. He's going to be that inline set, much like in the Raiders. Like we were talking about earlier, Barner will be your blocker, and Fant will be the move tight end.
Bears are on the clock.
Bears' final pick of the day, unless they start trading future assets.
Unless they really get back in for somebody. Who you want to see here?
They'd have to trade future assets to do it. So we'll see. And this guy's wearing a Jack Sanborn jersey. I respect it. I respect it.
If Sanborn had like a little bit of athleticism, he'd be really good.
International fan of the year right there.
He's trying to fire up the crowd. I like it. I respect it.
I like that guy's Bears mask.
Are they going to go another offensive player and have an all-offensive draft?
I think they could. I still think, the center is a possibility.
Yeah.
Tory Taylor.
Punter.
Hunter, yo,
I
let's
love it.
go.
The punt,
I
not
love
just
it.
just
I mean, he's the
Punter in
nation's
the
top
fourth.
punter.
Let's go.
the punt god. The
Yeah.
literal punt god. He was the University of Iowa offense.
I mean,
Yo, he's good.
do you couldn't you have traded back and still
Can
gotten
we?
the punt god?
Probably.
Dude,
This is
I
the question I had in my mind too, is when we're going to see like the first specialist go. He is the all-time leader in punt yards in NCAA history. Most of that is because Iowa's offense was terrible.
Yeah.
He's really good though, but he's also one of
the
those Aussie
spin on
style
his
kickers, which
ball.
has really turned out at the NFL level recently.
Dude, his spin control on his ball.
He's
He can,
amazing.
like,
he
that is
really is. Like
fun, bro.
he
I
is
like
quite
that kick.
honestly, like he's a weapon. He really is a weapon.
Yeah, Jerry's in here. Jerry's got a comment there too. It says, with the new kickoff rules, he might just be a weapon. But the thing is, he's never really kicked off in his life.
I don't know that they'll ask him to.
No, I don't think so either.
I mean,
Texans on the clock.
he is what he is. I mean, he is a special teams weapon. I mean, he's going to put your defense in good positions.
Yeah, I just wonder, being that Aussie style kicker, we haven't seen that work out at the NFL level in a few years. So how does that look going forward? That's just the major concern. That's the major concern with it, I guess. But
sketch, I love this.
But Taylor's got a lot of experience punting.
There you go, Cade Stover.
Cade Stover? I'll take it. I mean, like, the Texans is just like, they haven't had a bad pick this year. They haven't picked a guy that I don't like. It's weird. It's abnormal. I'm not used to it.
CJ Stroud gets his tight end back.
I mean, like, he's just one of those guys you want on your football team. Like,
yeah,
it's not like he's gonna be great for fantasy or anything, but it's just like you want him on your team because you say go block this defense end, he'll be like, sure as shit, I'll do it.
I don't know, man. He looks pretty fun.
He is fun.
He's not bad. I mean, he is he's an above average receiver.
Dude, I mean, I don't know.
He's an adequate athlete.
His hands are the biggest question mark on him.
He's a very willing blocker. I think he fits well with Dalton Schultz for those two tight end sets. So,
and
honestly,
he's a guy that can play special teams too, because he played linebacker and he played defense end before transitioning to tight end.
Just from watching a couple of little clips of this, what they showed, I mean, he's a very light version. I mean, the style of his play it's Travis Kelce. I mean, that's what I saw when watching that little bit of film.
Yeah.
But very light version. But his style of play was that make a quick tackle, break off, catch the ball, push people over, be strong. That's kind of what I saw.
Yeah. His biggest question mark is just his hands. He had a lot of drops, especially not this year, but the year before. And they were like big, like they lost the Michigan game because he dropped 2 passes.
Yeah.
Like 2 touchdowns.
I don't know if I get this question. What do I think about CJ? Is he your opposite? So my niece's name is CJ.
Yeah. I think he's talking about CJ Stroud, but
I know. But
I don't think he knows
what do I think about him? I think he's awesome.
He's just he's such
I
a
have
good
concerns
young
that he
kid.
doesn't take the next step this year. I think he might stay flat off of last year's performance. And if that's the case, I think a lot of people are going to be disappointed for fantasy.
See, people got him like way too high. I think they got him at like 3. People are thinking no. Like I think that there's a chance that he could finish at 5. Like I think that there's a chance if he progresses good enough, he could finish at 5. But
I think his ceiling is
6, 7,
or is around 5. I still don't think. I think he's still a QB1 as his floor. But if you draft him where he's being drafted now, you would be disappointed if he came in as you as a QB10 for the season. Like you're drafting. I mean, you're drafting him in the hopes that he is in that same tier as what prime Mahomes was, and I don't know that that's a reasonable expectation. But
so I'll say this though too, like people were drafting Joe Burrow top 3, right? And like Joe Burrow's a great quarterback, but when you look at the fantasy performances, like CJ Stroud can be Joe Burrow, but both are probably getting overdrafted in the long run.
Oh yeah,
and Burrow's been hurt a lot more.
It didn't help that Diggs goes there. Now people are like, "Oh my God, Diggs is the guy." No, I still don't think so. I don't know if you guys watched that little video with CJ Stroud and Micah Parsons when they kind of did their little pick your team and see who would win this play. I don't know if you watched that video, but out of all receivers, he still had Tank Dell on that team out of the league. Like that has to say a little bit of something, like that has to say like.
I mean, he told the Texans to draft Tank Dell last year, and they listened to him. So
honestly, Tank Dell is like if I was a defensive back, Tank Dell would be like one of the guys I don't want to line up against, just because like he has like 8 different releases, like where you have no idea where he's going ever.
Yeah, he's very good question from Jerry.
Yep.
I like Malik Washington. I think a lot of how good he's going to be will depend on where he lands.
So
he's not a guy that I'm looking to add early, and he's not a redraft receiver. He's going to be one of those a later dynasty receiver.
Yeah. So I love Malik Washington. He had a really good year at Virginia. When I was a part of collaboration, I can't talk right now. Rookie mock draft article. I was able to give him like the 4th round of our rookie mock draft, and then he had the really good tremble. I'm like, I'm okay with this now. I'm like, this looks pretty good. It was 4th or 5th round. I can't remember now. He's like the discount version of Tank Dell in this class. Similar size. He's a little bit heavier. Doesn't have as many releases as Tank does, though. That's kind of his detriment there. But he is that smaller wide receiver, 5'9", 190-ish pounds, give or take. But he is a guy that does play a lot bigger than his size. And you saw it, like I was brought on to him at Northwestern when they played the Ireland game versus Nebraska like 2-3 years ago. That's when I'm like, who the heck's this kid? Because he's just like really good. And a lot of people are just like, oh, well, you only had the one good year at Virginia, right? Well, he had back-to-back good years at Northwestern when you take it into context that their quarterback play was absolute
garbage
crap. Like one of the worst quarterback rooms probably in all of college football, and the dude's still getting like 58 catches and like 700 yards.
All right, we're manifesting TJ Tampa here.
Yeah, so I don't know. I really like Malik Washington. Obviously, a lot depends on where he lands, but he could be a productive slot, as soon as day one.
So we were talking about JC's dynasty trade. I've got an offer. I have the 3rd pick, the 10th pick, and the 12th pick in an upcoming rookie draft. I put the 3rd pick on the block.
Bucky Irving, running back, Oregon.
For who?
Buccaneers.
For the Tampa Bay.
Bucks
I don't love it.
And Bucky.
I honestly don't think he's a threat to Rachaad White at all.
No.
All right, guess who's here to talk about Jalen Wright?
Ronaldo?
Hey, baby!
Hey, what's up, Ronnie?
Ronaldo.
How y'all doing?
We're good.
Good.
I was wondering how long it'd take you to hop in here to talk about Jalen Wright to the Dolphins.
I was reading a couple research papers on some tech stuff. I wasn't even watching the draft. And Jeff DiMatteo called me and was like, Jalen Wright to the Dolphins. We were talking. So anyway, do you want my take on it?
Yeah, I'm curious.
First of all, his profile for me was Raheem Mostert. So I'm all about it. I wanted him to either go to the San Francisco 49ers and to spell McCaffrey and take over for him eventually. I thought that would have been incredible. Or I wanted him to actually go to the Dolphins and be the spell and insurance policy for Devin Achane potentially even take Devin Achan's role over the next 2 seasons if Achan proves to be kind of the red flags that everyone talked about prove to be true, where it's too small, gets injured, blah, blah, blah. I don't think that's going to be the case. He's special. But Jalen Wright and Raheem Mostert are very much one-to-one mirrors of each other as prospects, and Jalen Wright actually has a little more boost than Mostert does. Put him in an offense like this, and in 2025, we have the fastest player in college football with the quickest 0 to 15-yard split in NFL history for a running back who's going to be running through highway-sized lanes, spelling Devin Achane next year. I'm in. I think it's great. He's not my RB2 for Dynasty anymore after the way this draft is shaken out from this class, but I think he represents an incredible stash and value hold for Dynasty right now. That's my take.
Would you still take him over Blake Corum? Dynasty, not redraft.
I didn't love Corum as much as everyone. So I wouldn't. I would trade back if I was in a situation where I could take Corum and I knew he was on the I would desperately. Can I just trade back 2 spots and I'd take him, right? But that's a bias thing. If you're watching as a viewer, I don't know how many people are watching right now. Blake Corum is probably going to have in the next 2 to 3 years. I think it's 50-50 on whether he and Jalen Wright have more fantasy relevance, to be honest, because he's got Kyra to deal with, which is fine. We got Matthew Stafford heading out of the Rams in a couple years here. The offense and everything is going to get flipped on its head, whereas Jalen Wright's in a situation that looked constant for the next 4 to 5 years. There's maybe a little bit, maybe a little bit there, but I think I wouldn't argue with anyone that would prefer.
Is Tua going to be there long term?
Yeah, exactly.
I think so.
I think so, but I don't know. I think
he's not going to get replaced by anyone next year, and they would have to fall apart in 2025 for him to get replaced by one of the 3 or 4 quarterbacks that go in the top 5. So I think we got Tua at least for a couple more seasons, which same with Stafford. So
I feel like if I was the Dolphins, just in general, though, I wouldn't even give Tua the contract extension. I just franchise tag him this year, next year, and then kind of go from there, type thing.
Go the Kirk Cousins route with the Commanders.
Well, yeah, and it's just with all the injuries and everything he's had, it's why invest long term if you don't have to?
What has been y'all's favorite moves or on this day so far? I thought the Troy Funston.
Greg says it's official. Ronnie's disowned for talking bad about Corum.
I said 50-50. I'm sorry.
I don't think you said anything bad about him.
So Jerry says, who's the person you're most surprised still available? He said his is Jeremiah Trotter.
As linebacker, Wilson been taken yet?
Yeah, he got drafted at the end of day 3 or round 3. Excuse me.
Oh, he got drafted at the end of last night.
Yeah, Pittsburgh Steelers.
Oh, really? I missed that completely.
Yeah, I think it was 96 overall.
What? Peyton? How did I miss that? I was looking through the draft last night and thinking to myself, I can't believe Peyton Wilson is still.
What do you think? Where's Spencer Rattler going there, Ronnie?
Spencer, I don't
care. Exactly.
I still think he ends up with the Raiders. I think they're playing kind of a dangerous game here, but
I don't know if he fits.
But I think he ends up with the Raiders in round 5.
What if he ends up with the Rams, the Giants, Seattle?
Don't care. All those guys,
any of those are fine. Yeah, any of those are fine.
What if Spencer Rattler
Seattle,
Stafford, and learns for a couple of years?
Right, Seattle would be kind of the worst landing spot of those. Seattle said somewhat publicly that they really like Sam Howell.
Me too.
That they have an expectation that Sam Howell ends up being the starter for them this year. Whether he starts as the starter for them or not, because, and I'm a Sam Howell truther.
Me too.
I think he was the best quarterback in that class. I still think that.
Yep.
And he's younger than Bo Nix. He's younger than Jaden Daniels. He's younger than Michael Penix by
I think he's the same age as Spencer Rattler too.
by several months, and he's got a full season as a starting NFL quarterback. So, I think he's in a position to succeed. So, for Spencer Rattler, I think the Raiders make the most sense, but I wouldn't be disappointed with the Rams for him. I think that would be a good spot with McVay.
The Rams, I'll just say this too. I'm not trying to cut you off too much. The Rams are in this interesting position though, because they got Stafford. They brought Jimmy G in to be the backup, but Jimmy's suspended right now. And the Rams are one of those teams that do
He's
like
such a criminal,
carry-
man.
He's said
What?
PEDs, baby. He's
Yeah,
taking
but,
those. He's probably taking.
The Rams are one of those teams that do like to carry 3 quarterbacks on the active roster.
And their third quarterback is the 37-year-old Stetson Bennett. So,
Oh my
Well,
gosh.
he's been away. Like he's literally been away from the team, like in rehab. So
yeah.
What were y'all thoughts on Jatavian Sanders to the Giants?
Oh, we said it was a good fit.
yeah,
I
mean,
I like it.
I think he slots in. He's the immediate starting tight end.
do we know if Waller's actually going to retire or not?
He's
retired
still mulling it over.
He's too busy cheating on Kelsey Plum, but to think about football. But
Kelsey was like, "I'll date you, but you have to be an active professional athlete." He's like, "Damn it, fine." Eric All, that's the one I wanted to talk about too. Eric All to the Bengals. I know that they also got the other tight end. Who cares? He's going to block. Eric All was, when I was doing my prospect eval a few months ago, I was like, okay, Ben Sinnott is incredible. I kind of like Jatavian Sanders upside the most of these guys, but then Eric All might be the best professional of this class outside of Bowers. It wouldn't shock me if Eric All is in a dynasty top 8 tight end conversation in 2 seasons.
yeah. I mean, I talked a lot about it like when he first kind of happened. So
He goes Will Shipley.
really good
To the
athlete,
Eagles.
but Eric All has to stay healthy. He's had 2 season-ending injuries the last 2 years. The one was a major back injury at Michigan, had surgery before the year, so missed the entire year, and goes to Iowa, plays all right for a couple games, and then was hurt again. So it's just like, if he's healthy, he could be really good. But
maybe we get a little
Yeah,
Tyler
he's
Kraft
healthy.
scenario with him, where he pops for 3 seasons and his body breaks down.
So Boston Scott's season was fun while it lasted.
Yeah, Will Shipley goes to the Eagles.
Ooh, I actually love that.
I do too. I think
Rest in peace, Kenny Gainwell.
Gainwell and Boston Scott season was fun while it lasted.
In my home league, we're doing free agency right now, and I'm just nominating players I don't want. I have Saquon, so I put up Kenneth Gainwell for like 3% salary cap, which is a lot for a backup running back. And people bid him up over the last few days, and it was just, this is great. He's not going to matter. He'll matter though. He'll get touches this year, but Shipley is really good. He's probably the most overlooked running back, in my opinion, from the dynasty scouting community in this class.
Oh, it's because Clemson's been so bad on offense the last couple of years, but he's been the offense. Like,
yeah, he's really good.
Hey, look, I scored 14 touchdowns. Was the rest of the team score like 6?
Yeah.
Now this is an interesting pick for me. This was one of my guys that I was curious about. Ray Davis lands with Buffalo.
It's not a bad fit. I mean,
I wouldn't be too concerned if I was a Cook owner.
No, I think he's more of a Thunder to Cook's Lightning situation. I mean, he's definitely plays that power back role, but the way the NFL is set up these days, you kind of have to have 2, and I like him as the 2 to James Cook's 1.
The comp I've heard a lot for him is Mike Davis, which makes a lot of sense.
It does.
I also really like Cade Stover going to Houston.
Yeah, we're not screwing up this year.
Yeah.
So Houston's had a good couple years.
They've had a good draft.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
2 years in a row they've had a good draft.
Yeah.
I haven't had to facepalm this year yet. What was it that year they took Davis Mills and it was that first pick of the draft too?
Long
Yeah,
neck
I was on
bottle
stream
Mills.
and I'm just like,
yeah, that's a good. He is a good one of those with bowling ball backs.
yeah, he's.
Here's one fun thing that I'll share with you guys after the draft, but I think I can't talk about what the tool is yet, but I think I've cracked the ability to do film analysis with AI, and it's like 80% accuracy, so it's not ready to roll out to everyone. But I'm going to use that tool and then a handful of these big AI tools to do my draft response stuff, and I'll tell people, hey, I used AI to do this just as an experiment. But I'm going to go through and break down about 30 fantasy relevant draft picks and use AI for all of it and just see what it looks like. And one of the guys I'm really curious to see what it says is Troy Franklin and Denver, because I'm like on one side of things, I'm like, this is great for Troy Franklin. It could be amazing. At the same time, I'm like, I didn't actually love him as much as everyone as a prospect, and I don't know that I love Sean Payton in that offense. I don't think he's the same guy he used to be coaching with Drew Brees. But
I don't love him going back to Bo Nix to underthrow him again.
Yeah.
I'm still going to go back to the thin air of Denver. It's going to let him throw a better deep ball.
I mean,
still not going to be great, but
so the thing I don't get is I feel like his arm strength was way better at Auburn.
Do you think that? I wonder why that would be. I didn't notice any of that, but I didn't look too hard into Bo Nix. I kind of rested my laurels in what I heard from the Senior Bowl.
I watched a lot of sophomore tape of Bo Nix like a couple years back, especially like because like back then everybody was hyping up Seth Williams as wide receiver. I'm like, the dude dropped 6 passes in one game that hit him in the chest. Like, he's not good. Like, if you watch the highlight tape, he's got like 6 really good highlight plays. That's about it, where he's like hurdling guys, but that's it. There's a reason he went undrafted and he can't even stay on a practice squad now.
Yeah, Devontae Walker to North Carolina or to North Carolina to the Ravens. I don't care. Yeah,
it's their Aguilar replacement once Aguilar leaves the next year.
Guy. And they need bodies. Well, it's not going to be a fantasy relevant pick for this year.
I have a right here from the one and only industry favorite Dustin Lutke, and he says, "Sorry about Jalen Wright. He really could have been something." Dustin, I disagree completely with that take. I think he's going to be something in this offense.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just it's an interesting fit, and like I said, I was like, Mike McDaniel's he loves his speed guys. He knows how to use speed.
He visits Al Davis's grade before the draft every year. He's like, I'm doing it for you again, Al. Just watch.
But it actually works when he does it.
Yeah,
exactly.
I was kind of hoping they just take Xavier Worthy and watch the world burn too.
That would have been fantastic. We talked about that while we were out Thursday night.
If they had landed both Wright and Worthy and just been like, go. You got the 2 fastest players in the draft. Have fun. I'm excited about it. Thanks for having me on to talk about it.
So is Joe Milton the tight end?
I think he's going to transition to tight end. He has no chance at quarterback.
So here's the real value of Joe Milton. Like, if you have him transition to tight end, be your third tight end, right? Not have him be your emergency third string quarterback. Then you can have him throw the Hail Mary at the end of the half and at the end of the game.
Oh, it's 4th and 18 and you're on the 32-yard line. Touchdown, Joe Milton.
Plus, you can run trick plays with him. Just do like a tight end around and he throws the ball.
I would love if he got drafted by the Dolphins. Just for that reason. Just be like, cool. Like twice a year. I actually tweeted that a few weeks ago. It's like, I hope Joe goes somewhere where he can play tight end. And then 3 times a year, he gets to put it on Hail Mary duty just for the amusement of all of us.
I hope so too. But God, I wish Like there's like a greedy part inside of me that I'm like, I hope he doesn't get drafted and just goes to the CFL because he would be so freaking good. Like he's perfect, tailor made for the CFL as a mobile guy, short yardage quarterback, and then he can chuck it on the wider field.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I hadn't even thought about that. That would be interesting for him.
Yeah,
But-
Jerry, I actually think that pick is as much a special teams pick as it is anything else. Garindo is going to be a really good return man with the new kickoff rules.
He's a lot of untapped potential though too because
So our
he hasn't
dream of
really done
TJ
it, but he
Tampa to
also
Tampa has died.
Yeah, it did. He's a Raven.
so that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Actually,
It does.
Garindo did play some wide receiver like initially when he was first at college, and he transitioned to running back. So like like there's a reason he didn't play that much at Wisconsin and then Louisville until like the
Garindo,
better part of last year.
Yeah, he's a solid pick, especially at this point. I mean he could easily step into that Elijah Mitchell role too, and
easily.
and just take it away from him. So, but I think as much as anything, I think you'll see him back on kickoffs because I think he's got all the tools to be incredibly effective as a returner in this with the new rules. So
and they lost Ray McLeod too.
Yep. So
Jared Wiley, tight end to the Chiefs. Detroit pick.
I like it.
Yeah, he's big. He's athletic.
He's got a great athletic profile, not
He's
a great production profile.
He's green at tight end still too. He played quarter. I think if I'm trying to remember the story correctly, I think he was like Quentin Johnston's quarterback in high school.
Yeah, you'd be hard pressed to say that he walks into a bad situation. I mean, he's not going to be expected to start. He's not even going to be expected to be the number 2 tight end on this team. With Kelsey and Gray ahead of him on the depth chart.
But Blake Bell.
When Kelsey hangs him up, you've got somebody ready to go.
Jerry says, how many years do you think Kelsey has left?
I'm not sure he plays past this year.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
I think I'm trading Kelsey. If you can get whatever value you can right now.
Yeah, I think he might have 2 years left, but I think this is going to be that point where you start talking about, he starts talking about if he still has the passion to do what it takes.
And he's so recognizable now.
Yeah,
like he can make money in a million different ways without having to go out every Sunday and get hit.
I mean, his podcast is
number one. It's the number one podcast this year. Yeah, so
yeah, it's pretty great.
Yep, and he's got one of the richest women in the world by his side. So
yeah, for as long as that lasts.
Yeah, that's true.
We'll see.
Got to get married, get that alimony money.
Oh God! Just imagine.
Oh, that's funny.
Oh,
the Lions traded up again with the Eagles.
There's been a lot of movement between similar teams. So the 49ers have had a couple of trade ups with the Jets.
Yeah.
Seeing the Lions and the Eagles have some talks.
Lions take another corner.
Kelsey's got as many years left as he wants.
Right, but
total non-answer.
But yeah, I mean, you do have to, as the Chiefs, you start to have to think about it because I think he only has this year left on his deal, or
I don't even remember now.
Maybe 2 years left on his deal.
I think
and
it's 2.
I've talked about this a little bit with some people here, kind of in person. If you look at the way the Chiefs' salary cap is set up for next year, they have $130 million wrapped up in 3 players. Like, that's absurd.
That's about half your salary cap there.
Half your salary cap is wrapped up in 3 players. It's hard. It's going to be hard to build a squad. they're going to have to make some adjustments, and this could be the year that, eventually, like, the Bills faced it this year. You go all in, you win your Super Bowls, but eventually you have to pay the piper, and that could be coming up quick for the Chiefs. But
I'll tell you what I think about Wiley. I think that's whatever. I don't really care long term for it. That's just
He's not Noah Gray, right?
I wish they had traded up and taken the guy that he left Texas because he was there with when Jadaden Sanders. I would be super stoked if Jadaden Sanders was the heir apparent for Kelsey. I would put my money still on Eric Hall. Or not Eric Hall, Noah Gray.
Noah Gray, baby.
I love Noah Gray.
Yeah.
That's what that's what I was saying. He's going to be the third tight end.
Maybe.
He's got a chance to learn from the best.
Yep.
When he's ready to go, he's not going to be asked to take on too much of a role for a while.
Man, I'm honest. I'm super pumped to see the Vikings' future, man. If it's not this year, next year, with getting JJ, having our offense is going to be explosive. They're going to have to look for a running back here. Obviously, Aaron Jones is just a short-term replacement, but I feel like them going and getting him, they're saying like, hey, we're ready to go try to win right now. I mean, he's still got the juice. I mean, as long as Jones stays healthy, man, he's so explosive, and he's going to be very helpful for a young quarterback coming in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
Ball, he can block, he can run. Like, it's just going to be having all that talent. I mean, I think if they do well enough this year, if they go over 500, I mean, it might be tough. Obviously, there's going to be some growing pains here and there, and having Sam Darnold isn't really helpful. But I feel like now what they got Josh McCown in there as a quarterback coach, I think that's going to be very helpful too, because he's been around the league a lot. That's going to be pretty much very helpful and Kevin O'Connell's very, very in on JJ, so I think it's going to be. I think it's a really good fit.
And JJ's very, very in on Kevin O'Connell.
I got a question for you about JJ. So he had 713 pass attempts in his entire college career. Yeah. How many years in the NFL is he going to be before he breaks that mark in his NFL career? It's not going to be year one. Could it be by like week 5, year 2?
Yeah.
I mean, based off the structure of
throw the ball more than he did in his whole college career.
Yeah.
I love it. I think he's good. I like McCarthy.
I think the fit's good. I think it's going to he'll get developed. I mean, obviously, even though, Kirk Cousins wasn't a great winner, it's that same style. The offense is going to be fit for JJ. Like, he's going to be able to run, make things happen, move the offense. He'll be good. I mean, if he develops well into year 2, I think he'll be a good fantasy quarterback. Stats kind of guy, can get you wins. I mean, that's even why people like Kirk. He was a great QB.
Even as a rookie, I think JJ fits into he's a super flex quarterback. I'm probably not taking him as QB1, but I think he could be a solid QB2 for you.
Where do you take him in rookie drafts?
JJ?
Yeah.
Super flex, probably end of the first round. In standard, depends on my makeup, but I think he's probably a second or third round pick if it's a single QB dynasty league.
I think it's the upside is massive. I mean, with the talent that is around him,
there's just the reason he gets pushed down is simply because it's kind of a projection. Everything's kind of a projection for him. We haven't seen him do it at the collegiate level, so he has to prove it to people. And with names like Malik Neighbors, Marvin Harrison Jr., and Rome Odunze, Xavier Worthy, those are all guys that are going to go in your top 8 picks. Caleb Williams is going to go in your top 8 picks. Drake May is going to go in your top 8. Jaden McDaniels is going to go in your top 8. Mm-hmm. So And then you're probably going to see Jonathan Brooks maybe sneak into the back end of the first round for a dynasty, for a rookie draft. So maybe that's where JJ starts to slot in, is kind of that back end, pick 10 through 15 probably is where he slots in.
Probably starts around 9, I would say.
So there we go. The Jets took Braylon Allen, as everyone predicted.
Why?
Because they hate Breece Hall, obviously.
Well, if you look at all the moves that the Jets have done this offseason, they are changing up the run scheme from, your typical Shanahan run scheme to more of that power gap.
I mean, yeah, the Jets take Braylon Allen because they hate Breece Hall. Clearly, I mean, I think that's
you say you will never get a touchdown.
That's all that it is. So
now my trade looks worse.
No, Breece Hall is still the guy.
Mm-hmm.
Like I think Breece, you could make the case that Breece Hall is still dynasty RB1.
I mean, his numbers, man. It's just
I think if you put me on a debate team, I could make that case pretty easily. But yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna have to chew on this one for a while.
Yeah, maybe they're gonna have him play fullback.
Like Braylon Allen could have been something like in Dallas, with the Chargers. Now he's just
a fullback.
He's buried.
I'm still going on the fullback part.
He could be. I mean, he could be. But I don't know. I don't know. I mean, with the run on running backs here, you've got the Chargers have 2 of the next 5 picks. Yeah. At least one of them has to be a running back. Because who do we have left at running back?
There's still a lot of interesting guys left.
Tyrone Tracy is an interesting name.
I like Isaiah Davis quite a bit.
Esteem Isaiah Davis.
The Chargers make like Audric has to me.
More receivers go into the Niners.
I don't, but they might.
I love this fit. Jacob Cowing is kind of a guy that I'm going to be looking to target now. I think he's a great fit in the Shanahan offense.
Where'd he go?
49ers.
San Francisco.
Yeah.
So they got Ricky Pearsall early.
Pearsall and Cowing.
Mm-hmm.
They got so many wide receivers there right now,
though. And I think a part of it's because Debo's had trouble staying healthy, so nice to have that extra body.
McDaniels.
I think a lot of people are going to say it's because Ayuk is going to be on the move here soon. I still think Ayuk is a 49er this year.
But if you want to look at like Cowing 1-for-1, he's almost that Ray McLeod replacement at wide receiver.
Yep.
Similar size too, because they're both tiny as crap.
Yeah, he's a good fit. Like I said, he's a guy that jumped up my rookie board a little bit based off of this landing spot. He was a guy that I did like him quite a bit already, but based off of this spot, if anybody's going to be able to use him well, it's going to be Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah, my biggest concern with him is just how long can he last, because he's tiny, extra tiny.
I don't know if you guys can see it because of my name, but you've got Waddle, HN, Mostert, the Wishbone. FF Tony just sent me this I think it's incredible. I might make it my profile banner for a few weeks.
That's fantastic.
All right, that's the end of the 4th round. We're getting there, gentlemen.
We
Round
made it.
5 starting.
We only have
3 more
100
rounds to go.
Seahawks traded up with the Broncos.
But while we've got a minute, so we talked a little bit about your trade earlier. So here's a trade offer I got in a rookie draft on the block. So the guy wants that 3rd pick, Chase Brown, and my 3rd. What he's given me back is Zach Charbonnet, Josh Downs, a next year 1st that's projected to be back half of the 1st round, next year's 2nd that's back half, and this year's 3rd, which is the 11th pick.
What were you trading away?
Pick 3, Chase Brown, and pick 3 in the 3rd.
Honestly, I'm not a big Charbonnet guy. I think he's okay. I mean,
I probably stand pat.
Yeah.
Kenneth Walker is explosive, man. And unless he's hurt, I don't think Charbonnet really is. I mean, he'll do things here and there, but
he's a committee back. He's a spell back.
He's the pass.
He does a lot of things well. He's a good 3rd down kind of back.
Man, I absolutely love Kenneth Walker. I
do too.
If he can get going and he can stay healthy, he's another guy that I collect. He's another one of my personal collection guys. He could be great. He could be absolutely great if they can figure out that offense a little bit, keep him from getting banged up. He's fun to watch.
If he could learn to pass protect, he'd stay on the field more.
Yeah, that's true. But he is fun when he has the ball in his hands. He
is a home run waiting to happen.
He is fun to watch.
I'm trying to peek back and see what
Walker
pick we skipped over to. What?
Oh, he was just asking who. I just said Kenneth Walker. He's just fun to watch.
Got absolutely lambasted, rightfully so, I think, by people during his rookie season because I was very much like Kenneth Walker over Breece Hall as a prospect.
Yeah, like I said, I've been collecting his cards too. Rookie.
I've been wrong about that one.
5th round opens with Nehemiah Pritchett.
Just got to stay healthy.
Nehemiah Pritchett. You guys
one of the many Auburn defensive backs in this class that will go today.
Mm-hmm.
He's decent. Who took him?
The Seahawks.
And they traded up for him.
Should be a
Are
decent
any of you guys fans of teams that are rivals with the Eagles?
Nope.
Nah, I was gonna make fun of you because the Eagles won the draft again. I cannot believe they got
everything fell to them.
Into G. That was when I saw that the last 2 days. Just like
there
goes Howie hacking the NFL draft again.
Yeah, Quinion Mitchell and Cooper DeJean.
Yeah, it's wild.
And then they got Jalex Hunt at the end of round 3, who's like the top, like one of the most interesting developmental pass rushers, and they can just literally let him sit for 2 years and learn how to play defensive end.
Yeah. If they don't win a Super Bowl in the next 3 years, that's a colossal failure. The fact that they haven't won yet is annoying, but I mean, Mahomes is Mahomes.
It's because Sirianni is just a absolute trash bag. And
Does anyone in the NFL have a more punchable face than Nick Sirianni?
He's like the Dabo Sweeney of the NFL.
Anytime I see him on my screen, I'm like, this guy just looks like he wants to get punched in the face.
A big difference between him and Dabo, though. Sirianni cusses, and that's all he does. Dabo doesn't know how to cuss.
This is a running back, right?
Who's up?
The Chargers.
Yeah, Chargers.
Hopefully.
Which running back are they going to take? It'd be interesting to see Big Boy go there. Allen's
already gone. He went to the Jets because the Jets hate Breece Hall.
Yeah, I was like, the Chargers should be interested in Braylon Allen, but
I think it would have been a good fit.
I mean, like, because you ride Gus Edwards like for 1 year and then he just takes over the Gus Edwards role.
Yeah. Well, he's going to take over the Gus Edwards role when Gus Edwards gets hurt inevitably this year. So
Yeah, but still.
I mean,
Um,
now it's got to be
I was just trying to look.
if that's the case, it's Audric Estine, right? That would be
It
the
says
next
right
best
here, dude.
fit for that.
I
Nope.
I think they'll like him. I don't like him, but I think they'll like him.
So
Well,
they got the percentage of like the chances of availability where they fell for the Eagles. Quinyon Mitchell, the percent he fell at 6%, he would have fell at 22.
yep.
And DeJean, it said 3% chance of where he fell. Like, isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
So let's just say they had a less than 1% chance of getting both.
Yeah.
And they did.
Crazy.
Hey man.
But that's what makes things interesting. Because this stuff happens every year.
Yep.
It's Chargers took a cornerback, Tarheeb Steele.
Oh, he's a player.
I don't know who you just said.
Tarheeb Steele.
Tarheeb Still.
Let's see if I
Where
have
do
a
you go
note
to
on
college?
it.
He
Maryland.
went to college in Maryland. Cornerback.
Yeah, I wouldn't take
I
him
mean,
here.
he's
He's like, oh,
he's a fine corner at this point in the draft.
I think he's a borderline draftable guy.
At this point, you're like I said, once you start to get into the 5th, 6th, and 7th round, you're taking flavors of your guys. And Jim Harbaugh knows Still very well. He played against him every year in college. You know, he coached against him, so he saw plenty of Still to know what he's getting. So, like I said, I think he's fine. I think he's a fine pick at this point in the draft. It doesn't wow me. It doesn't blow me away. You know, we'll see if we'll see how he does. But
let's see. I'm trying to go back here too, just because, like, some of these, for people listening, that some of the picks that we might have glossed over, like from round 4, just talking about everything else. The ones that we haven't kind of talked about, Jaguars took Javon Foster out of Missouri, offensive tackle. I know a lot of people feel pretty good about him. He could kick inside the guard too. Good depth piece there. Let's see who else we didn't get. 49ers took Malik Mustafa out of Wake Forest. He is known as a very big hitter, so he makes sense for the 49ers to take. He'd probably be the backup to Ufunga this year. The Lions took Giovanni Manu out of British Columbia a lot earlier than I thought that guy would go on. He's a Canadian guy. Let's see what else we missed here. Oh, because Greg was asking here too about Sione Vaca, the Utah safety, running back, whatever position. He'll play whatever position you want him to play. Doesn't matter. He's going to be great on special teams.
Poor man, super to Gene.
Yeah, my answer to that was going to be yes, Greg.
His high school coach
DB,
said the best
safety, back. Yes, all of those things.
Yeah, his high school coach was on record of saying his best position is slot wide receiver. So if you ask him to do it, he will do it. That's all you got to know about that kid. And I know a lot of people didn't like his 40 time at the combine, but when he went back to the Utah Pro Day, yes, Pro Day numbers are going to look better just in general, but he ran he shaved like a good 0.1 off too.
Good fun pick. There's not really a whole lot of players left that I'm super like, oh, this guy is really good, and which makes sense. We're 120 players in.
Yeah,
140.
I mean,
Xavier Thomas, edge, Clemson, goes to the Cardinals.
There was a player who used to be really good.
Yeah. It's a good spot to take a chance on him.
Craig, what were your thoughts? Like, I felt like this was not a super stellar defensive class, and then of course the NFL kind of showed us that in the first round and blah 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 blah. But I looked at it and thought there was like around 8 to 12 B+ level talents, with 1 or 2 that maybe get in like the A- range, but there were no game changers. There weren't any true elite prospects, and now at this point, we're in this big sea of guys where I'm just like, sure, you draft them.
There's a lot of interesting developmental guys this year. So it's kind of take your favorite guy, hope you can coach them up and see what they become in a couple of years, because like even when we were talking about like God, what the heck's that guy's name? Demakari Richardson or whatever. It's like, dude's fast as crap. Played in the SEC. He's got really good highlights at times, but then you look at the lowlights and he just looks lost as crap. So it's like you take chances on guys like that. And it's just like there's a lot. Let's see. Greg says he's surprised Vidal is still available. That's the Troy running back. He's a guy that didn't really get too much to watch on. I know some people are really high on him, but he's like the Isaiah Pacheco of this class. Let's just put it that way.
It's not a bad thing to be. I felt like for this class, for IDP in particular, it was like I played a couple Dynasty IDP leagues, and I was like, I'm gonna.
It's a terrible linebacker class.
Yeah,
like you got. I don't like Edrin Cooper. I think he reminds me a lot of Brian Asamoah, but better as a pass rusher. And Asamoah has yet to get on the field pretty much for the Vikings at all. He was expected to be a starter last year, got beat up by Ivan Pace Jr. So like, I don't know. Cooper's just like a tweener between inside. Like he's not an inside linebacker. He's outside. He's really a will linebacker, but will linebacker doesn't exist anymore. Like Peyton Wilson's got 12 surgeries and no ACL left.
Man. Cardinals, man, so many picks.
Yep. Hey, they're taking I like what the Cardinals are doing because they're taking shots on high upside guys. Like, if you got this many picks, you might like in the roster that they got that doesn't look that great. Yeah, let's take some guys that have some really strong potential. Half of them probably aren't going to hit, but yeah. So we have yet to see the second round on quarterbacks, and then running back gets interesting now. We'll see. It's just running back's a big flavor of the week thing this year, honestly.
There we go.
Commanders select Jordan McGee, linebacker, Temple.
That could be good. He's one of those interesting linebacker guys, though. But he got hurt this year. Like he's really athletic. He's pretty instinctive. He's a good special teams player, but he got hurt. And they got Bobby Wagner there. They got Jamin Davis, so he doesn't need to play right away anyway. So he can learn from Bobby Wagner and hopefully turn.
Greg, I would hope that there would be. There's a lot of players.
Nope, no future Pro Bowlers on either side of the ball. This is the worst draft class ever.
Okay, I'm giving Greg a hard time. Greg, I understand exactly what you were saying. It was just funny. It was like, well, by the law of averages, that should be true every year.
What are you snacking on there, Anthony?
This class doesn't have any, as an example. It has no
dried mangoes
in it. There's no like elite, like, oh my gosh, this guy can change a franchise defensive players. They could emerge that way, but as prospects, they aren't there.
I think
I like that. That's sick.
If Latu didn't have the medically retired thing, he'd be looked at a lot. He would have been looked at as a top 10 pick.
Yeah.
Because if you look at the production over the last 2 years, it rivals the Bosa brothers and Myles Garrett in college. That's the type of production he had in PFF grade.
Yeah, I likened him to TJ Watt was my comp.
Yeah, there's been a lot of comparisons to him there too.
Well, and Peyton Wilson too. I thought he was incredible, but obviously, I was actually talking to Jeff about this last night. We were like, "This is crazy." There's something about his medicals that did not pass the sniff test with these NFL teams.
Well, let's see. He's got no ACL allegedly in one knee, and he's had 5 shoulder surgeries.
Yeah, I mean, he's had the injuries, but you would have hoped that he would have been over them and they could have drafted him. It sounds like he's not.
Yeah, but you're a linebacker. You've had 5 shoulder surgeries.
He's just going to drop.
You just go to hit somebody, and your shoulder is going to pop out of place again. Pretty much, like that is the major risk.
What's in Waterboy when Adam Sandler tackles that one dude? He drop kicks him from the side. That's just how he has to tackle people now.
Pretty sure that's illegal in the NFL. So everything's illegal to tackle guys. So
yeah, you can't even do power bombs. Poke people in the eyes. Can't do that either.
Trip. Mike Tomlin, that shit.
Power bomb.
I mean, I think Peyton Wilson will be interesting for IDP for like the first couple of years, but then as soon as he's hurt, he's probably never going to play again.
Yeah,
It reminds
similar
me
to
of
Leighton
Kobe
Vander Esch.
Dean. I looked this. The Kobe Dean honestly hasn't panned out yet, but he's a guy where I'm like, if he could ever get a full season in a starting role, he would be nuclear for IDP, and then he probably goes away afterwards. And it looks like Peyton Wilson might be a similar player. I think Dean is a better prospect than Wilson was, though.
Cam Hart, cornerback, Notre Dame, going to the Chargers.
They must feel a lot better about their running back room than everybody else does.
Is Justin Herbert in trouble?
No.
Yes.
Oh, got my Eclipse glasses. What's up, guys?
I love it.
It's a good look for you.
Can't see anything. I got to get off in like 5 minutes.
Oof.
What else? Can you guys throw me some rando questions that I can make up answers for?
Nope.
Nope.
What do you hold on. I got to think now. Is there any other Tennessee players that are getting drafted this year besides?
It was really just Milton and Wright. We've got a Pierce next year. Pierce next year might be a top 8 pick.
What do you think about the corner?
Which one?
The Tennessee corner.
Oh, Hayden.
He's out in this year's draft. The guy that hurt his shoulder.
Yeah, so that dude was trash for 3 years at Tennessee, and he turned a corner this year, and he played, I would say, above average, but it still wasn't enough for me to say this guy is like a locked-in starter for an NFL team.
Didn't he play well for like 6 games and then hurt his shoulder though?
Pretty much. But in those 6 games, I was like, this is neat, but I have 80% of the tape on you that I've seen, and I know players develop, but to make the jump he did from his junior season to his senior season felt almost artificial to me. So I'm a little out on him, but he could turn into something. It's clearly there. I wouldn't bank on it.
Let's see. So Greg says, how many Wolverines be drafted? I think that's will be drafted, but I don't think it's going to be the record at this point.
Is the record still Ohio State?
No, it's Georgia from a couple of years ago.
2022, Georgia.
Yeah, I think it was like 16.
Really? 2016?
No, 16 players.
Oh, I was going to say, I was like, it had to have been that superstar team.
Yeah, it was
half of the defensive players in the first 3 rounds were Georgia players. That one.
Well, they kind of like lucked into it towards the end because the punter got drafted, and then John Fitzpatrick, the blocking tight end, got drafted too.
Mm-hmm.
Granted, what was it? I think Justin Schaefer, the one guard, he probably should have been drafted, but he signs an undrafted free agent with the Falcons. He probably should get drafted over Fitzpatrick, but you could argue maybe the punter should.
What y'all think about the Falcons draft so far?
So the best pick so far was Brandon Dorless.
Yeah.
I got in the TSA chat and complained about everyone's narratives on the Penix pick because I had read an article saying that Kirk Cousins' contract, he had a free out in 2026. And I went on the Spots track last night and I looked, and the free out is a $35 million cap hit. So I hate the Penix pick. I have completely shifted. I was all about it.
It's terrible too.
It's a 2-year window thing, and now it's like it's 3, or you hamper your team when you put Penix in. It's stupid.
So go ahead. I don't know. I think Anthony was going to come on and say something. Go ahead.
No.
I was just what he said. He came on and he said that the reason that they made this pick is because that they feel like over the next 3, 4, 5 years they'll be playoff contention team and they won't have an opportunity to get down in those lower areas to draft a quarterback. Yes, I understand that. They liked the pick, they liked the fit, they liked him as a player, but the reason I hate this pick is because you went about it all wrong. Not only does this does this affect Kirk Cousins? He didn't know anything about this, when he signed a contract. He didn't think that this was never in the plan. Like he basically, when you do this before a player even puts on a uniform, who you pay all that money, that kind of puts a little bit of salt in their mouth. That kind of puts a little bit of that bitter taste. Like you don't trust you don't trust your team. You don't trust your coach. You don't trust, GM. You don't feel like they're really. I mean, even though they paid you, right? They went out and got this kid who they think like right away. I mean, you can understand if like you pick a guy maybe third, fourth round, that's a little bit different. But top 10, that's a guy that you get picked to come in maybe 1 to 2 years from now. So and then to go and double down later and say we made this pick and we're going to basically have Penix sit for 4 to 5 years. How do you feel as a rookie quarterback picked that high hearing that? Like, how does that? I mean, your quarterbacks right now. You just did this too. You just de-elevated them. Like that's just like I don't feel like that's good business, and I don't feel like that's going to be great for your quarterback room. Like it's gonna. You basically just put this big elephant in the quarterback room, and it's not going to be healthy for the team. That's just my thoughts on it.
I agree with all of that. Like I said, for me, I was 50-50 on it. It was like I would have traded back and taken a cornerback if I was the Falcons, but I can understand their strategy because they can get out of Kirk Cousins in 2 years and they'll have Penix warmed up, and that seems to be a recipe for consistent success for NFL teams.
Yeah.
And then I saw the spot track thing, and I was like, the articles I read were wrong. They can't get out in 2026. Penix can't start until 2027 at the earliest. This is a disaster.
So let's see.
Yeah, Jerry here is just saying, if Cousins is still hurt, the Achilles isn't there. But I feel like, man.
So I was listening to an interview this morning on Sirius XM. They're not even expecting Michael Penix to be the number 2 this year.
Yeah, that's
so if Cousins isn't ready, they're expecting it to be Heineke.
I love Heineke. he's just got that grit. He's just like
They're fully like the full plan is for this to be a red shirt year for Penix.
Yeah,
so it's the Jordan,
which makes sense.
That's the Jordan Love plan then.
Yep.
They're trying to do the Jordan Love
same thing though.
It's a totally different situation.
It's the same plan. It's not the same.
Yeah.
Right. I mean,
selection, but
Jordan Love was drafted number 26 overall. It wasn't a top 10 pick.
21.
It'd be like if
Jordan Love was, Jordan Love was much younger.
At the same age that Michael Penix is getting drafted.
And the Packers were coming off back-to-back 13-win seasons, deep playoff runs. This is a different situation. The Falcons haven't been to the playoffs since they blew the Super Bowl 28-3 lead. They don't know how it feels to win. They don't know how it feels to be a playoff team. They're still putting together the pieces. Do we think that they're going to be good? Do we think they are in a position to win that division? Yeah, I think that's what we all think. But we don't know. We don't know how all those pieces are going to fit together yet. The Packers were in a situation where we knew how those pieces fit, and Aaron Rodgers was already starting to kind of be a malcontent. He wasn't showing up to off-season stuff. So, the succession plan had to start. It's a brand new quarterback. Like you just hitched your wagon to him to the tune of $100 million guaranteed over, they're two different situations.
Agreed. It'd be like last year. I mean, it'd be like if the Jets would have went, just paid Aaron Rodgers to come in. They're like, all right, we're going to draft our guy in this top round right away. Like if that would be more like the situation, like I feel like you're just dampering your quarterback room because you're putting 2 guys in a situation where they don't need to be. I don't know. Those are just my thoughts.
Well, I also want to throw it out there to give Falcons a little credit. There is not a success story in NFL history for returning from an Achilles injury for a quarterback. The closest one is Dan Marino, and he kind of like came back and had a year, and then he was done. And so we'll see if Rodgers and Cousins can both come back. But quarterback is super. Being able to step back and plant on that foot and then trusting your weight on it to be accurate is like 90% of a pass. And so I think that there is credence to the idea of putting insurance in place for that quarterback situation. But man, and they were in a pickle because they could not trade back and get a guy. If they had traded back 4 spots, they were out. They weren't getting a quarterback.
Yeah.
But still, I would be like, well, why don't you trade out completely? Give yourself extra ammo to move up with that guy next year, or something like that. You got the oldest quarterback in the draft besides Bo Nix, and they're going to both be hitting up the AARP together before half of these players that were drafted are hitting their prime.
It's definitely interesting.
Isn't Joe Milton the oldest quarterback in the class?
He is, but he doesn't count. We already covered this.
Yeah,
he's a tight end playing.
Austin Reed might be the oldest then, technically.
What up, Wendy?
Wendy.
You missed me taking my shirt off and rubbing my nipples over Jalen Wright going to the Dolphins.
Show her the wishbone. Show her the wishbone.
Oh yeah, the wishbone.
Right.
You can't see it because of Greg's thing.
She's a Dolphins fan.
Mostert, A-Chain, right, wishbone. If we don't see that a few times this season, I'm going to personally write hate mail to Mike McCarthy. Or Mike McDaniel, sorry.
When he said, "Don't talk shit about my boyfriend Joe Milton."
We love Bazooka Joe. He's just a tight end.
Yeah, Wendy. Joe is. I've posted this a million times, but he is like, if in terms of people to hang out with and get to know and be a good leader on your roster and study tape and help educate the locker room, Joe is like cream of the crop. He's incredible. It's just the problem is that his arm is an absolute loose cannon. You don't know what it's doing to play. He would be a stud tight end too. If he took 3 years to develop, played 3 or 4 years as a tight end in the NFL, he'd be. I think he could actually be pretty great. He's a beast.
Yeah, he can easily get up to 250 though. Again,
yeah.
Chicago did indeed trade back in.
Jerry said could be the next Taysom Hill.
That's Chuck Bass and I talked about that on our show. We talked about that. And we're like, Chuck made that comment. He was like, "Well, I like your take. NFL, we always got to have that guy. We got to have the Taysom. If Joe could be the next one, we're good." Yep.
That would
be how do you feel about Anthony Gold to the Colts? Coach, what do you think about Anthony Gold to the Colts?
Well, he's a good returner, and we got the new kick return rules, so he'll probably do that at the very least. Especially, what was it? Who's the guy they had? Isaiah Rodgers, that was the guy they had that got suspended for all the gambling, right? Really good kick return man. The Eagles went out of their way to sign him for a year to sit on his suspension just to keep him around so he could kick return the next year. Just saying.
Oh, Wendy, well, I'll be there too.
Me too.
Draft next year in Green Bay. What do you think?
Party at my house. Not really.
You could go hang out with Hoove. No, Hoove will be there.
I'm gonna go.
I don't know how the town of Green Bay could handle a crowd of this size.
They won't.
They won't. Well, it'll just be everybody piled out in the parking lot outside of Lambeau.
I was looking at the crowds last night and talking to a couple of coworkers because they want the draft to come to Atlanta at some point. Atlanta, you might as well drop a nuclear bomb on the city if you had that many people over a course of 2 days. Like, not a chance. We did it for the Olympics, and they rebuilt the city for the Olympics, and they had that sense.
What's up, Mel?
What's up, Mel? Jerry, no. A.D. Mitchell is a great real NFL pick. He's going to have an impact, but he is not going to be the number 2 for the Colts.
Josh Downs is very talented.
Josh Downs, that role is pretty well solidified. I don't even know that A.D. Mitchell is number 3. I think the third target earner would be Ogletree for the Colts.
I think it means a lot more for me in my evaluation of Anthony Richardson for Dynasty. Like he now has everything he needs to go through offense on a play-by-play basis.
And then you've got Jonathan Taylor, out for checkdowns. Like the Colts have a great weaponry. Like I said, A.D. Mitchell is a great NFL pick. But he's not going to be. And I think I had this in my write up. Like he's not going to have a huge fantasy impact, or he's a good guy to be out there. He's going to give you that extra read, but to expect him to be a number 2, I just don't.
I don't know what the trade was. The Bears traded it back in though, and just selected was it guard? No, hold on.
I haven't seen what the pick is yet.
Hey, real quick to
They just showed
edge
it.
rusher, Austin Booker.
Did you, Anthony, did you see Shane Barrett's email? I don't know if or not Shane, JJ Zachariason does it like bi-weekly email. And 2 weeks ago, it was a complete takedown on A.D. Mitchell. He had his red flag email. And it was like, anyways, let's talk about A.D. Mitchell. And every single red flag that he look out for is on his profile.
Yeah.
It was wild.
I think he could be fine. Chris Ballard, if you watch the Chris Ballard interview after the pick, it is strong. So you love to see that. You love to see that kind of defense for your pick. Like I said, I think it's a better NFL pick, team building pick rather than just his own pure production. So, but Austin Booker to the Bears is, they got the edge rusher that to put across from Montez Sweat. At this point, I think he was the best one left. So,
I mean, you're gonna have to develop him for a year or 2.
Yeah, I don't think you expect him to come in and, put up, 8 to 10 sacks. But I mean, early declare, production profile is solid, not fantastic, but I mean, he needs to bulk up a little bit too.
Solid if you count the 1 year. He literally didn't even play at Minnesota.
But he's got decent speed, but like I said, a little undersized. For where, for a little undersized, but cool, fun story about Austin Booker and how I know a little bit about him. He's actually from the town I live in, so his hometown is where I live. So got to see him in previous years. So, and as a high school, he was dominant. He was a game wrecker. Yeah. So,
I would have liked to see him go back to school for another year because he's only had that 1 year of playing time, really. Because the first 2 years in Minnesota, he barely played at all.
Right. But like I said, I don't know what the trade was, and on the NFL coverage, it's very similar to the thought processes. If you give up next year's for this, basically you're making next year's pick today. If he goes back to school next year, he probably is a 4th round pick. Maybe even earlier, maybe even earlier. So you get him a year early, get him into your scheme a year early, and let him get into that NFL program and bulk up a little bit, which I said, I think he needs that. He needs to add probably another
10
to 12 pounds to his, 10 to 12 pounds to his frame. And in an NFL training regime, I think he gets that. So I'm not upset with the pick. I think, like I said, at this point, as a developmental edge rusher, I think it's a good fit.
Jerry's got a comment here. No, Jerry, we don't want no Brendan Rice to the Broncos for a year before they get a true QB. No, we don't want no one trick pony. Like, yeah, maybe you could be a Carlos Sen replacement, but
yeah,
just take Johnny Wilson. It's better for you.
Johnny Wilson, the tight end?
No, he's not a tight end.
He better be. He says he's not. People say he's not. Play him as a tight end.
Brendan Rice needs to go to.
Brendan Rice is more of a tight end than Johnny Wilson is.
Brendan Rice needs to go to a team that has a great track record of developing wide receivers in the middle rounds. Say the Steelers.
All right, boys, I gotta go.
All right, man. Love you.
Hey, Ronnie. Take
Hey,
it
I'm
easy.
sending you a private message for you to
Yeah.
send me good luck for tomorrow. You can read it in the chat. I am stoked. So fingers crossed for me. That would be it.
Good. Hey, fingers crossed for you too.
Thank you. All right, I'm outie. Gonna go read more of this AI stuff. Also, for everyone that's watching, make sure you go tune into Craig's content, Anthony's content, and JC's content, which is on this channel all the time. And then you can go on to This Guy Sucks, aptly named, and watch my recent episode about AI with Chuck Bass. All right,
Heck yes.
these guys.
All right,
Later,
Ronnie.
bud.
Take it easy.
Yeah.
Greg says, "Revenge of the D nerds. 8 of 10 fifth-round picks are defenders." That's because there was a ton of tight ends, running backs, wide receivers taken at the last, in the end of the third round or fourth round.
Yeah, I mean, we've been going on big runs kind of between offense and defense most of the draft this year.
Yep. Yeah, teams don't want to get left out in the cold.
Denver
That's why I like to
select,
draft in the middle of my fantasy drafts. I don't want to miss out on those runs.
Yeah,
I see the one you
did
got
either of
now.
you guys get the Scott Fish Bowl this year?
I am in.
Not yet.
All right, we got to shout you out a little bit. But
Yeah,
what spot did you take?
I'm in pick 6 again this year.
I took 8.
Yeah, I'm in pick 6 this year. Like I said, I think pick 6, pick 7 are those rule-proof kind of spots, regardless of what the scoring rules are. You're going to be able to build and fill out a solid roster there.
What's most likely? Go ahead.
I said I always like the middle because I don't like to be left out in the cold. The only spot where I'm really in a chance where I would miss out on a full run of a position would be at that third round reversal, and even then I'm still kind of in the middle. So, so yeah, that's why I like the middle picks, because, if all of a sudden running backs start to go, I don't want to be stuck with the last running back of a tier. I don't want to be forced to take something that I don't want.
Yeah, I think, so I took 8 because I feel like, if there's a run on quarterbacks at the beginning, because it is super flex, that I could potentially land one of the better running backs if I don't like any of the, quarterbacks that are there, and then I can on the way back grab my quarterback, and then there's also a third round reversal. So if there's, just last year I think I had pick 11, and I just went RB hard. I mean, it
That's
sucked
what
that
I did too.
But having Nick Chubb definitely hurt my draft. So there was that, but I did end up getting Zach Moss at the end, which very well, that helped me.
Yeah, I had Joe Burrow, which killed me, but luckily I ended up with I had Jordan Love and Brock Purdy.
Yeah, there you go.
So that saved me a little bit. But this year, kind of the strategy that's been bandied about is using that, instead of, depending on how quarterbacks fall, using pick 6 to take that first position player, depending on what the scoring rules are, be it Christian McCaffrey or be it Justin Jefferson.
So we got a bunch. Greg also took 6. Wendy said she took 12. Jerry took 109.
Wendy also said she'd be pissed if third round reversal goes away.
I don't think it will.
I think
don't
it's
think so
unlikely.
either.
I don't think Superflex goes away, and I don't think that third round reversal goes away.
Yeah, I feel like at this point, if anything changes, it's just going to be things that get added.
All right, so we got Titans selection of Jarvis Brownlee Jr., cornerback, Louisville.
Yep, a guy that had a very, very good pre-draft process. Late Senior Bowl ad, played good there, had a good combine, a little banged up in college.
Did you get into the pick chat, Evan? So I haven't seen your name pop up yet.
Greg's at 6'2".
Yeah, I've seen Greg in there.
So is anybody else going to a live event? I know Greg is. I'm going. I know Wendy's going.
I'm going to try to make it to Cincinnati. Depends on how the work schedule falls.
I think there's a draft in Wisconsin this year too.
There is?
I thought they opened up the last. I thought the last one they
I
opened
thought
up
the last one was Madison.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Maybe I'll look. Let's see. Yeah, Jerry's excited. He's like another Louisville kid that got drafted. We'll see. We'll see another Louisville kid that get drafted. At least one more. Because Jamari Crash will get picked at some point. I don't think
So
Jawar Jordan gets drafted.
The Broncos just drafted Audric Estime.
Yep.
Why?
I don't
Those are my
get it.
favorite reactions from you.
I mean, I don't get it.
Maxson. Jerry says he's going to live in Cincinnati, so you can meet Jerry.
Yeah, so it's not confirmed for me to be there, but
SoCal says you should send him an invitation to that chat.
Yeah, I'll get with Fantasy Ladder. He's the one that's setting it all up. Shoot him a DM; he'll get you invited.
Wendy says she might go to the one in Madison. Maybe I'll. What date is that one on? Because maybe I'll just make a day trip or a weekend trip out of it. Unless it's on a Sunday, then I don't think I can.
Well, if y'all go, I'll go.
I mean, I would just go to support,
Yeah. July 7th, Wendy said.
Yeah, so if I was you, I would just put in. So go into there's a way to sign up for a live draft. I would just do that, Coach, because your chances go from a 1 in 10 to a 1 in 3.
I know.
So, oh dang, it's a Sunday. I don't know. I'd love to see.
You can still
Depends on
come.
the drive. What is it? How long is the drive? 2.5 hours? 3 hours?
Probably like 3.
Dang, Chicago's opening a new division also. That means Chicago one's gonna be huge.
Poppin'.
I mean, we were supposed to have 6. Like we're in Minneapolis, we're gonna have 6 divisions.
Yeah, Wendy said they got 5 so far, so they'll have 6 too.
Yes, Greg said if you watch any of the TSA podcasts this week, Wendy and Carla's show on Wednesday, they'll be giving away a golden ticket into the Scott Fish Bowl. So make sure you show up to their show. That is 8:30 Eastern time on Wednesday. So make sure you're on the lookout for that. Go watch that. And then Greg and Tip's show, the Thursday check down, that is at 7 p.m. Eastern time on Thursdays. So this Thursday, make sure you go check that out as well, because they also will be giving away a golden ticket into the Scott Fish Bowl. So if you are not in, make sure that you go to scottfishbowl.com, get signed up, get everything in there. Make sure you are signed up. I would suggest putting in for the live draft anyways, just because it's a better chance of you getting in there. Go donate to fantasycares.org. Yeah, just being a big part of it. I would just be active. Yeah, Scott Fish Bowl. Get some T-shirts. Buy. I mean, anything. All this stuff goes to a good, goes to basically kids getting toys. So it's very, very big foundation. They're doing a good thing. So I would just suggest, coming to watch these shows on this next week. There's a higher chance of you potentially winning a spot in. So show up.
So been an interesting round here. So we have back to back Notre Dame guys. Or no, excuse me. It was Notre Dame, Ohio State. Wrong Eichenberg. Tommy Eichenberg went to the Raiders, which is actually a pretty good spot for him because he could have a chance to work his way in the rotation pretty early on.
Yeah, so we glossed over it a little bit, but a pick that I like a lot too was Buffalo taking Van Pran, fill that Mitch Morse role.
Yeah, because God, were they just planning on moving Andrews over there? Otherwise,
I don't know what their plan was
I
because
think so, but
they traded
not
their
Andrews,
backup
Edwards,
center.
David Edwards.
Yeah, they traded their backup center to the Bears, and then Mitch Morse left in free agency too. So
it'd probably be competition between Van Pran and David Edwards. Then I'd assume.
Yeah, I think Van Pram has a good shot at earning that starting role.
Yeah.
So it's one of those spots where situation matches up pretty well.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, if you're out, we got 109 people in here. Appreciate everyone joining us on your Saturday. It's a long day for us. These guys are taking a day from their Saturday to hang out, do some great intel coverage on the NFL draft day 3 today. So thanks, Coach and Anthony. Appreciate y'all putting in the time and the work. And I would highly suggest if anybody's here, we do have a Discord and it's free. So go check us out at the Sports Affiliation on Discord. A lot of things going on over there. There will be a lot of growth this year, building a community on Discord. Also, please, if you have a chance, check us out on YouTube. Help us grow on YouTube. That really, really helps us out. We want to grow this community. This is a very positive and inclusive community. A lot of very intelligent sports minds here. But yeah, get involved with what we got going on. Also, check us out on Facebook. We have a TikTok that we're trying to get rolling. Like I said, the Discord, and what else do we have? I think we're trying to build a Spotify as well. I think we're going to get some more of. I mean, Coach has a lot of things that he does once it gets into the. If anybody watches college football, he gets a lot into college stuff. Once that gets going, baseball, basketball going. So there's a lot of things going. Anthony writes a lot of articles on our website. Go check out thesportsaffiliation.com. Anthony's been putting out some great articles about the draft. I would just highly, highly suggest checking out all this great information that we got coming out. And right now it's all free. So take advantage of that, please.
Did you tell people to subscribe to the YouTube channel too? I think you kind
definitely.
of that.
We need to get that grown because, like I said, we have once the year starts, there's a ton of information that comes out. We are going to be doing more mock draft stuff. After the draft here, we're going to get some best ball stuff going. We'll help people get in. We'll do an interactive thing to help people, join us in our drafts. It won't just be on Sleeper. We'll also do some stuff on most likely DraftKings and on Underdog, just to get people, used to some of these platforms for drafting. And it is also helpful, now if you're doing like a redraft, it's kind of helpful to get in there and do the best ball stuff, just because, at the end of the year, even, it just kind of gets you used to kind of drafting. And at the end of the year, you can actually still make some funds, make a little bit of money. Some of the ones we did last year, I actually finished in first place in 2 or 3 of them. And I was, came out ahead, $60-$70 just from us doing, basically practicing mock drafting. So It is fun. We are like I said, we're very inclusive. We just want to have fun. So come join what we got going on. Let's build this community.
Yes, sir. So we had another pick in between there too. Josh Newton, cornerback out of TCU, went to the Bengals. Josh Newton comes out last year. He's probably a 3rd-round pick. Goes back to school, tries to improve his draft stock. Did not end up being the case. So we'll see how that works out long term. And then the pick right after that, Spencer Rattler to the New Orleans.
Oh, the Saints. That's not a bad fit. I actually kind of like this.
No, behind Derek Carr, they don't really have too much there right now. It's Nathan Peterman, Jake Hayner. And Jake Hayner is a fun guy to root for, but Spencer Rattler has a lot more arm talent than him.
Did they get rid of Ian Book?
He was on the Eagles. He was on the Eagles 2 years ago.
So funny, dude.
And even the Eagles got rid of him too.
Yeah.
I'm surprised.
There goes Spencer Rattler.
Yeah. I think this is a pretty good landing spot.
I think so too.
Yeah. Kind of an unexpected one, but I think it's a solid one.
Who's their new OC now? I can't remember. I think they switched, right? They switched offensive coordinators. Or am I going crazy over here?
Kubiak, Clint Kubiak.
Oh, Clint Kubiak,
Cougs.
yeah. That should be a lot better for them than freaking Pete Carmichael.
Yep.
JC down here should like Clint Kubiak.
I like
He's with the
Spencer
Vikings
Rattler.
for a while.
Yeah, he was all he did all right here. Coobs.
Yeah.
The Coobs.
Yeah, Spencer Rattler is an interesting study, you know. But I think I wouldn't bet against him. That's what I'll say. I mean, I think by the time they're able to get out of that Derek Carr contract, I think he could be ready to go and actually have a productive career.
Yeah, you have about 2 years to kind of marinate and see what happens from there.
You know,
Jerry says he always has the most trouble with MFL and or fan tracks, but you like
NFL
both.
is so clunky.
Yeah.
It's just I think MFL is just hard for if you don't
It's so
understand how the
clunky.
drafting because there's literally no ADP. I mean, and like literally you pull it up and there's just guys there, so there's that obviously. I mean, ADP shouldn't matter, but there is that for anybody who does like to have like an area of looking at players. It could be anybody, like literally anybody that's on a team is on there, like that. Making trades I always thought was kind of clunky. Like
it's a great it's a great for customization. Although some of the newer sleepers getting there, in terms of being competitive. But MFL has always had some of the best customization options for weird leagues and different goofy things you want to do. But it's kind of a clunky interface.
Yeah, they haven't really updated it in 20 years.
They haven't. It's the same interface as it's always been. So,
I mean,
Jalen Carley's Missouri or Colts take Jalen Carley's safety out of Missouri.
This is not a guy that I thought was going to get drafted.
Yeah, they needed secondary help. Any Colts fan will tell you that their secondary was not up to snuff.
Oh, he might be a linebacker convert though. Like
that's one spot where the Colts didn't need help though.
Because he's a safety. He's 6'3", 227, and let me see. Let me find the metric. Let me find the testing metrics on this guy. Because he looks like a guy that should convert to safety.
Yeah,
but he's not a guy that I really thought was going to get drafted. So
4.5 40, 32.5 vert, 10.5 broad, 20 reps. He didn't do 3-coner. So he's another one of those Chris Ballard picks, athletic monsters, super athletic profile.
He's kind of like special teamer. Let's see.
Probably a special teamer early.
How much coffee do you think Mel Kiper's had today?
He did the agilities at the pro day. It was 4.6 short shuttle, 703 3-cone, 22 bench reps at the pro day, and got up to 34.5-inch vertical.
Oof. What do you guys think about Muhammad Kamara?
I mean, if he puts on the extra 10 pounds and plays linebacker, he could be interesting.
Yeah, let's see. We'll see. Like I said, I think he competes. I honestly think he competes at strong safety for them, for the Colts.
Yeah, he's just one of those guys. He's either got to drop some weight to play safety or add 10 pounds to play linebacker.
Yeah, but because like I said, linebacker was a position of strength for them.
They always like adding linebackers though there. So
yeah.
What do y'all think about Kamara?
But no. Are you ahead of me or something?
No, he hasn't gone yet. I was just
like
asking.
Mo Kamara?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's an undersized pass rusher, defensive pass rusher only. But he'll be good in that role.
Oh, one of my other questions was, how much coffee do you think that Mel Kiper has had today?
I think I've read somewhere that, or heard somewhere that he doesn't drink coffee.
There's no way. That dude his like energy and the way he literally like screams at you when he's talking. He's just so excited about football. He's more excited about football than
Drugs,
John
man.
Madden.
So funny thing, like say, and I don't know if this is accurate or not, but I was read somewhere recently that coffee doesn't actually give you energy.
Oh,
The
the
caffeine
jibber.
from coffee, it just tricks your brain into thinking that you have more energy. It dampens the receptors that say that you're tired, so your brain thinks that you're not. It doesn't actually do anything for you.
So
Except,
I'm drinking this right now,
make
which
you have to
is
poop.
got a lot of cold press, dude. I'm gonna tell you right now, these like literally make my body feel like it's really warm. Like coffee and I have ADHD, so coffee and ADHD don't really mix well. Makes me, and like I said, it does make me feel like super energized, like almost like nonstop. Go, 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 go. And then I crash real hard.
That makes sense.
Yeah, coffee. I don't drink a lot of coffee or energy drinks.
I cannot do energy drinks at all.
Dude, such a hard crash. So much sugar.
Jeremiah Trotter Jr. is trending on Twitter right now. Everybody's like, why isn't he getting picked? Well, he's not that great.
But doesn't it make sense that the Eagles should take him, you know?
Yeah. I don't know. I can't find this Eagles pick yet. It says it's in. It says it's in, but it also says it's been in for a while. So it's like,
yeah.
About the Eagles.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've got a pick from Ghana. It looks like.
Oh,
so
yeah, it's crazy.
Big commercial break.
Had to get everything. Set up for.
I see who their pick is now. It's a kick returner.
Anais Smith, wide receiver, Texas A&M.
It's a kick returner.
Yeah,
that's what it is.
Yeah.
So much for keeping Isaiah Rodgers for a whole year for betting on stuff.
Yeah, so I think he's a pure special teamer.
Yeah, I mean, he started at Texas A&M. He played a little bit running back. He's been wide receiver only pretty much the last 2 years. I know there's some people that like him, but it's not that big. He's all right.
Yeah, I think.
But because the Eagles will probably end up being good somehow.
Yep.
Yeah,
probably.
They've had a really good draft.
Be all right with the new kickoff return rules too. Who made the pick in Ghana then?
The Eagles. Yeah. School, a group of school kids.
Is that Imhotep or?
Interesting.
Pick is in for the Jaguars. Just waiting on their pick here. Jerry said Rockstar Recover is the only energy drink that he drinks. And Mel does not like Rockstar. Oh. Man, yeah, Jaguars. I mean, the Eagles, man, they've had I think the draft is just kind of all the time. It just falls to them. Just.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Mika, dude, they had him on when they made their first, pick with Quignon. You see him just shaking his head. He's just like, they asked me, he's like, what do you guys feel about this? He's like, I'm absolutely disgusted. He's like, every year, Sirianni He's like, the Eagles. They just get the things just fall to them. He's like,
Yep.
they get so lucky.
And guess what? Blame all the other teams in the draft. It's not their fault.
Yep.
Yeah, the Eagles winning the division this year is what Jerry said.
They still have some holes, you know, and they still have some young guys. The kids from Georgia have to prove that they can do it, you know, without the veterans there to lead them. So we'll see if they can actually hold up.
They very much have question marks on defense still, especially a linebacker still. Like, I know Ryan's like, I love Nakobe Dean. Like, I am very much a Nakobe Dean. I don't know what you want to call it. Like, I'm not sold yet. Like, I wasn't sold coming out because he's tiny. And then it's like, what was it? Devin White they brought in to play the other linebacker spot. And Devin White's one of those guys. Like, yeah, he'll look really good on IDP, but like when you actually watch him, like down to down football, not that great.
Yeah, he played himself out of favor in Tampa.
Yeah, and he's one of those guys that thinks he's a lot better than he really is too.
Yeah. He buys into his own hype.
Yeah, and then you also have like safety there. Like Blankenship's played pretty well, but like who's the other guy going to be this year? Is it going to be Sidney Brown? Is it going to be Cooper DeJean? Is it going to be somebody else?
No. Listen, and this is going to be popular with some and unpopular with others, but I'm not sold on Nick Sirianni as a head coach.
Nobody really is. I don't think he doesn't win at the end of the they can't win when they get into the.
He tripped into a fantastic situation, and I don't know. I don't know how much of an impact he actually had on the team.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think initially he got too much credit, and now I think he's getting too much blame. Because at the end of the day, a lot of it still falls on the players too. But it's just
for sure.
Yeah,
he's somewhere in the middle. He's not as good as people thought he was the year when everything worked out. And he's not as bad as people think he is after last year. So
right,
it's like he's an average.
That is a very big concern, Jerry. Losing Kelsey in the center of that offense is.
Didn't you think Coach was talking a little bit about somebody moving over?
Yeah, so Cam Jurgens is going to move back over to center, but like he's still not Jason Kelsey. Like you still don't have that guy that's in the middle calling everything out and seeing every. Like I think their offensive line is going to be fine as long as Lane Johnson stays healthy because he's old and he's probably on his last year anyways, if we're being honest. So Cam Jurgens is going to move back over to center. The other guard spot is kind of open right now, but they did draft Tyler Steen last year, who played left tackle at, I think, Vanderbilt first, and then it was Alabama after that. He's more, people projected him more as a guard. I think he'd be fine there. They also brought over Matt Hennessy on a cheap deal from Atlanta, who's played decently well in the past. And that was like one of the most underrated signings in free agency. So they have options there as the Eagles. They always have depth, so they'll be fine. But you still just don't have Jason Kelsey on that line. It's
right.
Anybody coming in is going to be a downgrade anyways.
Yeah, for sure.
Because you're talking about a Hall of Fame center who can see everything on the field and call everything out.
Here's the real question, and I have my own answer for this, but how much does this affect the tush push with Jalen Hurts?
Well, you see, the combination of Hurts and Kelsey together is what made the tush push. Like Kelsey's so good at doing his part, and then like other teams will be like, "Oh, why don't other teams do it?" Well, other teams don't have Jalen Hurts that can squat 500 pounds.
Yeah, yeah,
100%.
So the Eagles did indeed bring Jeremiah Trotter Jr. into the fold.
Cool. Yep. That's. So I think, if you put him and Nakobe Dean together and make them one player, have Trotter play early and then have Nakobe Dean play on passing downs, that might just be your answer.
Yeah.
But then if that's the case, then you have to make Devin White your green dot. So wait. That was the Rams that took Brennan Jackson?
Yep.
I like Brennan Jackson. So I like the Rams draft, man.
Yeah, I
They
think so
pick
too.
good players.
I wish they would have grabbed Spencer Rattler, though. I think that would have been better.
They don't need him, though.
To me, it's more sitting behind someone like Matt Stafford.
I know, but
learning
like
new things.
Stafford's gonna be there this year, next year. They got Jimmy G as the backup this year. They typically like keeping the third quarterback, and they're gonna have to keep a third quarterback with Jimmy G suspended. But I don't know that Spencer Rattler's Sean McVay's cup of tea either.
Yeah, I agree, Jerry.
I think so too.
It'll be a little bit in between. I think this is what I think might help the tush push a little bit, right? They can come up with a crazy trick play where it looks like the tush push, but it's like a little, like a little
pitch out.
Yeah, dude, I think it'll be crazy because you might have everybody come down and you get like where Barkley can kind of almost jump over the line because everybody's already come in,
Yeah.
I like that. Greg says Rams got the best RB in the draft.
Oh, just
Greg's a homer.
I was like, what running back did they even draft? Because I thought we were talking like a recent pick, I'm like, oh, they drafted like Corum a while ago. I really like this Rams draft so far, though. Like, I like all the players they drafted on defense. Blake Corum's obviously going to be a big part of the committee at running back. The one major concern with the Rams right now is they haven't drafted a single offensive lineman, and they definitely need more depth there.
Yeah.
And they drafted Cam Kitchens at safety too, I think too. But the Rams always have a lot of picks, so hopefully they kind of hammer home offensive line and corner towards the end of the draft, and then it could be a really good draft.
Jerry says Barkley will score 12 plus TDs this year.
Probably not.
Hurts will vulture some of those.
Yeah, I mean, even if it's not the tush push.
Didn't he have how many rushing touchdowns? Didn't Hurts have 18? It was unbelievable, crazy. 10? That was a lot. 12. I mean, look.
12?
I think he had 12 and then 18 passing. Look here. Let's see. Last year, he had 15 rushing touchdowns.
Yeah, 23 passing.
Yeah, 23 passing. So 15 touchdowns, man. Whew, rushing. A lot comes from the tush push, so I want to know how many of those came from the, 1 or 2 yard line. Brown's pick is in.
This one took a little while because we've had there's some that have been taking quite a while, and then other ones it's just hey, look, there's 4 guys in a row that went real quick.
Yeah.
Jaguars did take DeAndre Prince out of Ole Miss, a corner, a while back too. There, we didn't really say much about that, but he was a borderline draftable guy too.
Yeah. And this is the point of the draft where you'll see a couple picks where it's guys that are worth talking about and some guys that probably won't make the roster.
Yeah. I think when you went away, Anthony, we had the Rams up there that took Brennan Jackson out of Washington State, the edge. I like him in general. He's pretty productive there. I like what the Rams are doing, minus the fact that they haven't drafted offensive line or corner. I like all the players they drafted.
Yep, I'm in that same boat. I think the Rams have done well with the players. They're staying kind of true to the board,
Jamari Thrash.
That's who the Browns took.
Yep.
I like Thrash.
I don't hate him.
I always mix this up. He played
Louisville.
Before Louisville. Georgia Southern or Georgia State. I can't remember which one. I always mix those two schools up. He was really good there. Then he goes to Louisville and was really productive there too. Decent Georgia athlete. Yeah. 6 foot. Probably a vertical slot, more or less.
Mm-hmm.
He got some juice in him.
Yeah, he runs like a 4.41.
It's faster than that on the field.
He looks he's usually pretty good at making kind of that first guy miss.
Mhm.
So they might see him as a return guy, even though he hasn't really done that. So
Yeah, I wish you didn't give Jerry Jeudy a contract extension if you're just going to pick Jamari Thrash, because I think the difference between the two is not going to be that different.
probably, I love Jerry. I loved Jerry Jeudy coming out, but it just hasn't worked.
I was a hater from the get-go, so
Jerry's loving the Louisville kids. So what do you say? Do
Yeah.
y'all like Jalen Ford, linebacker from Texas?
Jerry said small wide receiver, very fast, 6 foot 188. 6 foot 188 is not a small wide receiver in the modern NFL, Jerry. That is like the average size of a wide receiver.
Pretty average guy. 4.4 speed, pretty solid there.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got a good.
For Jalen Ford, I think he could be like all right as a developmental guy, but that's about it.
Man, Deshaun Watson, 5-year, $230 million guaranteed. Played only in 12 out of 34 games.
That's what you aim for, right?
Yeah.
Granted, like 11 of those games were due to suspension.
Yeah.
Yep.
So we'll call it he played in 12 out of 23, which is barely above half.
It's also no guarantee that he's ready at the start of the year.
They're picking from Germany here. Looks like
that's why they got like 4 backup quarterbacks behind him, right?
Right.
They got Jameis, they got Tyler Huntley, they got Dorian Thompson-Robinson, probably somebody else too.
Dude, they're in Germany right now making a pick. This girl's got all these beers in her hands.
Panthers pick?
Yeah, they're in Munich right now at a beer garden.
Seems to be a kind of a janky stream though from Munich.
Oh, look at this guy. He's got pretzel, dude.
I want a pretzel.
Lederhosen's on. It's dope, man. I like this. All right, so Panthers pick is in, and they select the pretzel.
They pick pretzel.
Lots of cheese on the side. Beer cheese soup on the side.
We've only had one offensive lineman this round.
Charles Smith Wade, Washington State cornerback. They must have been drinking too much beer, huh?
I'm not a fan of this pick. He was very he lost like almost every rep at the Senior Bowl.
Yeah. Yeah, I had him a little bit higher on my board, and he like kind of completely went down to a barely draftable guy for me.
Yeah. Are they looking at Thrash as a kick return with the new rules?
I think he could be.
What? I don't know how much experience he actually has doing that. So
I don't
let
think
me
he's
look
ever
this
done
up
it.
quick.
I don't think he has a ton, but I still think he could do it.
Yeah. For the people at home, though, Jamari Thrash is not related to James Thrash, the old Eagles wide receiver. They're not related whatsoever. Just in case anyone was wondering.
I'm sure they're somewhere down the line.
Well, it's probably like a name. 6 cousin twice removed or something like that. But it's not like his kid or his nephew or anything like that. You know what I mean? So let's see. Thrash. Keep going down. Scroll down. Yeah, he's never returned at all.
Yeah, so I didn't think he ever had, but I do think that it is a skill set he could do.
Yeah. So could the Rams use Corum in that role? Are we talking about having Corum kick return? Yeah, I don't think that's a great idea.
Yeah. Not a great idea.
I wouldn't do it.
Here goes Muhammad Kamara.
Why put extra wear and tear on Blake Corum anyways? Who's already got a lot of mileage on him?
to
Yep.
the Dolphins.
To the Dolphins? That's a good fit with the Dolphins because he could
I
be that
agree.
3-4 outside rusher.
Haven't they already taken another edge rusher?
Yeah, they took Chop Robinson early, but they lost Van
Yeah.
Ginkel, who played really well for them last year,
Lee
and then
Timmons
Chubb
coming to
and
Still have
Jalen
Jalen Phillips. Still have
They're
Bradley
both coming
Chubb.
off season-ending injuries,
Right.
so you might as well keep adding to that position while you can.
Yeah, you can't have too many.
And Chubb's not a spring chicken anymore either, and he's had a lot of injuries.
Chiefs on the board.
Chiefs at this point probably can just take whatever they want, honestly. I would be surprised if they took a defensive lineman here. Maybe corner.
Let's see who they pick here. Come on. It says they had a selection already. What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be, G?
Greg said with Quorum's vision, I think he would excel there. I think he could do it, but I don't think you're going to ask him to do it and put that additional wear and tear on his body.
Yeah.
Like the
All right.
Rams will have somebody else to do it.
Hunter Norzad, center, Penn State.
For who's this one?
The Chiefs.
I like Norstead.
I don't love the fit.
Yeah, like Creed.
I mean, you've got Creed Humphrey.
There's no way you're moving on from Humphrey either. Like, I don't know that Norzad could play guard, but like at the end of the day, if you have a high quality backup center that you draft in the 5th round, that's not a bad thing either.
Yeah, it's not a bad pick. Like I said, I just don't love the fit.
It's just insurance, but like for a guy in Creed Humphrey who's essentially never been hurt in college or the pros. You don't want to ever say never, but I wonder. What
do you wonder? So,
because I just wonder if he's ever played anything besides center. You know.
I know he didn't at Penn State.
Try to look this up. What?
Man, it turned out to be a nice day from all that rain it was got this morning.
In corner. Cornelli was the right tackle.
Scruggs before him at center.
Josh McDaniels, dude, he's just such a cool cat.
He played right tackle at Cornell, and then last year he did play at left guard.
He played left guard last year?
So maybe they did draft him for the positional flexibility.
Yeah, I think maybe they see him as a guard then. Maybe that's your Nick Allegretti replacement then.
Could be.
Yeah, backup guard, plays a couple snaps as an extra inline blocker.
Bills took a linebacker.
Mari.
Bills just took a linebacker. Probably.
Ulofoshio.
That was a fun one to type out.
Is that
Ulofoshio.
Oh, the Washington kid?
Washington linebacker, yeah.
Yeah, so if I was drafting like this late in the draft, he's a guy that I would take a chance on just because he's like super athletic. It's just like, at the worst, it's like you get a special teamer. At the best, you maybe develop him into something.
I think they might actually see him as a core special teamer here.
And the Bills have been known to always use linebackers as special teamers. Like they'll carry like 3 or 4 guys as reserve linebackers to use just as special teamers. They'll carry an extra linebacker over most teams just in that regard.
Hunter Norzad. Xavier Worthy, Kingsley Sumatataya, Jared Willie, Jaden Hicks, Hunter Norzad, Suamataya. How do you say it?
I can't remember right now. It's not however you said it.
Yo, I missed going on Cole's show That show was dope where they made you like try to say the names of players or coaches.
There's some good names in this class they could have used.
Oh man, and then they just like bash you for how bad you say it. It's so good. It's such a classic little bit they got. I love it.
Yeah. Let's see. So Cardinals are up again. So the Cardinals will take some high upside guy or some super athlete again.
Commanders took Dominique Hampton.
That's who they took.
At this point, the Cardinals can do kind of whatever they want.
Yeah, safety out of Washington. Probably just a backup, honestly, though.
Cardinals are on the clock.
Oh wait. No, that was the Commanders took Hampton.
Yep.
Ahead of myself.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, Cardinals are on.
I was like, the Cardinals took him. I'm like, that kind of surprised me, but no, that was good.
But the Commanders take them. That's not a shock.
Yeah, I mean, like, backup safety.
I mean, they did need some depth at the position.
Yeah, they lost Cam Curl. They lost somebody else too. I can't remember who.
Where's Malik Washington going?
He will be drafted by an NFL team.
All right, let's see. Lions have only used one pick in theirs entering this draft.
What's that even supposed to mean? Like one of the picks that they actually owned initially as Lions?
The Bears, I'm going to tell you right now, the Bears, when they traded back in for one of their original spots that they traded away.
That's always fun.
We
got our own pick back, guys. I wonder what they give up for that pick, too.
I can see if I can find.
So, real quick to just get off of football real quick, because I know you guys, I know you watch basketball. Who's going to win, Nuggets or Timberwolves?
Who watches basketball?
You do.
I do.
Or I guess maybe you don't watch it, but you follow it.
I follow it. I don't really watch it.
Who's going to win? I might have to get on here with Iggy, and we'll have to do a watch parties for those because it'll be fun. Man, he is a special kid.
I will say that until otherwise, I'm not betting against the Nuggets.
I just feel like how deep the Timberwolves, benches, like their players coming out, like Nas Reed actually showing up and being an absolute stud.
Yeah. But until the Nuggets give me a reason to, I'm not going to bet against them.
Yeah.
So the compensation for that Bears pick, they gave up next year's fourth.
That's
for it. Yep.
Yeah, that's kind of like what you were saying. You're taking a guy for next year's fourth. That's fine.
Craig said Brad Holmes is a wheeler and dealer.
He's something. He's done pretty well though, so can't really fault him.
If I'm gonna say if y'all we got 131 viewers here, I'd just like to say, I know a lot of y'all are probably on Twitter listening, but if you get a chance, just hop over to YouTube, give us a subscribe, give us a like. It would be very helpful. You can, Greg's in here talking about Brad Holmes, him and who you saw earlier, Ronnie Evans was on here. Him and Ronnie and a couple guys that are just basically Lions, broadcasters on, YouTube. Big time Lions guys. But they did a nice, breakdown of all the Brad Holmes draft picks and, basically, saying, how majority of them, if not all of them, are still on that team somehow. But it's a great breakdown if you want to go listen to a Hall of Famer, Greg Kellogg talk about, Brad Holmes. I would highly suggest just jumping over to our YouTube real quick. Give us that like, give us that subscribe. A lot of good information coming out on our YouTube. Coach, like I said, if anybody watches college football, Coach does a lot of breakdowns about college players throughout the year. And his stuff is on there. And like I said, I highly just suggest getting out there. Great, this is a great community. Appreciate y'all joining us on your Saturday.
So the Cardinals ended up taking Christian Jones, tackle out of Texas. Had a decent Senior Bowl. Testing wasn't as good as some people probably would have liked. He's very, very experienced. 48 games started in college. Played a little bit at both tackle spots. He is your prototypical swing tackle. If you're getting that in the 5th round, you're probably doing pretty good. So
that's what I say.
Didn't go earlier.
I think at this point of the draft, I think that's almost a steal.
Like, I'm surprised he didn't go earlier.
So
Bills are on the clock next.
So let's see. We see Mason McCormick go, but we haven't seen his teammate Garrett Greenfield go yet. South Dakota State. He played tackle there. ESPN was projecting him inside the guard. I think he could still stick a tackle, but you could probably play all 4 spots if you need in a pinch. Let's see who else. Tackle's getting kind of thin now, though.
Yeah.
Because Foster went, Jones went now. So it's really Garrett Greenfield, maybe somebody else. Who else do I have on my list? I got to look now.
Yeah, I'm going back through my list right now.
KT Leviston, the Kansas State kid, he can play tackle and guard. He could probably play 4 spots. So he's another guy that's still out there that will be a very versatile backup offensive lineman at the very least. And then Frank Crum was the other one that I like too, that Wyoming tackle. He's pretty big, but pretty athletic too. So I think he'd be a solid developmental guy.
Oh, Green Bay made a trade here.
What'd you say?
Green Bay just
traded him.
Who do they want?
They're going to take another wide receiver.
No, they're probably going to take like Leonard Taylor.
They can't have enough wide receivers. Dude, I think that's what made Jordan Love so good last year, is because he had so many options, and it was crazy because if somebody was out, the other person just showed up and it was just like an easy fill in. That's what I'm saying. Is I feel like Green Bay just has there's nobody that's really an A, right? They're all B. I feel like they're all B receivers. Like they're all like that guy that just is going to be there. Kind of one guy's out, the other guy's going to show up. If somebody's getting double covered, the other guy's going to show up. Like it's just like Jordan had so many targets to throw to.
I'd argue they're all C receivers besides Jordan Reed and Christian Watson, but those are the Bs.
Oh yeah, you don't like Dobbs?
Yeah, Dobbs sucks.
I think he's pretty good.
He's like a good number 4 wide receiver on a regular team.
Yeah, he did pretty well when Christian Watson wasn't, there. He definitely showed up
in some good games here and there when Watson doesn't play.
As a rookie, come on now. I mean, what do you expect?
He's just overrated.
I like Wicks too. I think he's awesome. I like Reed.
Wicks is better than Dobbs.
Yeah, I think they're different though. I think Wicks is like that.
They're pretty similar, but Wicks has more wiggle to him.
Yeah,
Dobbs is so stiff.
You're stiff.
What?
I'm stiff. Packers select. Who are they selecting?
Keep it family friendly, man. Who they take?
I don't know. It says Packers selection, and then just like not saying.
Probably gonna be Leonard Taylor III out of Miami.
All right,
Jacob Monk. Or one of the corners.
Jacob Monk.
What?
Jacob Monk, center, Duke. They traded up for that. What do you think?
You traded up for that? Why? But why? You trade up for that? Like, he's probably like the 6th best center available.
He said, why?
But why? You could have stayed at whatever pick you had and still drafted that guy. I guarantee it.
Colts are on the board. I think it would have been fun if they would have took another receiver.
My buddy Nate was saying they should take Brennan Rice.
Let's see here.
Yeah, I thought they were trading up for an offensive lineman. That's not
Really?
the offensive lineman I thought they were trading up for.
I'm like, that was like the sixth best center left. Maybe.
Um, yeah,
Uh, I thought they were trading up for Leonard Taylor. Like,
I mean, yeah, I don't know
I
that.
wonder. What,
I had
does he do off
a,
the field things too? Leonard Taylor? I can't remember.
I don't remember.
If he does, he might. If he goes undrafted, he's got off the field things too. Because otherwise, he'd
Well,
probably be
I'm
gone.
looking at Monk, and I didn't have a draftable grade on him, so
Yeah. Like I said, he's probably the sixth or seventh best center left. I'm just like, why?
yeah.
I'm messaging my best friend. I'm like, the sixth best center left. I'm like, typical Packers. He's like, yep.
I mean, they've had a solid draft to this point, but I don't understand this one.
Yeah. I don't know. Like, it's been a decent draft for them. Like I've said, I'm not a big fan of Edrin Cooper. Jordan Morgan's fine. I understand why they drafted him. He's essentially a Zach Tom clone, and apparently they want to move Zach Tom to center after Josh Myers is gone next year. So it makes sense to replace Tom in a way, but
Yeah.
What'd you? I don't know if you talked a little bit about it because I just walked away. But Cardinals, Christian Jones.
I like
Yeah.
Christian Jones. I think that's a good pick.
Yeah, we talked about him. He's a prototypical swing tackle. Got a lot of experience playing at Texas for like 4 years, starter. So
yeah,
in the
Because
fifth round,
he comes.
Go ahead.
At this point, I think he's. Like I said, I think at this point, I think he's a steal.
Yeah, I think so
So-
too.
who? No, they got Jonah Williams now. I was like, who they got at the other tackle spot besides Pierce Johnson? But they signed Jonah Williams, so he'll be the swing tackle.
Yeah, I think it's a
good
good pick, for Kyler. Keep him safe. I mean, he's the guy we got to worry about. I mean, if he can stay healthy with the weapons they've given him, I think he could be a guy that gets up in that 6'5" quarterback range at the end of the year finish. But he's got to stay healthy.
You mean
He's
you
gotta
don't
have
want to see
that-
Clayton Tune again?
What was that?
You don't want to see Clayton Tune play football again?
No.
No.
And I've got enough rookie Clayton Tune cards to build a fire with. I don't want to see him play.
Colts take another safety this time. Jalen Simpson from Auburn.
So the first safety they took was the strong safety that maybe converts to linebacker. This is more of your prototypical deep safety. So makes sense to grab them to them. And God, who they even got left at safety now? Blackman's been hurt all the time. Nick Cross really hasn't panned out as the super athlete. And then who's the other guy? Rodney Thomas.
Yeah.
The second.
Then they had
Rodney
McLeod.
Say again?
The Clan McLeod.
McLeod's still there?
Yeah, I think he was there last year.
Yeah, I didn't remember if he came back this year or not, though. He's getting up there in age, though, too.
Yeah.
He's a guy that you'd probably rather not have starting anyways, though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that was my thought for the Colts' biggest need coming in was just secondary help kind of across the board.
They haven't drafted a corner yet, have they?
No.
No.
No, they have not.
Safety is the bigger need, but corner is a need, but they also drafted a lot of corners last year.
Mm-hmm.
If Brent stays healthy, which I don't think you can predict at this point after how hurt he was last year most of the year.
What do you think Ravens need here most?
They'll just take the best player.
Best player available.
Yeah, they should take an offensive lineman. Christian Mahogany would probably make a lot of sense for them here.
But even though Newsome isn't there anymore, I mean, they still stick to that Newsome mold, and it's almost always best player.
Yeah, it's literally I can't even remember what the guy's name is, but he was literally molded right underneath him to think the same way, pretty much. Eric DaCosta, there we go.
Yeah.
Names escape me for a second.
I have that problem too when I'm this tired.
Yep. But I think Christian Mahogany will make a lot of sense for them. I'm surprised he's still around. But he's kind of one of those weird ones that got the Shrine Bowl invite, not the Senior Bowl.
To be fair, though, my highest rated player left is Malik Washington. So
that could be somebody they like too. Although,
Rasheen Ali. So Ravens take Rasheen Ali, running back Marshall.
Rasheen Ali.
So,
if you can get back to freshman year Rasheen Ali at Marshall, you got a good player. Sophomore year was really weird because, like, at first they made it sound like he stepped away from the team. Then it turned out he had a knee injury. Then he came back like really late in the year. Looked all right. Last year, played all right. Didn't look like the same player though. Went to Senior Bowl, got hurt there too. So it's just like, if he can ever stay healthy and look like he did as a freshman, you got a pretty good player. But I don't know if you ever get that again. I feel like I'd rather just draft Tyrone Tracy at this point.
Yeah, I think he's almost a red shirt this year too. So he ruptured his bicep at the Senior Bowl.
That's what it was. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
so that's not a quick rehab.
Let's see. So Senior Bowl is February. He'll probably be good to go by the start of the year, I would assume.
But love Mauricio.
Yeah, he's going to be on Thursday.
That's awesome.
Oh, by the way, just real quick, we got more people in here, 146 people in here. Appreciate everyone joining us on your Saturday to listen to some of our draft coverage. I just want to say, if anybody is in here that's hasn't heard of or has heard of the Scott Fish Bowl, and you haven't got in yet, it's a great charity bowl. It's basically invite only, but you have to be signed up let's go sign up on scottfishbowl.com. Just make sure you get all signed up in there. I'd highly, if there's an area that you look for live drafts, it's basically, I should actually tell you what it is. So Scott Fish Bowl, if you haven't heard about it, it's a fantasy football, huge charity league. There'll be over 4,000 people in it this year. I think that he said he's already had over 40,000 people sign up for it. So I would highly suggest getting your name in there if you want to play. There's always some crazy rules that happen. Like last year, it was tight end premium. Kickers always score massive points. It's always super flex 12 team, but it's a great time. You get to meet some amazing people in the industry. Anybody that's out there on Twitter, you kind of get to play alongside these people. And it's a great time. Good community. Go check out fantasycares.org because that's where they're taking all the donations in, and a lot of things. It's Toys for Tots, so they're doing a lot of good things for kids out there. It's like I said, it's a great community. But on Thursday and on Wednesday, so we have 2 shows during the week. We have the Game Changers on Wednesdays. That's Carla and Wendy. They've been interviewing some big people in the industry. They had Stefania Bell on, and it was an insanely great show. But they've been interviewing some other great people in the industry. They will be giving away a golden ticket, which is a free spot into Scott Fish Bowl 14. And that their show is on Wednesday at 7:30 Eastern time. And then Greg Kellogg and Tip Major, they also have a show on Thursday called Thursday Checkdown. I would highly suggest that too. That's at 7 p.m. Eastern time. So I'm sorry, I gave you the wrong time for Wendy's show. That's at 8:30 Eastern time. But Greg Kellogg's show is at 7 Eastern time. They will also be giving away a golden ticket to the Scott Fish. So if you haven't already, get over to our YouTube. Please subscribe, like the video. Trying to build this community up. We also have a Discord, so get on there as well. But yeah, back to football. Giants are still selecting. They took Tyrone Tracy Jr.
This is a good pick. I mean, I don't think you can count on Devin Singletary being the the actual answer. So you have to replace that Barkley production somehow. I think a combination of Tracy, Singletary, and who's the third guy?
Eric Gray,
Yeah.
Gary Brightwell.
I mean, yeah. But
Those
Tyrone
guys.
Tracy's a nice productive back. I think he could do well and if given an opportunity.
He's another guy that could benefit from the new kick return rules if they use him in that capacity. Granted, Eric Gray and Gary Brightwell both have done some kick returns as well in the past.
All right, Jags are at pick 167. Boys, we're almost through round 5.
Round 5's been dragging, man.
So round 5 is the longest round, I think. It has the most picks of any round.
Yeah, a lot of compensatory picks.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's what, 9?
Let's see.
9
1,
compensatory
2,
picks.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, 9. Yep. I don't know. Was it the last night? Last night at the end of the night, there were 7, right?
I don't remember.
I don't.
No,
Six
there's
or
like
7.
it can't be 7 because there's only 99 picks. 32 times 3 is 96, so there's only like 3.
I don't know, dude. Round 4.
Look,
I'm going right
Round
now.
3?
Round
well,
4.
it'd be round 3.
Oh yeah, my bad. Oh, I guess it was only 3. Felt.
And you were asking what was the difference between a regularly competitive or you picking a
5.
special one?
Yeah, 5 of them. 2 of them were a special comp. So they had 5 last night.
Yeah. You were asking what the special ones were last night. I'm like, good question. Maybe that's the one from hiring the minority assistant coaches.
I
That
also
would be
said
my
it's,
guess.
it's for when Kirk Cousins and the Falcons are tampering.
Shut up. Doesn't mean, that just means the Falcons lose picks. It doesn't mean the Vikings gain picks.
I don't know about that.
So Keelan Robinson just went to the Jaguars.
The other Texas running back?
Yep.
A little scab back.
So I think he's a kick return. I think he's drafted to be a returner.
Didn't he have like more bench press reps than expected though? I feel like he had good bench press reps for like a sub 200 guy. It was weird.
Yeah. I mean, but
Let me bring this sheet up.
he's got plenty of kick return experience. I think, I think a lot of teams are very curious about how the new kickoffs are going to work. So they're bringing in guys to compete for that spot.
Who took him again?
The Jaguars.
So they have some options at kick return because they got him. They signed Devin Duvernay too.
Oh, Duvernay.
Hey, he could be good in the new
I still like
return.
Duvernay as a punt returner.
I like Duvernay.
He could be a decent kick returner with the new rules too. He feels like a guy that would benefit from this. Now, if this thing ever loads, I could see how many bench press reps Robinson did. But I want to say he did a lot for a guy that was sub 200.
I actually don't have that info for him.
I got it here. It's just this spreadsheet's taking 5 years to load. So 5'8", 191, 20 bench press reps for a guy at 191. That's pretty good. He had a 4.4, 240, 4.3 short shuttle though. No 3-cone. Greg said that I nailed it. I don't know what I nailed.
I think he's wrong because you were talking about compensatory picks, and I counted out 5.
Oh, probably the reason for him,
Oh.
hiring the minority
The
coach.
special ones, I think, are the the minority assistants that got promoted.
I think he was also saying nailed it too because of the Kirk Cousins thing.
Oh.
I'm not gonna let it go.
I mean, if you look at the history of tampering stuff, teams only lose picks. Other teams don't gain picks from it because they're already getting the comp picks.
Come
they're
on.
already getting a third-round comp pick for losing Cousins.
Yeah, and it's not going to happen until next year anyway. So
I'll take it. We'll take another pick next year.
Fine, we'll
Since
give
we
you
gave those
a
picks away,
since
we traded those picks away, let's give us those picks back.
Yep, you'll get a third back for him.
Damn it!
But they'll probably
get
a third-round comp pick for Cousins. They'll probably get a fourth-round comp pick for Danielle Hunter. So trading the third and the fourth, like on paper, it looks bad because they have no picks outside of the one, like in the first 5 rounds next year. But if they get 2 comp picks back from Cousins and Hunter, at least get you your third and fourth pick back, even if it's at the end of the round.
And that's why that's part of the reason why I've said kind of throughout this process that T. Higgins and Brandon Ayuk are really unlikely to be traded because the compensation that you'd get back for them isn't honestly that much difference than what you're going to get back for them in a comp pick next year. If they leave next year,
you have to get a first-round pick back for them essentially because, like, if you're just trading them away for like a second and you're getting a third in a compensation pick next year, you might as well just use them this year.
Use them for the year.
Yeah.
So
and it makes more sense to trade them prior to this year's draft because then you can get somebody to replace them or get some of the production back. So now the fact that it's after the draft and trading them, it makes it more difficult. But like, it still opens up the door. Like for Ayuk next year, you could franchise tag him and then trade him then still.
Right.
But if you do that, it's like you might as well almost you get into a weird argument there because it's like with L'Jarius Sneed, kind of what the Chiefs did. They tagged him and then traded him. So you get the pick this year as opposed to waiting a year to get the comp pick the next year, and you still be getting like the third-round pick in there. So it's just how do you want to manipulate when you get the pick, essentially.
Yeah.
And if you can get that same compensation back in the pick after you tag and trade them.
I think there are just a lot of people out there that don't understand the value of those comp picks, and the value that they bring. So teams would much rather get the production this year out of a guy like Ayuk while their Super Bowl window's still very much open.
The 49ers are a team that always have comp picks.
Always.
And then next year they'll have a 5th-round comp pick for Javon Kinlaw, who did nothing for him.
Yeah. They are masters. John Lynch has proven to be a master at acquiring those comp picks.
All right, so Bills go Javon Solomon and edge.
Yep. They need D-line help anyways.
And
he is a very intriguing prospect. He played at Troy, so a little bit smaller school, but he was very productive there. He's got some length. And then
the Packers. Oh, go ahead.
They love rotating defensive linemen in Buffalo, and they lost a good chunk of the ones they had been rotating in past years.
And then the Packers took Keaton Oladapo,
tripling down on safety.
Yeah, so he's Oregon State, right? Not Oregon.
Yeah.
I'm just making sure. I'm not going crazy here, am I?
Nope, he's an Oregon State kid.
Yeah, I don't know. Did he test better than I remember? Because I don't know.
I think
he was a triangle guy.
4.6, 4.640, 4.55, 4.6, something like that. He did have a pretty good split, like sub 1.6.
Yeah, so 6'2". He's 6'2", 216, 4.58, 30-inch, 36-inch vert. Let's see, it'd be 9'9" broad and 15 bench reps. Man,
at the very least, they're bringing a lot of competition. They're bringing a lot of competition for the position. It's kind of
Bub. I was right about them taking a receiver, but they took Bub Means Pittsburgh.
Yeah. The best name in the draft.
Yeah. I heard an interview with this kid on my way back from Denver a couple weeks ago, and I like this kid. He has a chance to compete with with Shaheed there for that very same role.
He might even compete on the outside with Perry, too.
Dude, I like A.T. Perry, man. I like him a lot. He's one of my. I just liked watching his film, like for where they got him. He actually had a few games last year where he got an opportunity to shine a little bit, and
I'm a little surprised that Bub didn't end up with the Steelers, just because he played in that same building. But
yeah. I think they probably, like, if he was there in the 6th, they probably take him there. I don't think most teams probably were taking him before the 6th round, though.
I mean, at this point, we're essentially in the 6th, So, I mean, I'm not mad at it at this spot, but yeah, I think that's about where I had him too. Was I had him at
guy that kind of blossomed
176 on my board.
Yeah, so about 6 picks earlier than that, but
guy
that blossomed after. Guy that blossomed after Jordan Addison left there. So, and if I remember correctly, he's a really smart kid too.
Yeah,
I think academic all ACC like 2 or 3 years in a row.
Yeah.
All right, Jets pick is in. They traded with the Eagles. The Jets traded with the Eagles.
The Jets have 2 of the next 3 picks. 3 of the next 6.
Did they draft a quarterback?
The Jets?
No, I don't think so.
No, do they? Because
they could.
You got rid of Wilson now. You got Aaron Rodgers. Tyrod Taylor's the backup, but like you could have a third guy in there.
You could have a developmental guy.
Marinate and see what happens.
I mean, it could. Yeah, this could be a spot.
Give me the Michael Pratt. Come on, let's do it.
This could be a spot for Pratt.
I also like Austin Reed quite a bit, even though he's like the oldest quarterback in the class.
Mm-hmm.
Besides Joe Milton, if you count Joe Milton as a quarterback. But Austin Reed's a couple days older than Bo Nix. I was checking that earlier when we were talking with Ronnie about who's the oldest quarterback in the draft.
Do you think anybody takes a chance on Jordan Travis?
Quarterback. They just took Jordan Travis.
Apparently right here.
Apparently, somebody does take Jordan Travis.
Seneca Wallace Jr.? Okay.
I don't know that he could go to a better spot because he's definitely not going to play this year. He's not going to be ready to play this year.
How much mobility does he lose coming off that leg injury, though? That's the big question for him.
We don't know. That's the thing, but he does have a little bit of Aaron Rodgers in his game, so I think this is a good spot.
I question some of his arm strength. To me, he reminds me a lot of like Seneca Wallace, like where he's going to be like a backup that can come in, play some games when he needs to, run around, make a couple plays here and there, but he's not going to be anybody you want to rely on long term.
Jerry says, who's the best QB left?
Michael Pratt. I would take, and I love Michael Pratt so much. Like,
Greg's in here saying you're reminiscent.
Like, out of all the quarterbacks in this year's draft, Michael Pratt might have the best leadership characteristics, like, and the most like determination. Doesn't have the strongest arm. Still got an average NFL arm. Still can make plays. Still can run around. Mm-hmm. And the tape on Michael Pratt this year is not as good as previous years because he hurt his knee and then he wasn't as mobile. So we'll see.
And he lost he lost Tyjae Spears. Lose some of his weaponry.
He also lost a couple wide receivers too.
Yeah. So the weapons weren't as good.
Deuce Watts and somebody. Who's the other guy? I can't remember the other guy's name now. Deuce Watts was on the Steelers practice squad pretty much all year, and then the other guy, I can't remember his name, but he was with the Packers practice squad for a little while.
This Jordan, I like the Jordan Travis pick.
I do too.
Him learning from Rodgers is going to be great.
I can't believe that I was saying Jordan Travis as it was being announced on TV. As a thought, I thought he could go undrafted, simply because of the injury. Somebody pick him up as a UDFA, but
I think he'll be a good backup, but I don't think he'll ever be anything more than a backup. Like I was saying, he reminds me kind of like a Seneca Wallace type, where it's just like he'll come in, he'll play a couple games here and there, run around a little bit, throw the ball around. Won't lose you any games, but it's not going to win you very many games either.
I could see that too, but if he comes back from injury as strong and doesn't lose much of that mobility, he has a chance. He has a chance to be special too.
He was also a weird. So like the measurements for him, like when he was at Florida State, I was expecting like by the time we got around the combine process and like Shrine Bowl and all that stuff, I figured he was a guy that was going to measure in at 5'10", because he was like listed as 5'11" for like forever, right?
He's almost 6'2", right?
No, he's 6 foot and like 3/8 or something like that.
6'1" flat, according to the profile.
I think he's 6. Let me double check again. But like he was like a whole inch taller, like a whole inch and a half taller than I thought he was going to be.
Yeah. Checking it with the NFL profile,
6'1", 200. It's just like he's been the short guy. I just want to see. Jordan Travis.
Right, so the Eagles just took Trevor Keegan, guard out of Michigan.
There you go, Greg. Michigan offensive lineman.
There you go, Greg. Oh, wait. So Jordan Travis was actually even taller than I thought. He was officially 6'1" and 1/8. And this is a guy that, like, I think at Florida State he was listed at 5'11".
5'11",
6'1".
Yeah, usually it goes it goes the other way. Usually your listed height ends up being a little taller.
Usually they end up shorter. So like this dude's gonna be like 5'10" by the time we get to the combine. I'm like, I'm not that interested. But then when he's 6'1",
6'1", 200, weight, decent size. And we know he's probably going to play a little bit over that because he's still rehabbing. So,
well, like the thing too is like I wouldn't have guessed he was 6'1" because he's kind of a thicker 200, too.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of weird.
Yeah, his body type is almost the exact opposite of what Jaden Daniels is. Jaden Daniels is that he's so thin, and I say he looks almost frail on his frame.
I don't know how he's 210 pounds. Like, yes, they listed him as that during the season. So, for what people need to know, Jaden Daniels in high school played at 175 the whole time, right?
Mm-hmm.
When he left high school. When he was at Arizona State, the 3 years he was at Arizona State, he was 185 pounds. That was it. He played at that the whole time. And then LSU, all of a sudden, he's at the 210 this year. I'm like, he didn't gain 25 pounds. They didn't weigh at the combine. I'm like, if you're not weighing in at the combine, you're less than 200 pounds. And then all of a sudden, his pro day is somehow 210 pounds. I'm like, it doesn't add up. And like,
he didn't run though, too, right?
Yeah,
so
but it's like if you weren't going to test all if you weren't going to test it all at the combine and you were over 200 pounds, why not weigh in there?
Because, I don't know, but yeah, I'll say the fact that he weighed in at that and didn't run tells me a lot of it's artificial weight, and you just look at him. I mean, I mean, RG3 coming out had a thicker frame.
Yeah, RG3 had like 12 pounds on him.
So
or 13. I think it's 13 pounds officially.
You know, and we've talked about Jaden Daniels a bit, but that's one of the reasons why I think he still has one of the highest bust potentials of the first round quarterbacks. I just don't know that he can survive. I mean, he's a 6'5" version of
now
Bryce
with all
Young.
the big hits he takes, like he takes way too many big hits. And I think what people don't talk enough about with Jaden Daniels too is like, yeah, he was pretty fast for college. But like if you put him out there and he runs the 40, I guarantee you he runs a 4.48. He doesn't run no sub 4.4 like people are trying to say.
I think he might run a 4.5.
That's why I was saying like 4.48, 4.5, same thing essentially. But I think it's be right around a 4.48.
Yeah, I don't know that. Yeah, but yeah,
and in
I'm with you there.
That's not that fast.
There's your guy. The Jets took another running back.
What?
Isaiah Davis.
Why? It's a good scheme fit, but like why?
Because they hate Breece Hall.
Yeah, I'm kind of getting upset.
Well, I guess they're getting rid of a Benaconda, that's for sure.
Yeah, because he was relatively productive given limited opportunities last year.
Yeah, I was never a big fan of him just in general too, because it's just like all his tape at Pittsburgh, it was like all his yards came on like two runs, and that was it.
Yeah.
You know, it was just like I run a one cut through this hole or a one cut through this hole. Otherwise, I can do literally nothing.
But I just so now the Jets have added Braylon Allen and Isaiah Davis.
Yeah, it's crazy
to that room.
Why? That's such a waste of Isaiah Davis now.
That's all I can say about this pick is okay.
I wonder if Isaiah Davis and Breece Hall are the same age.
Where did he go to school?
South Dakota State.
San Diego State or South Dakota State.
Yep. He split carries with Pierre Strong when Pierre Strong was there, and then he's been the full-time running back since then. South Dakota State, they've had two guys drafted so far. Garrett Greenfield should still get drafted.
Isaiah Davis should have gone to this pick. Cowboys. But
that would have been
Jets.
Nice. They haven't taken a running back yet.
They haven't taken a running back
here if there's like nothing left.
Who is left?
They're bringing Zeke back.
I mean, there's nobody left at this point.
They have to at this point to
is legitimately that's a legitimate difference maker. I don't think there's anybody left.
Who's left? Let me look real quick.
Tracy's gone. Isaiah Davis is now gone. Frank Gore Jr.
No.
Dylan Lobb.
No. Let's see. There's nobody. Like, unless you're drafting, like, you're not drafting
Vidal.
Cody. What?
Kimani Vidal.
I mean,
might be a fit for him.
Like, unless you're drafting like a Cody Schrader, but like,
yeah.
I love his story, but
yeah.
Greg keeps saying Kimani Vidal, but I'm just like, I don't know. Like the fact that they haven't addressed it at all, they got a closet deal with Zeke to come back.
Yeah, it's a handshake deal.
Jerry says out of the remaining wide receivers who has the chance to make an impact. So like top guys, still like
Malik Washington
and Johnny Wilson.
Yeah, Malik Washington, still the highest player on my board remaining.
Technically, Brendan Rice is still out there. Don't like him. Let's see what else is here. Cornelius Johnson might be better in the NFL than he was at Michigan, but still don't love him. I don't get why people have like this Marcus Rosemany, Jack Saint. Like, people talk about this guy, and he tested terrible, and like he's just a special teamer. Taj Washington was pretty productive at USC. Could still be a decent slot at the NFL.
I kind of like Isaiah Williams out of Illinois.
Yeah, there's
in
a
the
lot of
right
slots
spot.
left. There's a lot of
in the right spot.
yeah.
Yeah.
But if you look at the slot wide receivers left, their slot wide receivers left are probably the ones that have the best chance of being productive. Malik Washington, Taj Washington, Isaiah Williams, Jaquan Jackson, or was it Jaquan Jackson out of Tulane? He's another one. He can do some punt returning too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just.
I had somebody ask me this morning about the kid out of Mississippi State, Griffin.
He's a return specialist only.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
Yeah, I tell you what, I don't think this guy did a lot in college. This Devon Vele out of Utah, but he tested really good and he's huge. He's like 6'4", 205, but he didn't do much at Utah. But it's like, I don't know.
So I got a question for you.
Holy Cross, that Jalen Coker, the Holy Cross kid. I'd rather take a shot on him this year than Andre Yoshivas last year. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Coach, I do got a question for you.
Yeah.
Since you got to interview Corey Curtis, he landed with the Seahawks.
Yep.
What do you think is fit? How do you think his fit is there?
It's going to be an interesting fit because Grubb comes in as the offensive coordinator. Obviously, with Michael Penix, they like to push the ball down the field, and we know that Corey has that strong arm. He might, if you look at him, Geno and Sam Howell, he might have the strongest arm of the three guys there.
Yeah, it could be interesting if he gets an opportunity in preseason to see what he does. I hope they do that.
Do they have any? I wonder if they got any other quarterbacks on the roster.
They got rid of the hell's his name?
Drew Lock.
Drew Lock.
Yeah, he's the backup for Daniel Jones now.
Yep.
He's going to be the starter soon enough.
I think
one way or another, he will be.
Yeah, there's some reports that Daniel Jones might not be ready early. So Drew Lock could be the starter.
So many mixed reports on him.
I mean, that kind of a neck injury, though, that makes sense because there's so many little things that can cause a setback.
What are your thoughts on Neighbors? What are your thoughts on Neighbors then? Malik Neighbors coming into that
this year.
The talent's great,
but coming into that situation,
the talent's great.
He's got no competition.
He's the unquestioned alpha in that wide receiver room.
They went cornerback.
Of course they did.
Cowboys went cornerback. Kalen Carson.
Who did?
He was one of the highest rated players I had left on my board too.
Cowboys.
Yeah.
With the fact that there are no running backs left, I don't hate this pick for them.
I feel like it's a decent scheme fit at least. So
yeah, but I don't know. It's definitely not a position of need, but they just added to a position of strength.
They kind of need corner. Gilmore's gone, right? Or they bring him back again?
No, Gilly's gone.
Yeah, and Diggs is coming off the ACL.
But he'll be back. ACL's not.
Yeah, but
I hate to say it's not anything anymore, but it's not really anything anymore.
At this point, you need depth too. So
yeah, like I said, it's just adding to kind of a position of strength, which is fine.
Because who else do they have at corner right now? Otherwise, because this Bland is coming off. Let me go back. I'm looking still. So Diggs and Bland. Jordan Lewis is still there. He's not good.
Mukwamu, developmental guy.
Saints are on the clock.
I guess they drafted Eric Scott Jr. last year, but he didn't do nothing.
So it's like I said, he was one of the highest rated players on my board, so I'm not going to be mad at that pick. Because
I mean,
you don't want to reach for a running back that's trash.
there's,
I think this is another situation where they were probably sitting there thinking that Isaiah Davis was going to fall to him, and similar to Dalton Kincaid last year, and then they just whiffed.
All right.
Rather than panic, you just take the best player available.
Yeah, I mean,
like what the Raiders did with Bowers on day one.
Yeah, that's why.
Is there any other running backs in free agency still available besides Zeke?
Dalvin Cook.
Is he still out there?
Yep.
Just sign both of them. Call it good.
Yeah, that'd be pretty crazy.
I mean,
I don't hate it.
I just don't know if Zeke can both them swallow their pride enough for Zeke to come back, though. Like, can Jerry and Zeke both swallow their pride enough to come back? I think
Dalvin
it can
Cook
happen.
alone could fit there with Deuce Vaughn.
Deuce Vaughn, no.
No, I said, is Dalvin Cook good enough there alone with those smaller running backs that are there?
Yeah, Deuce Vaughn and Rico Dowdle, and for some reason they signed Royce Freeman.
Oh yeah, Royce Freeman's there.
Woo, good.
That should never get you excited.
I don't know.
That dude had all the hype in the world when he came into the NFL, though, too.
Mm-hmm.
Got Jerry excited.
Is he still the leading rusher all time for Oregon? I think he is.
Might be.
But when you play like 4 years there, you should be.
All right, Saints are up. They're about to make their pick. They're at the podium.
I'm still looking to see if there's any running backs in free agency that would be worth it.
I'm just trying to think. Like, who's even out there? Apparently, you should just trade for Breece Hall because the Jets don't want him.
Yeah. Jalen Ford, linebacker, Texas.
Damian Harris.
You said Damian Harris?
Kareem Hunt.
Screw it, Kareem Hunt.
He fits there. That
This site is showing Cam Akers as a free agent. I thought he was with Minnesota.
he should be a free agent.
I think he's a free agent now,
He
but he's also probably never going to play again, so irrelevant.
Bring in Dwayne McBride.
Ugh.
I like McBride a little bit. A little bit.
I just like his run style.
I mean, the thing with Cam Akers is he's not going to turn 25 until just before the season. So
bring him in to compete. Achilles again?
Yeah, bring him in to compete.
Or is it ACL? I can't remember which.
What's the worst that can happen? If he doesn't beat out Rico Dowdle, then cut him.
Yeah. We ain't even gonna bring you in. You gotta come in for a tryout, buddy, on your own money.
But shoot, I think he's good enough to beat out Rico Dowdle.
But did he tear his Achilles again or ACL? I can't remember which one. Cam Akers.
I thought he was healthy at the end of the year.
No, originally
definitely not healthy. He had a season-ending injury.
He tore his Achilles
again. That's what it was. I can't remember which one.
No, I don't know. I remember the original one that he did in the NFL. I thought it was his Achilles. He came back from it quick, and then he actually played really well in the playoffs.
He didn't play well. He averaged 3.3 yards a carry.
I mean, he was playing one long fantasy.
He had one like 30-yard touchdown run. That was it.
Fantasy football, he did well. Couple games.
Yeah.
He ruptured his left Achilles in November. He's not playing this year.
Yeah, I think that was wasted. Vikings trading to get him. I thought that was a waste.
I mean,
Josh Dobbs, the trading for Josh Dobbs, that was a waste.
They made
Should
it
have
a
just
waste.
embraced the tank.
I mean, they didn't even have to tank. I mean, they could have just kept with who they had. You know, I mean, just run with what you got. Don't make any, whatever. Just
So
keep
the
things
Saints don't
flowing.
go forward, so they're going to use him on special teams. They're probably going to hope he develops, and they won't develop him into anything because that's what happens when they draft athletic linebackers for the Saints. They don't develop them into anything. They're just like, hey, we'll just play Demario Davis till he's 40.
Jalen Ford goes to the Saints.
Who's I looking for now? I lost my train of thought.
I would think these picks would be going a lot faster. This is the last pick of the 5th round.
Yep.
Yeah, 5th round really drug on.
And the Jets are dragging it out even longer. Well, maybe
The pick is in, so it's not the Jets dragging it out.
Broadcasting dragging it out. I don't get that. Come on.
Hey, you know who else is available at running back? Rashad Penny.
Oh yeah. His last name his last name says it all.
Just get Zeke, Cook, and Penny and just put them all there in the same backfield. Still probably better than what the Cowboys already have. So
yeah. Yeah, so running back is definitely not getting solved in the draft for the Cowboys.
When the heck is like Tyler Boyd and Hunter Renfrow going to sign though? Like,
well, once you get free agency really kind of cools off in the last couple few weeks before the draft, because now you have to wait to see how teams address those needs in the draft. And now that we know who's going to have holes at receiver, who's going to have holes at running back, then the market's going to heat back up.
It's just going to be tough. I think like when we talk about the wide receivers that are still left too, it's like a lot of slot guys too.
Mm-hmm.
So we got that, and then we got like all these slot wide receivers available in free agency too. So it's just like this overlap. So it's kind of like a game of chicken. Greg's over here. Watson, Small, Vidal, Labe are still available at running back. Yeah.
Quantez,
I mean, like
Stiggers.
Who took him?
He played the
Jets.
The Jets. So Quantez Stiggers is a very interesting story. He went to Lane College. He had some personal things happen. Essentially, never played there. Just trains. Goes to the CFL. Wins like the defensive rookie of the year in the CFL last year. Played really well for the Toronto Argonauts. And he's still technically draft eligible. So he's in this year's draft class. He actually tested pretty well too. So it's just like he's a guy that's worth taking a chance on because he's a pretty good player for never really playing college football.
Yep.
That's a pretty good pick.
CFL.
Yeah, you like that?
It's so interesting to see a guy like Stiggers, in the draft, someone that has professional experience, but let's call it pseudo professional experience because it's kind of a different game.
Such a wide field though, too. Like I said, I was talking about earlier, endurance, like the amount of endurance it's got to take to run so much.
And he's shown pretty good instincts, on that. Like he does a pretty good job tracking the ball as wide as things are. So
yeah, he's played pretty good in zone up there too, and CFL plays a different kind of zone.
It'll be interesting.
Zone.
Vikings are out there, make their pick right away. I like that.
Yep.
Jerry says Rouse. Walter Rouse. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jerry. I'd rather just take like Gary Greenfield. Give me some guy with a athletic upside at least. Not a guy I'm going to cut in a year.
I mean, that's usually what the Vikings do. They always they'll draft guys or they'll go pick guys up they're going to cut anyways. I mean, how many kickers did they do in 1 year?
I love your positivity, JC. That's the one thing I like about you.
Honesty.
Jerry likes this pick a lot more than we do.
Well,
Great pick.
I love you. Love the positivity you have for your team. That's great.
Well, the good highlight we can say about Walter Rouse, he played left tackle at Oklahoma Power 5 school. That's about it.
Didn't give up any sacks this year.
That's good. I like that. Strengthening the line.
So I think
you know what? I'm gonna be positive. Let's be positive, right, Anthony? He's gonna be great. Coach, you're wrong.
He's gonna be a Pro Bowler.
He's gonna be. I mean, I still think he's a developmental guy, but you know, he. I think 0 sacks on 350 plus pass blocking snaps.
Pretty good.
Something.
How many good edge players were there in the Big 12 this year? Good question.
Well, let's not go there.
Austin Booker exists, I guess, but that's it. Mason, what's the Texas Tech kid? Mason Cole or Miles Cole? I can't remember which one. Mason, I think.
They have 2 picks, but are they going to use either one of them, Greg? Or are they going to move them around?
So we are on the 6th round, ladies and gentlemen.
Woo!
Round 6, halfway there. Halfway.
Did we miss any of those picks, or those picks just drug on at the end there?
They definitely
I think they were dragging on.
Oh man, it was
Logan Lee goes to the Steelers.
That's a good spot for him.
Could be a lot worse.
Yeah. So he's a weird guy because, technically he's a defensive tackle, but he's only 285 pounds. But he tests off the charts for that. But it's just he's only 285 pounds. But in a 3-4 front where he can play base end, there's something there. He's 6'5", former wrestling champion in high school. Yeah, we really didn't miss anything.
Another can you say this one? Sataoa Luamea.
I already tried that earlier, by the way.
Sataoa Luamea.
Yeah, I think you got it right.
Is that who the Seahawks took?
Yep.
Yeah,
that's a good pick for them there.
I like this spot. I thought he could have gone around earlier. So
probably a guy that should have gone back to school, honestly.
He was the highest rated guard I had left, so going here is not a bad spot.
I was gonna be he played some tackle too in college, but
he's a guard in the NFL.
Yeah.
I don't care. I don't care that he might have played tackle in college. He's a guard in the NFL.
Here we go. Now we're moving. Patriots pick is in. They pick Marcellus Dial out of South Carolina.
That's a good pick.
Solid pick.
He is a Patriot guy.
I'm glad that they got that before the commercial break. That was nice of them.
Yeah, I think Dial is a guy that tested better than a lot of people thought he would too. So
40 and a half vert. 4.45 speed.
Yeah.
I didn't think the Gamecocks defense was very good at all last year, so he was the one.
He was the one guy.
Yeah, they weren't good. And it's crazy too.
Which USC defense was better? Was worse? Gamecocks or the Trojans?
I don't know, man. Gamecocks were pretty bad. And even for how much Leggett and Rattler did decent enough, how bad that line was. He was on his back so much and running from his life for so much, but the defense was just as bad. It was pretty bad.
But they did go up 45 points a game.
Yeah, it was not good.
But yet that's Caleb Williams' fault somehow.
That's what some people will tell you. He couldn't elevate
Yep.
that defense to
Yeah,
stop anybody. Oh, there's the Chargers running back,
Kimani Vidal.
Imani
There you go.
Vidal.
Yeah, that makes some sense.
He's
he
going to
probably
be
don't have to play right away.
overdrafted just based off of landing spot.
Yep.
Probably. And he might not even play this year.
I think he
Or
plays
barely
this
play.
year. Yeah, I think he plays this year rotationally.
Yeah, I don't think he'll play
I mean,
a
he might
lot,
actually
though.
see more snaps than J.K. Dobbins, but
I'd love to see Dobbins healthy, but at this point, it might be a pipe dream.
Yeah, it's too bad. So much talent just gone to waste.
mhm.
Harbaugh would love to see him healthy, too. He still has nightmares of J.K. Dobbins from college.
But I do like this pick. I say, I mean, this is a guy that I thought the Cowboys could have taken, but
They just
Apparently
don't.
not.
but definitely a rotational guy. Like I said, and he's definitely a guy that for fantasy is going to get overdrafted because of this landing spot. But
He's like a pinball, dude. He just kind of bounces off of everything.
I
mhm.
told you he's this year's Isaiah Pacheco.
Oh, that's pretty good. I'd like that. So he's a good guy to look at late.
Sure. Just don't overdraft him. So
the fantasy
the
community
Cowboys
is
are
not
just
known
gonna
for
draft.
not overreacting, though.
100% correct answer there, buddy. You got it right.
I'm trying to find like the random running back that the Cowboys will draft now, like in the 7th round. That's just like nobody's ever heard of.
I thought that Vidal fit that bill.
No, we
But-
we gotta go more random than that apparently. Apparently. I'm trying to figure out who it is though.
Imani Bailey from TCU.
I like Imani Bailey.
I do too, and he's a local. Like they didn't have to bring him in for a top 30 because he's local for them. So
Okay.
maybe they like him.
I think I like God, what's his name too? I like Michael Wiley out of Arizona. He can do a little bit of everything.
He could be
but
an interesting name there.
I don't think you want him to be your full-time guy.
Jaquan
Titans
Jackson
took
goes.
Jaquan Jackson.
You said the Titans did?
Yep.
He's a Titans player. He'll return kicks and punts for him probably, which means they're getting rid of Kyle Phillips. So.
Yeah.
Tulane.
He's a weird Jack. He's a weird guy because he's like not really that fast, but he's actually really good at returning punts.
Got that shiftiness,
Yeah.
that good vision. Makes sense since his uncle is Ed Reed.
Okay, so he's the one whose uncle's
Yeah.
Ed Reed, and
Yeah.
the Air Force
Yeah.
safety Taylor's the guy whose cousin's Ed Reed. I was telling JC about this, I think, yesterday.
Yep.
Like, there's 2 connections to Ed Reed in the draft.
Right.
Be kind of cool if they both get drafted, but Taylor's kind of like a borderline guy. Air Force. Where was I? I'm still trying to figure out what running back they're taking. Gonna be somebody random. Carson Steele.
Okay.
Darius Mwasaw.
Carson Steele ran a 4.77.
Mawasa. Mawusa.
Who else is here? I got it. They're going to buy into the God. Where'd that guy go? Watch the Cowboys take Kendall Milton.
Yeah, Vidal looks kind of fun.
Hey.
Kimani Vidal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, he can block too. Dang.
I got it. The Cowboys are going to take Kendall Milton. And then he's going to get hurt like
No, they're not.
third day of practice.
No. No.
It's not flashy enough for Jerry. Is Frank Gore Jr. flashy enough for Jerry then?
I think he
Hank-
could be.
Jerry said Hank Aaron is the great uncle of Vidal. That's cool.
Yeah. Let's see, who else could they take?
Dolphins pick is in from Madrid, Spain.
Cowboys. Watch the Cowboys take Mayan Williams. That
Somebody
seems like
fast.
Malik Washington. They took Malik Washington. Dolphins did.
Dolphins,
Yep.
so they can play him in the slot next to the other two guys. Sounds like a good idea. Who didn't they get a wide receiver in free agency too? Or am I going crazy? Jerry said Dewan Edwards to the Cowboys. No, nobody wants Dewan Edwards. Like as a free agent, maybe. As a regular player, no. Who's I just talking about? Dolphins.
Malik Washington.
Yeah. Wide. Did they pick up a wide receiver? I'm not
Yeah, I
sure.
can't remember. No, they didn't add anybody else. I thought they added somebody for some reason, but no, it's still just Jalen Wallace, Tyreek Hill, Braxton Berrios, and then they got the other random guys, the River Craycrafts, Eric Ezekama,
Craycraft.
Anthony Schwartz is there. Anthony Schwartz is there because he's fast,
Fast.
That's what the whole team's supposed to be. It's a fast team.
Hey, Malik Washington is not fast enough for him.
But he gets open. But
Yeah, everybody else just runs by the defense. He's just got to sit in the middle after everybody else ran by the defense.
Sit in those vacated zones.
Hey, look, I'm wide open because nobody cared about me.
It's like they know I'm not going to run by them, so they're going to let me, get 13 yards instead of 62.
He'll catch it, run for like 12 yards, and then try to truck somebody at the end.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I like the pick. It's a good pick for them.
He plays a lot bigger than 5'9", though.
It's a good wide receiver friendly landing spot for him.
No, we're not talking about Edwards.
Tried to call in.
How do you call in? Join us? Is that what he's trying to say?
Yeah, you should pop in, Greg. Tell us about your Detroit Lions.
Why does Nate tell me Houlini? Did Houlini get drafted? The Boise State running back?
Maybe they're just talking about somebody random the Cowboys could take.
You want the Boise State running back next year, not this year. I can't remember what that kid's name is, though. Little scat bag. Probably ends up being a slot wide receiver in the NFL anyways.
Oh my, there's 12 compensatory picks in this round.
You think Eagles take another receiver?
They could. I don't know that there's one on
Johnny
the board
Wilson.
for him.
Apparently they want a big wide receiver. They signed Devontae Parker, so why not Johnny Wilson?
Devontae Parker, man, that's so funny.
He has he's very consistent. He's been last in the league in separation 3 straight years.
Hey, man, consistency matters.
It takes talent, man.
Take something.
Talent
They
or
did-
lack of effort, one or the other.
How well is he at contested?
Did you know that they took Johnny Wilson?
Did they?
Yep,
Because
Johnny
that's what
Wilson.
just popped up.
I did not know that, but I was
That's
joking around.
awesome.
I was joking
Yo,
around
let's
because
go.
they signed Devontae Parker. I'm like, apparently they want a big wide receiver.
That's awesome.
I mean, it makes sense if they really wanted a big wide receiver.
Well,
That's good stuff.
Greg says Vidal is my number 4 running back. Should I move him up based on landing spot? No.
no.
Just because you love Jim Harbaugh doesn't mean you should move him up.
No. Do not move him up due to landing spot. Jace McClellan to the Falcons.
He got drafted. Why?
I don't know.
That dude has been. He's lived off his high school recruiting thing for 5 million years, it seems like. Supposedly had a decent, like he looked all right in the drills at the combine, but Ashton Gentry is the other Boise State running back. He's the guy to get next year. Who cares about Holini? Why didn't he text me Holini?
Jace McClellan, Alabama.
So now we just throwing any running back out there in the world.
Let's see. Who else do the Falcons take right here?
Falcons took Jake McClellan.
They're still on the clock though.
Oh, they got 2 picks.
Yeah. And then
You said
Houston
the
goes
Falcons
back to
took him?
back. The Falcons took McClellan and
Hey,
Casey
look.
Washington out of Illinois. They took the other
Why?
Illinois receiver.
Why? He's just the big guy, right? If I remember right.
Not quite 6'1".
What? Who's the guy that they had a wide receiver that was like 6'4"? Hightower? Isaiah Hightower or something like that? No. God, what's his name?
I don't remember.
Don't bug me now. They had one guy that was like really tall and he looked like he should be good on paper and he just never did anything.
Yeah.
I'll
So
find
other
it.
than the tight end.
I'll figure out who it was. Don't doubt me. It's not going to be fun, but we'll figure it out. Casey Austin.
George Kittle.
I don't think the guy I'm thinking of was on Illinois last year. Maybe 2 years ago now.
Watching the rich run build up.
Brian Hightower. I think that's the guy I was thinking of. 6'3", 210. Yep. Apparently, he played at Cal last year. He transferred away from Illinois.
I don't blame him.
He had 10 catches for 101 yards at Cal, so it didn't get any better there.
I'll say that Illinois offense was built around DeVito and Chase Brown.
I mean, in fairness, the year before at Illinois, he had 37 catches for 452 yards and 2 touchdowns.
Well, yeah,
So
he
he's
had
a lot
Danny
better at
DeVito
Illinois.
throwing him the ball.
But
Jerry says, I think Miles Harden would be a good pick for the Texans.
Miles Harden's a fine player, but I don't think I want him on the Texans.
I mean, Texans haven't screwed it up yet, so
Don't start now. But at the same time, I don't think there's many players they could pick right now that I'd be like, oh yeah, that was like screwing it up completely.
That ruins the draft.
Unless it's like Jalen Cromartie, because that guy sucks. Sucks is a hard word. He played college football. He's never going to be a good NFL player. Okay.
Never.
Wow. So did the Falcons just draft Casey Washington in the block?
Maybe.
6'2", 200. Let's see.
I mean, they need depth at the position.
You get to follow Drake London around and practice and try to learn how to be more like him. That's your job for a year. You can't do it. Sorry, you're getting cut next year.
Dang, you are harsh with it too.
I mean, as a
Okay.
sixth round
I'm realistic.
receiver, I mean, you've got to work. I mean, at this point, you've got to work to make the squad. So
Yeah, honestly, I'm surprised he got drafted.
Man, Texans is taking a long time. They got two
Wait.
picks.
When did I miss this? Jonathan Franklin Myers was traded to the Broncos.
Did that recently happen?
It's on the headline ticker across the bottom of the
Okay.
screen.
I guess now looking back here, Casey Washington did run a 4.48 and a 39.5-inch vertical and a 10.7 broad jump. So that part was good. Short shell and 3-cone weren't good for wide receivers, and the bench wasn't that great for a big wide receiver. So
Very mixed profile.
Very. And no college production essentially. So
it's a much smaller crowd today than it has been.
Oh, for
which
sure.
is to be expected.
Well, it was rainy this morning and windy. The sun's out now, though.
Who should the Texans pick?
Are taking their sweet time.
Texans pick is in, it says.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Who should you take here?
Jamal Hill, linebacker, Oregon.
Why?
Special teams, maybe?
This is their worst pick so far.
Oh, see, you guys put it out there into existence.
We wrote it in the universe.
I mean, he's what, 215 pounds as a linebacker?
Is he the one that tested decent? I don't remember. Maybe I did like this guy. I gotta look back now.
There's so many guys.
Because if he's the guy that didn't get the combine and invite that tested all right for Oregon, I actually kind of liked him, I think.
They had to have. It looked so busy, man. It looked like there were so many people there.
If this ever loads. I don't care about the Oregon State kid.
Did not have a combine invite.
Jamal Hill, yeah. So he was the guy. Yeah, I kind of liked him then. He was like the weird one that didn't get combine invite, but 6 foot, 216, 4.46, 33-inch vertical, 10.1 broad jump, 4.42 short shuttle, 7.16 3-cone, pretty good for linebacker, 17 on bench. Decent athlete. Okay, I can't say that much.
Oh, let's see. They traded with the Lions.
Who did?
Lions traded up with your Texans.
Oh. So they didn't stay put, Greg?
I didn't think they would.
I like when they do this. They're like, "Oh, they traded up. Here comes a selection. You got it. You got it first, probably." Mekhi Wingo, defensive tackle.
Why didn't we just take him? Yeah, I mean, at this point in time, that's a good pick for the Lions.
Mekhi Wingo, defensive tackle, LSU.
Maybe he can finally be your Levi and Unzarike, Greg. But like pick 4 rounds later. They don't need him to play like anytime soon. He could be a rotational pass for sure. Because let's see, who all do the Lions have now? They have Lee McNeil. They signed DJ Reader. They signed somebody else too on defensive tackle. I don't even remember.
Good pick for the Lions, Jerry said.
Yeah.
Greg's excited they keep trading up.
Tyson Alualu.
Oh, yeah, that's right. They brought him back. He's old.
Yeah. Yep, he's there.
Let's see.
Martin Broderick, Chris Smith.
Christmas, nothing. Broderick was their pick last year. That was pretty much inactive all year.
They brought in Marcus Davenport.
Yeah. And then, but they have like John
Kaminsky.
Yeah. They have Kaminsky and Josh Pichel that can both slide in on pass rushing situations too. It's just DJ Reader that they brought in. Oh, but if you are a Lions fan, Greg, you're listening out there, there's a kid that the Lions signed from the CFL, Matthew Betts. He has I think he led the CFL in sacks the last 2 seasons. Very interesting player.
So I'm saying endurance team. Man, seeing those. Have you seen that commercial with Chet Holmgren? He's wearing all black, getting on. I think it's for AT&T or something. He looks so different and all that shit. He's such a skinny kid, Minnesota kid. He was so, man, in high school he was so skinny.
Yep.
Man, Philly's picks taking forever. They're probably trying to make a trade right now because Philly's been trade happy all draft.
Yeah.
Oh, they selected Dylan McMahon, guard, North Carolina State.
Tiny guy.
Yeah.
And they're labeling him a guard.
They're actually labeling him as a center.
Okay, good. Because he's pretty much a center only. Unless he gets bigger.
Yeah, he needs to get stronger.
Cardinals already got their pick in.
I wonder what they got him listed at because he's probably like closer to 270. Honestly, 299 is what.
Listed at 299.
Yeah, listed at. Let's see what he was over here. So who was I looking for again? Dylan McMahon. I think he technically ended up over here. Let's take a look. 299. I don't think he's 299 though. Maybe 275. We'll see though.
The lineman could put on water weight though to get up there. It's a lot different than Jaden Daniels putting on that kind of weight.
He said, Jerry said, is that Shane McMahon's kid?
Oh, I don't think so.
I have no idea who Dylan McMahon's parents are, but
I don't think so.
I know he has a kid that was playing in college.
It might be.
I'll see who his parents are. Maybe. This picture of Dylan McMahon at NC State, he looks like a 14-year-old child.
Mm-hmm.
Brother Ryan was a 4-year starter at Florida State. That's all it says about his personal. So I don't know who his parents are.
Yeah. It would be pretty. I think it would be listed in the bio, and I don't see it in the bio.
Declan McMahon. He plays for Indiana Hoosiers.
That's who you're looking for?
Yeah. I knew his son played for. Position does he play, though? I think it was a receiver or corner. I'm probably wrong. Completely wrong. Let's see. Committed to Indiana University. That was in 2022.
Tahan Palmer.
UAB kid?
Yep. decent size. I mean, I don't hate the Cardinals for adding another receiver here.
Yeah, I'm so used to the Cardinals having like all these small wide receivers. I'm like, they probably need some guy with size, but I guess they got but now they got Michael Wilson and Marvin Harrison Jr. too. So it's like,
Yep.
Always a running back.
And they don't have Rondale Moore anymore, so that's
and Hollywood's gone too.
Hollywood's gone.
So it's just like, so the only small guy left really is Greg Dortch.
And that's just a fun name.
Greg Dortch is awesome.
That's just a fun name to say, Greg Dortch.
So we got Seahawks again.
Yep.
DJ James, another Auburn DB.
That's what they took?
Yep. Didn't they take another Auburn DB the last round?
Did they take Pritchett? They might have. You might be right. They did.
Yeah.
Be interesting to see what they do with James, though, if they try to make him a slot guy or if they try to like convert him to safety or not. I know the one list JC was looking at last night, they had him as safety. I'm like, he ain't enough safety.
Looking at the Seahawks draft, I kind of like it.
Now, if they take the other Auburn guy, I think there's a third Auburn corner still, right?
I mean, Byron Murphy, Christian Haynes, Tyrese Knight, AJ Barner, Pritchett, Lamea, now James. It's not a bad draft for them.
Never mind. There's only two Auburn corners. I was thinking there's a third one for some reason. Obviously, Jalen Simpson was the safety. They also got another safety, Zion Puckett, who was decent. Nothing special, though. Probably doesn't get drafted. All right.
Bazooka Joe to the Patriots.
Yeah.
I think Greg's a little bit behind here because he's talking about Dylan McMahon, NC State center. So Joe Milton to the Patriots.
Bazooka Joe to the Pats. Yep.
But we want you to throw the Hail Mary for a guy that can't throw it 60 yards down the field. Pretty sure Drake May can do that.
Yeah, I'll say I think this is a little redundant.
Yeah.
But I mean, he is purely a developmental guy.
Yeah.
Maybe he's the backup tight end to Hunter Henry.
Did they bring somebody else in for that tight end room? Because Gesicki's gone.
I don't know. I know they re-signed Henry. Let me see.
What do you think of this? QB tight end.
I think it's accurate.
I mean, dude, they could. Oh man, it's crazy because Belichick's not there, but I think they still have a lot of his stuff. Crazy ideas. They'll probably do something weird with a hybrid tight end.
Oh, they brought in Austin Hooper.
There you go. So, I knew it was somebody. That was somebody. Not like
he was somebody.
He was somebody Austin when he was with the Falcons.
Yeah, that's about it.
Hooper and Hunter Henry seem like the same guy, pretty much.
Bengals doubled down on tight end with Tanner McLaughlin.
Bengals. So they got Eric All earlier, right?
Yep.
And McLaughlin. So they've got two athletic tight ends, is what they got out of that. McLaughlin did play
something where you
again?
Throwing crap at a wall and seeing what sticks. Because they
McLaughlin
need a tight end.
He started his career at Southern Utah, I believe it was, as a wide receiver.
Yep.
And then he
Put on a
was
little
up there
weight.
in forced missed tackles amongst tight ends, though. So do not ever expect this guy to block, though.
Yeah.
He'll block about as much as Mike Gesicki does, which is like never.
That's funny.
4'6", 140, 35-inch vert. Nice athletic profile.
Mm-hmm. Good.
Broke Gronk's receiving record.
He's the next Rob Gronkowski, don't you know?
I mean,
Oh, you didn't know?
Oh,
Steelers on the clock. Steelers pick is in.
We're cooking with grease now.
Yeah, I like to see that. It's about damn time, as LeBron would like to say. What are your thoughts on
LeBron? Whole like 64 more picks left.
How many thoughts? I mean, how many years do you think LeBron plays?
Until he can play with Bronny.
Well, that's probably next year.
Maybe. Yep. So Bronny, it gets tricky because Bronny did everything. So he entered the draft and the transfer portal.
And the transfer portal. He's smart about it because he hasn't voided his eligibility. So
because he doesn't have to. Because he doesn't have to sign with an agent because his dad already pretty much owns the agency.
His agent, yeah. So if he if he doesn't get drafted, he transfers. If he does,
dude. I'm just thinking. So for collector cards next year, a lot of the big things are for rookie quarterbacks, and you think about the Patriots are going to be highly touted just because there's two, fun rookie quarterbacks there. So people will be like, "Oh shit, I can get two quarterbacks to collect in this one," and a couple of wide receivers. I mean, I'm thinking about some of this for card collecting. Like, there's a lot of offensive players and a lot of randomly really good ones.
Yep. Let's see.
Shoot, you get some linemen in there too.
Good old lineman.
Gotta love lineman cards. Dude, you might get a punter out of this one.
Corey Taylor.
Fourth round, baby.
Hey, you know what? You know what we haven't seen yet?
Kicker.
A place kicker. Yeah, we've had a lot of round 4 place kickers in recent drafts too,
Well, we're in round 6, so hopefully we at least get one. I want to see one. Is there anybody that's in there that's crazy?
Not crazy, but let me pull this up again.
I mean, a punter's got to be good enough. If you get picked in the 4th round, you got to.
Oh, he has the all-time leading yards. He has more punt yards than anybody else in NCAA history.
Is he better than Pat McAfee?
Probably not.
Man, he had that nice coffin kick, man. He had that nice. I mean, this kid looks like he's gonna kind of got some spin like that too, where you can kind of stop it and push it back on the dime.
Yeah, he's a weapon.
It'll be interesting. It just has to develop into the, NFL. Like I said, it's a lot different than.
Yeah, you're gonna see a lot different rush techniques, and
it was a lot different than rugby, like you said. Rugby style kicker.
Yeah, that was my biggest concern with him. We'll just see how it works out. Like, we've seen guys do it before in the past and have it work. It's just we haven't seen it as much recently.
So the Steelers took Ryan Watts, cornerback out of Texas.
I know some places have him listed as safety too. I think he's played a little bit of both though.
Yeah.
Tested decent. Special teamer.
Everything I'm taking out, everything I am doing is all based off of NFL.com.
Yeah. No, I mean, I just know he's been some places have him listed as one, some places have him listed as another. So I'm going position by position, see what's left here. So quarterback, we still got Michael Pratt. We still got Michael Pratt, Austin Reed. And if you like Keaton Slovis, Devin Leary, or Sam Hartman, they're there. Carter Bradley's also there. Gus Bradley's son, if you really like him. Probably not getting drafted.
I'm just a little surprised that Milton got drafted ahead of Pratt.
Me too. It's weird. Especially because, like, We know it's not character concerns with Michael Pratt. He's
No.
like the best dude in the world. So, but I guess like you had the rocket arm trait, so like it makes a little bit like if you're just gonna chase traits, like it makes a little bit of sense there. But like, still.
I mean, but accuracy is a thing that exists, and he kind of struggles with that.
Yeah. Have you ever heard him talk about his arm? He's just like, I can flick it like 70, 80 yards down the field. But when I actually try to throw it, I have no idea where it's going. Or something like he's like, it was like, if I try to throw it far, I can't throw it far. But if I just do it, it happens. Like something like that.
Michael Pratt.
It's crazy. Yeah. Otherwise, quarterback's not that great technically. Like on the ESPN list, like John Reese Plumlee's listed here. I think he should go play baseball, honestly, because he's a really good player. He's a really good baseball player too. If people don't know, like really good. Probably got drafted for baseball last.
Big Rams take a swing on Michael Pratt here.
I think they take an offensive line. They need offensive line and corner pretty bad though too.
Yeah, but I mean they could take
running back. We still got Blake Watson, Dylan Lobb. Those are kind of receiving backs. Jawar Jordan, I don't think is going to get drafted. Michael Wiley, Cody Schrader. You know, if you're looking for more traditional running back, Monty Bailey's there. Some people like that Jaden Sheridan out of UMass. He's a guy. Frank Gore Jr. Kind of running back in a nutshell. Wide receiver, we still have Brendan Rice here. Jerry Rice's kid. Remember when everybody was trying to say he's going to go like third round? Yeah, not happening.
Yeah, no.
Not happening.
Taj Washington's still out there. Isaiah Williams, Jalen Coker, the Holy Cross kid. That Ryan Flournoy, Southeast Missouri State. He really helped himself in the draft process. Let's see what else is here. I know, like, a name that doesn't get talked about a lot is Josh Cephas out of UTSA.
Oh, Cephas.
He's got some issues, I think. I think he's got off the field things. But he was one of the top guys in terms of yards after catch this past season, or like pretty much his whole career. The real fun name is Cole Burgess. He's like out of Cortland State, a D3 school, but he tested like off the charts.
Yep.
But he's a weird one for me because I watched some of his film too, and it's like this kid's actually like really good. It's like, why didn't you like transfer up like a level or something, you know? But they won the D3 championship this last year, so I think he came back to try to win that.
Yeah.
So do you fault a kid for that? I don't know. Tight end, we got Jaheim Bell still out there. You know about him, JC.
Oh yeah.
The guy without a real position. Your other team, Minnesota, Brevin Spanford's out there. He's a blocker.
Oh, Minnesota.
Dalen Holker's out there for Colorado State. Had a really good year in their pass-happy tight end scheme, if you can call it that. But he's kind of undersized. He's older, too, because he went to BYU first and had the Mormon mission. And the other tight ends really stand out. There is, like, this guy's not even listed on here, but there's the South Dakota State tight end, right? I think his name Pines or something like that. Like 6'7", like 260 some pounds. Tested all right. There are some teams that are interested in him converting to tackle too. But
so Rams just took a DT.
Tyler Davis. Tyler Davis.
Clemson kid that didn't never really pan out.
Yeah.
One of those Clemson guys that look good like 30% of the time, and the other 70% of the time they were just there, but they're like a 4-star recruit. Yep. They've really gone after defensive line in this draft, the Rams, really badly. Like at this point in the 6th round, he's like in the 6th round, he's not a bad pick though. I'm looking at offensive tackle. For me, it's like Frank Crumb's left. That's about it.
Yeah, it's a little thin at tackle.
I mean, like some of these other guys, it's just like Crumb's like the one that I would take a chance on developing. Nathan Thomas is out of Louisiana's Dare, but he's going to convert to guard. Ethan Driscoll looked lost at the Senior Bowl, so not really interested in him. Ladarius Henderson out of Michigan. Greg, you're out there somewhere. He's going to convert to guard, though. He'll probably get drafted at some point here.
So the Falcons took a defensive tackle as well, Zion Logue.
Georgia kid. It's kind of big.
Blue blood.
Okay.
Local guy.
Christian Mahogany still out there at guard. I don't mind him. Javion Cohen out of Miami, I don't mind. KT Leviston, he should be going like anytime, honestly, because he can play tackle and guard.
Okay, so the Dolphins just picked a safety, Patrick McMorris out of California.
Yeah.
He's a guy.
He's a special teamer. We'll give you that. He probably ain't gonna make the team. This is where it gets harder to talk about, guys. It's like, I'm like, there's better options out there. And then Garrett Greenfield still out there too. Is kind of a guy that played tackle, might convert to guard. Still got some centers there. Matt Lee, Charles Turner, Kingsley out of Florida that I like. Some people, I don't know. I'm not a big Bo Limmer guy. He's another tall center too. Why are we getting all these tall centers all of a sudden?
The Tom Brady pick is up.
Yeah.
Oh,
Can we call it the Jordan Fuller pick now? He's the only player that's gotten drafted like since Tom Brady that's actually been good at that pick. Let's see. Defensive tackle, there's still Leonard Taylor. That's probably about it, honestly. He's got to have off-field things if he hasn't been picked yet, I don't think. Levi Drake Rodriguez out of Texas A&M Commerce. That's a D2 kid that's really good. But he also played against D2 competition, so he may or may not get drafted.
Like they said about the Yale guy, and he's playing against civilians, so he's going to look a little bit better.
Worse. I guess Jalex Hunt, though, he was playing against pretty much the same competition at Houston Christian or whatever. Linebacker, let's see what's left at linebacker. If there's anybody here worth like linebacker, it's like, well, there's Michael Barrett out of Michigan. He'll get drafted at some point. Steel Chambers has a cool name.
Steel Chambers
for Ohio State. He's not a bad player. He's a good special teamer at the very least. That's about it. A linebacker.
Christian Boyd is the pick. I'm gonna have a little run on DTs here.
Who's the pick?
Christian Boyd.
The Northern Iowa guy?
Yep. Out of Northern Iowa.
And the Saints took him. So that makes some sense. I got a special place in my heart for Northern Iowa.
All right, gentlemen. As much as I want to stick around and watch the rest of this with you, my wife has informed me that we have plans.
Oh. Enjoy your day.
I hope they're good plans.
I don't know what they are. They were whispered to me. This is we have plans at 5 about an hour and a half ago. So I don't know what they are exactly. It's a surprise to me. I'll be sure to report back if it's something that's fun or not.
Well, enjoy your time with your wife. Family always first.
Always. So we're going to go out and I'm going to do that. And there will be the day 3 wrap up for me coming tomorrow. So I may not be watching with you, but look for that coming out tomorrow. And then once everything's in the books and depth charts start to get finalized, I'll start having a lot more strategy content, mock draft content coming.
Let everybody know where they can find you.
So everything's going to be up at thesportsaffiliation.com. That's where I publish everything. It is also copy and posted to Twitter at 2fatguysff. So look for me there, and we'll go from there. All right, gentlemen?
Well, I'm going to tell you something. I really appreciate both of y'all's time this weekend, putting in a lot of work. Means a lot.
No problem, man. Happy to do it.
Yep.
All right, guys. Peace out.
Enjoy your time. Later.
Greg's over here. Enjoy your plans. He doesn't even know what his plans are. It turns out it's actually just cleaning the garage.
Greg loves the Michigan love.
I don't even really know if I gave him that much love. It's just like, this guy still exists. He's going to get drafted at some point.
Panthers are picking.
Let's see where we're at. So I was kind of just going through like position by position still. Edge, technically Gabe Hall's listed there. He probably plays defensive tackle. Really, the only other edge is there's Javonte Jean-Baptiste, kind of interesting player, kind of slender, doesn't really play to his strengths. And Eric Watts. I like Eric Watts out of Utah or UConn. Can't talk. So he's 6'6", like 270. But he gets off the ball quick. At this point in time, you'll take that. Let's see what we got at cornerback now. So
corner or quarter?
Corner is looking kind of bleak right now. Greg said, dude, when the wife has plans, it's not about work. That's what they all say. I don't mind. So call me crazy, like everybody talked about Kalen King coming into the year at Penn State. He kind of disappointed. I kind of like the other Penn State corners that tested well, but is there anybody here worth taking? Yeah, we're getting like real thin.
Yeah, we're getting down to we're still in the 6th round, but
I hope somebody takes Storm Duck.
Storm Duck, that's another great name.
Yeah. And who's it? Jerry was the Louisville one, right?
Dude, talk about compensatory picks. This one's got even more.
Yeah. 7th round?
1, 2. No, this is 6th round. Let me see.
Safety, we got 3, 4, safety. We got Bo Braid out of Maryland. He should be a decent player, maybe at some point in time. James Williams still listed as a safety. He's going to convert down a linebacker. I like him a little bit. Josh Proctor out of Ohio State. Not a guy that tested the greatest, but he is a pretty smart player. I think he has a chance. Tyler Owens, super athletic safety out of Texas Tech. Also doesn't believe in other planets or space or something like that. I don't remember. Something like that came out from the combine. I think he doesn't believe in space.
Another DT goes. Another defensive tackle. Jaden Crumdy.
Crumuddy. Yeah. Who took him?
Panthers.
That's a terrible pick. Any team that drafted him is just going to be a bad pick. Like, if you go back to like the Senior Bowl, the 101s, all the drills and stuff like that, he was easily the worst one there. Like, he's just not.
That's good stuff.
He's just not good.
All right, so
like he probably shouldn't be playing in the NFL.
The Colts take Mika Abraham, Marshall, cornerback.
I don't even think that name rings a bell. So let's see what we got here about him.
Maybe it's Micah.
He's not even listed as being ranked on ESPN, if that makes you feel any better.
I mean, maybe they see something.
Apparently. I'd hope at least. Who took him?
The Colts.
I am going to dig in more to this guy because we don't have much data points on him.
Crumuddy. Greg says not digging the Ohio State love.
Greg, I talked about one player from Ohio State, Josh Proctor, who's a pretty good safety that should be drafted at some point before the end of the day. And I think the only other Ohio State guy I've talked about this whole time was joking about the Cowboys drafting Mayan Williams. This has been a lot more Michigan favored than. So, hold on here. It's Micah Abraham, right? Draft Scout had him as the 30th ranked corner. 5'10", 185 pounds, 4.4 speed, 31-inch vertical, 9.7 broad. Short shuttle was 7.12. You'd like to see it 7 or below for a corner. 13 bench reps. So my guess is he's going to be a slot guy. Maybe a guy they develop as a slot guy. You said it was the Colts that took him, right?
Yep.
Abraham. So maybe they're going to develop him as a slot guy behind Kenny Moore. But I don't know. Probably just the gunner on special teams.
Packers select Travis.
Look in the chat. One player too many. I said something nice about Josh Proctor. I guess I said something nice about Tommy Eichenberger earlier too. So shoot me. At least I'm honest.
Travis Glover, offensive tackle, Packers.
Oh, that's the kid that got added to the Senior Bowl roster late. Very, very much a developmental player. I think he's 6'8".
Whoa.
Did he test? We're gonna look into this.
6'8" is really
probably
tall,
around
man.
earlier than I'd take him, but I mean, if you really, what?
I said 6'8" is tall for me. I'm 5'8", so it's tall for me.
Like, trying to get this to load.
Fucking ducking through doors.
He might actually just be 6'7", but same thing.
Greg, we're love that you're hanging out with us today.
Apparently, the page for Travis Glover does not want to load for me.
So, compensatory picks, how many do you think? This round? Yeah.
Too many.
Give me a number.
12.
Dead on, bro. Nice guess.
I think you said it. I think you said 12 before earlier too, in fairness.
I don't think I did. Maybe
okay, so I think at the Senior Bowl they said Travis Glover was 6'7". Turns out he's only 6'6".
Wow.
317 pounds, 40-yard dash is a 5.31, 10-yard splits 1.81. So not the greatest there. 27.5-inch vertical, nothing special there. 100-foot broad jump or 100-inch broad jump, 8'4", not great there. 20-yard short shuttle is 4.84, excuse me, and three cone is 809, and 20 bench reps. So the tested number is not that great, honestly. But I think he looked okay enough at the Pro Bowl or the Senior Bowl, excuse me. I can't even talk anymore. But he was a late add to the Senior Bowl, and he looked okay there. So if you want to take a shot on that in the 6th round, go ahead. He's probably better than Caleb Jones that they signed out of Indiana a couple of years ago. So what's the difference?
All right, the Vikings select a kicker, Will Reichard.
Reichard out of Alabama?
Yep.
Is he the top kicker? Probably not, but that's why the Vikings took him.
They always just mess up on kickers. Doesn't matter.
Why would they draft the best one if they're just going to cut him anyways?
You're 100% accurate on that, friend.
Oh, I've been sitting too long now.
Get yourself a stretch. Get up and take a little stretch break.
Yep.
All right, what do we got here? Pick 204. Bills are on the clock.
Woo!
It's a marathon, friend.
You know, we're already at like 4 o'clock. I thought this would be over by already.
Dude, it's been going so slow.
I think it's slower this year. I don't know why.
This is
Hey,
gonna be
but the
crazy.
Texans pick again soon.
Texans pick again.
Yeah, after the Bills. How many picks have your Vikings actually made? Like
5,
4?
5, I think. No, yeah, you're right. 4.
Who's the third guy they picked? I can't remember.
They picked.
No, they did make 5 picks. They got Kyrie Jackson and Walter Rouse,
Oh yeah.
and then Reichard. I like the Kyrie Jackson pick. I'm not sold on the Walter Rouse pick, but if you want to be a backup tackle, I guess who cares?
He said, "Who cares?"
I mean, you could do worse, I guess.
Man, Vikings. We'll see. I want to see. I'm just happy that we got a quarterback that should develop well in our system.
On the bright side, they didn't take Cremuddy.
It's true.
He's quite muddy.
Cremuddy. All right, let's see what this kicker can do. They're going to show some highlights of this Alabama kicker.
He can make kicks. I'd hope.
I don't like that, dude. He's kicking way too close. He's 43-yarder. He's kicking it way too close to the inside uprights. Every time it's too close to the right. That's not good in Minnesota.
You're like, I lived this too many times.
Dude, it's going to be too much.
So what if he kicked it to the left instead of the right?
That's even worse.
I guess that's what
How we
they're
lost
asking.
to Seattle, man. It was like way left. It was like, dude, it was like 23-yard kick, man, and he kicked it way left. You're like, whoa. And there goes Seattle off to the playoffs.
No, good thing you like both teams.
Yeah, but it was pretty hard to watch. It was, I mean, the whole game was kicks. It didn't matter. It was so cold. It was like 9 below. Imagine being a kicker that game, having to kick field goals and minus weather. I mean, at least they have a heated field there. It was outside, you know.
And the ball's as hard as a rock.
Yeah, at least the field was heated, but it's still outside, man. It's minus 9.
In.
Kicking a ball that's hard as a rock. No, thank you.
The Bills took a developmental tackle to Tylen Grable from Central Florida. 6'6", 306 pounds. Let's see. So this says he's a little bit versatile. Started 27 games at left tackle over the past 2 years and has experience lining up on the right side and a little bit of guard. So he's played a little bit of everywhere. I don't know that I expect him to be a guy that makes the team, but you know, if you want to bring him in camp, see what he's got, I guess that's okay at this point in time. Did you see what Greg said? There. I thought the Vikings fans loved wide right.
Oh, Greg, you're such a hater. But I love you.
Such a Lions fan.
He's just a Michigan fan all through and through.
At least he's consistent.
I cannot, dude. Okay. Do you have to work tomorrow?
What?
Do you work tomorrow?
Tonight.
Dang, dude. Ugh.
Yep. So I worked till 7 a.m. I came home. I took like a 2.5 hour nap, and then we did this. And then depending on what time this gets over, I might take another 2.5 hour nap. Okay. I'm going to see who the Texans pick here. And then I'm going to go to the bathroom after that.
All right.
And then we got like 52 more picks or something like that.
Boy. It's a marathon.
It's a marathon and a half, guys. Greg, what do you think about your Lions draft?
Texans select Jawar Jordan, running back, Louisville.
Why? I wonder if he's actually going to play running back or not. Because he's not big. He's like What was he, 197 at the? I don't think he was combine invite. Let me look at this again. 193, 5'9", 193. He did? Did he go to the combine? Yeah, he was a combine invite. Shrine Bowl guy. On tape, in tape in these games, he ripped off a lot of wrong runs, but he only ran a 4.56. So,
All right, go take your break.
you see what Greg says here? Stop with the four-letter.
Channel, dude. It's with the 4-letter words. Oh yeah, Greg don't like that word.
He doesn't like the word work.
He must not like the song where they're like work, 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 work.
That's probably because he's retired.
Yeah, he is retired, but he's still hanging out with us, making content like a boss.
Well, I'm going to run to the bathroom then. Apparently, Joe Ward Jordan is the pick for the Texans. I mean, it's a scheme fit, but I don't think he wasn't a guy I expected to get drafted, honestly.
Browns selected Nathaniel Watson, linebacker, Mississippi State.
Nope. I'm good we didn't take him, at least.
All right, go. All right, so let me get this typed out real quick. So I was going to say, we got about 174 people in here right now. I want to say thanks for hanging out with us on this long journey on Saturday. It's been a marathon. We've already gotten through about 5 hours and 16 minutes. So appreciate everyone who's been hanging out with us. Let's just take a quick little second to remind y'all that this is the sports affiliation. We're basically a fun community that's built on, inclusiveness and, positivity. And we just want to talk sports and, talk whatever, trying to build a community. So if you do have Discord, I would highly recommend checking us out over on Discord. We also have YouTube. So I appreciate if y'all jump over to YouTube and just, give us a follow. We're going to be doing a lot of content through the off season. We do basketball content as well. There's betting content as well if anybody's interested in betting. Make sure you give us a like and a follow on Twitter. We really would appreciate that. We also do have a Facebook. So like I said, we're trying to build this community up and have fun, talking sports in a positive environment, So thanks for hanging out with us today. A lot of good information coming from Coach and Anthony here today. So just appreciate y'all hanging out with us. And we also have Greg. Greg is if y'all don't know who Greg Kellogg is, who has been just hanging out with us today. He was hosted on Thursday's watch party, and he was also on for a little bit yesterday. But he is a inaugural Hall of Fame writer for fantasy football and fantasy sports. So yeah, it's a pleasure having him working with us. He is a great person, and he loves his Michigan football. All right, let me get caught up here. I want y'all to be having all this information, So I'm doing my best to have players rolling up. It's going pretty quick now, so I'm gonna do my best to keep it rolling here. That's why it's nice to have a little co-host, because then you can have someone talking, someone doing the broadcast, doing all the side stuff, producing, and so it's nice to have a good community, a good group of people that we work with. So if anybody else is out there that wants to do content, kind of build their portfolio, get into a community and kind of learn, getting into how to get into the industry, getting able to talk to a couple people, because we have built some really good relationships in the year that we've kind of been doing this with a sports affiliation. We have about 4, 5, a couple of us have, 4 or 5 years of experience, doing podcasting and building community and building Twitter stuff. So if anybody out there, you can just reach out to us at the sports affiliation. We're Definitely happy to help. I'm falling behind. I am sorry. So Brown selected Nathaniel Watson, linebacker at 206. Let me get this up. 207. There he is. So Michael Jarrell goes to the Seahawks, offensive tackle.
Michael Jarrell. That name doesn't ring a bell, right?
Offensive
Yeah,
tackle. Let me see. He is out of Finlay.
Finlay?
Yep, that's what it says.
Oh, I might have to look into this guy now.
You love these guys where it's like, let's see.
I mean,
All right.
even like when you think you know all the people, there's still random people that pop up.
Raiders took a running back.
Oh, let's see. Michael Jarrell, offensive tackle, Finley. Started. So this is what ESPN at least had to say about him. Started 40 consecutive games to end his college career. He was an outstanding of explosiveness and range. He has shorter arms for offensive tackle prospect, and he likely moves to guard. Who Greg said 6'4", 309. I'm not sure who's 6'4", 309. Because what's listed here for Michael Jarrell is 6'5", 294. I'll see what I can find on Draft Scout about him.
So the Raiders selected Dylan, was it Laub or Luab? Laub?
Lobby. Or
Labe. Running back, New Hampshire.
So if you remember Danny Woodhead, he's kind of like a
yeah,
Danny Woodhead guy.
Love Danny Woodhead.
He's a very much a pass catcher. Who took him?
Raiders.
So that's not a bad spot for him because you can have Zamir White be the early down back. Dylan Lobb could be like pass catching back.
Oh, we got another place kicker for the Rams.
Yeah.
Joshua Carty.
Stanford, right?
Stanford kid.
So you want to hear something crazy, right? You think about Stanford and like every year they kind of have a couple players and they get drafted or whatever, right? So going through like for their pro day and stuff, right? The only guy listed for their pro day this year was the kicker at Stanford, which is
That's
a
crazy.
Power 5 school. Usually has like a couple guys get drafted at the very least.
It's wild, man.
Yeah. So Michael Jarrell. We're going back to Michael Jarrell here real quick. So 6'5", or Greg was right. 6'4", 309 is what his official pro day was. He ran a sub 5 40-yard dash, 4.96. His 10-yard split was 1.69. That's pretty good for your offensive tackle. 32.5-inch vertical. That's pretty good. And he had a 8'7" broad jump, fairly decent. And then the 10-yard split short shuttle, 4.81, a 3-cone under 8 at 7.96, and 26 reps on the bench. So could be an interesting player for the Seahawks to kind of develop.
All right, so let's see here. The Lions, they selected Christian Mahogany, Boston College, offensive guard.
Who took him?
The Lions.
Lions?
Yep.
You did well, Greg. You did well. I'm surprised he didn't get drafted a couple of rounds ago, honestly.
Greg knows that his team does well.
He said, well, back to his comment here. He said, Finley, not Lay. I'm like, it's spelled Lay, not Lee. But he said, I believe it's in Ohio. I think it's in Ohio, too, because he did test at the Ohio State Pro Day. So,
all right. So Kansas City took Kamal Hayden, Tennessee, cornerback.
Well, Ronnie told us a little bit about him earlier. He wasn't a big fan, so I'm going to stay off him too. Then I guess he's going to the Chiefs though, so the Chiefs will find like the way to best utilize him though somehow. So we'll see. We'll see if he develops into something, I guess.
Haddon.
Cool.
All right, let's see. I think we're caught up. Jaguars are up at 212.
$212. So
Yep.
we got like 45 more picks or so.
Dude, we are cruising kind of.
Slightly. You get like these groups that there's like 5 picks in a row real quick, and then there's like one that lags. But part of that's kind of like the commercial break too.
All right. Let's see if that pick came in. Not yet. Still waiting on the Jags pick to come in. So I want to say here real quick too, we got some people in here, newer people in here. If anybody hasn't got into the Scott Fish Bowl, make sure you go to scottfishbowl.com, get signed up there. If you're looking for an amazing charity league, it's an invite-only league. They're inviting about 4,000 people this year. About 40,000 people have signed up, but check out fantasycares.org. That's where you donate to the charity, or you can go and check out some of their shirts, Scott Fish Bowl shirts. But everything is movie themed this year, so it's pretty amazing. I got an invite, and I'm going to be at the Minneapolis live draft, and we got the Mighty Ducks, and I got into the Bash Brothers division. So pretty stoked about that. But I highly recommend getting there. If you're looking for a way into the Scott Fish Bowl, Craig,
Talking to me,
make sure that you check out make sure you, so I'm going to say join YouTube, go check out our YouTube page, because we do have 2 shows this week that will be giving away golden tickets, basically your freeway into the Scott Fish Bowl. Check out Carla and Wendy's show on Wednesday. This is the Game Changers. They get to do some amazing interviews. I can't remember who they have on this week. I think it's really somebody really good. Dang it, I should know that. But yeah, they will be giving away a golden ticket. And that will be, so their show is at 8:30 Eastern time, 7:30 Central. And you got to check out Greg Kellogg and Tip Major's show on Thursdays, Thursday Check Down. They will have Mauricio on. He does the Spanish. I think it's for NFL Network, I believe.
something like that.
But yeah, that'll be a great show, and they will also be giving away a golden ticket to the Scott Fish Bowl. So definitely make sure you go get signed up at scottfishbowl.com. It's a cool event, crazy stuff. A lot of people playing, a lot of people that are on Twitter that you most likely follow and talk to. So it's fun to play against some of these analysts, people in the industry, and you'll get to play against some bigger people in the industry as well. So it's a lot of fun. And Greg Kellogg, you get to play against him. I know you were in last year, right?
What?
Did you play last year?
What, Scott Fish?
Yeah.
I've been in the last 3 years. I made the playoffs all 3 years. I got semifinals my first year. Last year I got knocked out in, I think, the third round.
ESPN. Thank you for. I thought it was ESPN, but I was like, Mauricio works for ESPN. All right, let's see who the Jaguars took at 212. They took Cam Little, another place kicker.
All the kickers are going now in a row. Who took him?
Jags.
Jaguars.
They don't think that Sunshine's going to be able to throw the ball, get enough touchdowns. They need a kicker.
Apparently. I mean, you
Sunshine.
still got to kick the extra point.
That's true.
And I'll put this out there too. So we saw kickers kind of go later this year around, which I think is like where they should go typically anyways. But we've seen other years, where they go 4th round and whatnot. But you got the new kickoff rule too now. So if you got a kicker that you knew could be good at this, that'd be kind of interesting how they implement that. But we have no way of knowing that because college football doesn't use the new kickoff rule, obviously. We'll see. That'll be interesting to see whether college football adjusts to the new NFL kickoff rule and incorporate it into their game or not.
Yeah, I agree. It's going to be interesting this year with that, new kickoff rule. We'll see how that turns out.
It's the XFL kickoff, essentially.
Yep.
Which was interesting because the XFL and the USFL combined. The UFL chose to keep the USFL kickoff, and then the NFL switched to the XFL. And then the UFL decided not to switch back because it was too close to the season by the time the NFL made the switch, essentially, because it was like already week 1.
Come on, Rams. Let's get this pick in. Got to get the commercials in. I mean, I feel like
the Rams are going to take another defensive lineman because that's all they do. I like their draft, but now the fact that they drafted all these defensive linemen, I'm starting to be like, eh.
So 8 more picks in this round.
For some reason, on my there it finally goes. I was like, the kicker didn't even show up on mine yet, but now it is.
8 more picks in this round.
After this pick, right?
No, including this one. Okay. Including this pick, yeah.
And the Rams have 2 of these picks.
Yes, they do.
Because they're the Rams, and they always have picks.
So maybe they're looking
at early picks usually, but they always have a lot of picks.
Who can we take here, and who do we think can fall to us? That's probably Puka. They're looking for their. What do you think? How long is Cooper Kupp gonna last?
Good question.
Is he cooked?
No, he's not cooked.
Good answer.
But could they draft somebody to replace him? Maybe. Isaiah Williams. Maybe. I don't know. What do I know? I'm just a guy. Maybe they'll draft freaking Brendan Rice.
I have a redemption card. Puka Nacua autograph. I don't know if I want to send it in or just sell it.
Show me the money.
Man, give us a pick. This is like the longest 6th round pick of all time.
Yeah.
They're like, we got to get our commercials in.
Still buy commercials. This is where you start cheating and you start looking on Twitter to see if the pick is leaked.
What's an Armageddon League?
No idea.
All right, tell us, Greg. What's an Armageddon League?
Is that like the Guillotine League? I feel like I've heard of it before, but
I liked playing in Vampire Leagues when those kind of came out.
Ooh, I like being I really want to do one of those and just be the vampire and see.
Yeah, you got to be the vampire because that's when it's fun. Because I mean,
everybody wants to be the first couple. It's not fun if everybody wants to be the vampire.
I know.
Like, how do you pick then who gets to be it?
It's a randomizer. You randomize it, and whoever gets it gets it. But man, being the vampire it's fun. I mean, you really have to be a strategy. I mean, but the best part is like every week you get the first picks of the waiver wire. So I mean, you literally can just in the first or second week, third week, you could be stacked and just be like, all right, run and train.
Mm-hmm. Did we get the pick yet?
Greg Kellogg's going to the Houston live draft. Harry S. Stamper division.
Did he ever tell us what the Armageddon League is?
He hasn't. Jordan Whittington, Texas wide receiver.
For the Rams?
Yeah.
Okay, that kind of makes sense for the Rams. He feels like a guy they would like. It's kind of like this big slot wide receiver. I don't have any major like opinions on it, but he's a guy they would like.
Wide receiver. All right, Bengals are up 214. We're getting there. We are getting through this round 6. 7 more picks in this round. A lot of Texas receivers.
3 of them.
Well, they have a lot of people, replacing those receivers.
Maybe. We'll see.
Is Quinnen Williams gonna, or what is his last name? Quinnen Ewers. Is
Ewers.
he gonna be starting next year? Or is it gonna be Manning, Arch?
Ewers will start to begin the year, but he might lose his job. Arch had a really good spring game for the last spring game they did.
That's crazy, man. Ewers, when he came in, before he even came in, man, he was highly touted, in high school coming in.
Yeah, he's one of the highest regarded prospects ever. But okay, let's just put it this way, right? If you look at the prospect rankings, Quinn Ewers is a 5-star, like a 9.94 or whatever it was. Guess what? So was Arch Manning. They had like the same grade coming out of high school.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. All right, so 38, or pick 38 in this round. Bengals select Cedric.
Wait.
What?
Greg explained the Armageddon thing over there, I think.
Okay. Oh, let's see. He said Stamper was the driller in the Armageddon movie. Yep.
I don't know what that means, but okay.
All Scott Fishbowl leagues based on movie characters. No, he
they're
didn't.
based on movie characters too?
No, yeah, there are characters.
I thought each
characters.
division, or I thought each league was like just a movie,
So I think each town gets a movie, and there's is in a
a
live draft.
Then your little ones are characters from that movie.
Yeah, that's why I'm in the Bash Brothers division, Mighty Ducks.
Okay.
I still want to hear what the Armageddon. Oh, I get what he's saying. He's in the Armageddon division. Okay, understand.
10-4.
My brain is working right. All right, so here we go. Bengals selected Cedric Johnson. We're moving now. I got to catch up. They're cruising now.
Ole Miss.
So Bengals select Cedric Johnson out of Ole Miss edge.
It's about where he should go.
Okay, San Francisco takes Jarrett Kingston, USC offensive guard.
Who took him?
It's 49ers.
49ers. He might work there. He's got a little bit of athleticism.
Let's see here. And then the Cowboys took a receiver, Ryan Flournoy.
Yeah, Southeast Missouri State kid. Had a really good pre-draft process. He went to the Hula Bowl, did pretty well there. Went to the Senior Bowl after that, did pretty decent there. Had a good combine. Can't say too much about him. The only thing bad about him is he's an older prospect. And then the Rams picked again already. Bo Leemer.
Yeah, Bo Leemer, Arkansas center.
I'm not a big Bo Leemer guy. In the Ram system, it might make some sense, but 6'5", a little bit over 300 pounds as a center. I think he probably plays a backup guard spot for them, maybe. Maybe a guy that can kind of fill in at either one if need be. But I ain't counting on Bo Leemer being too much.
Trying to catch up here. The Ravens are on the clock here at 2:18. Ryan Flournoy.
Yep.
All right, what else you got for me, Coach?
What else I got for you? Not much right now, I don't think.
Who else is who else is still left that you still got your eye on?
Good question. Let me go back. Michael Pratt's still there. I know that much. Somebody's got to take a shot on him eventually, right?
Yeah, dude. I was watching his story earlier. Like, he had his wide receiver in college that he threw to. He committed suicide before committing to, I think it was Georgia Tech.
Damn.
And then, then Michael started wearing his friend's number in college, and he played where at Tulane, right?
Tulane, yep. And it's
And
important.
then, so his big brother, who was like this big dude, he would show up to every single game, and he would basically, when he would score a touchdown, he would leap up, and his brother would pick him up into the stands. And his niece was born, and then a month later or 2 weeks later, after his niece was born, his brother passed away.
Dang.
So it's like two huge influences in his life are just gone. But then
So don't get too close to Michael Pratt, apparently.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah, he's a really good kid, really good leader though. And if you look at Tulane when he first got there, they were like a 2-win team. Not this past season, but the year before. They won 11 games and beat USC in the Rose Bowl. Now, a lot of that's on Michael Pratt.
So we did have a QB go
to
the Baltimore Ravens.
That's interesting that they took one. Who'd they take, though?
So they took Devin Leary, Kentucky.
Once upon a time, Devin Leary, we go back in the Wayback Machine a couple of years ago, Devin Leary looked like a guy that would probably be a day 2 pick. He played at NC State, had a really good year. Then he had the injury riddle year. Transfers to Kentucky. We thought maybe take an uptick in the pro-ready offense, kind of like Will Levis did. Never really happened. So interesting guy, but Ravens is a weird fit for him because he's not a mobile guy. You think you'd want a more mobile quarterback behind Lamar Jackson. I think they still have Josh Johnson though, right? I don't know.
All right, let me get this up here. Bills are on the clock.
Yeah, Bills, then the Bucks, and then we're in round 7.
Oh, thank goodness. I do love talking football, though. It's going to be interesting now going back and kind of looking at some of these players and their fits.
Yeah. It's always interesting, as you're going through it, but then it's also interesting, going back and looking at it, as a collective group for each team too. Oh, Pete over here is get Greg, and he says, "Hey, not get." I was trying to figure out what was going on over there,
Oh, what's up, Pete? So ESPN has Pratt as the 14th best remaining player. What team do you think is the best fit for him?
Bengals?
Rams.
Did they bring Jake Browning back? Bengals did, right?
I don't know. I did like when he played, though. He was kind of fun to watch.
Yeah, but I mean, let's just say if you didn't have Jake Browning, I think Pratt be a good guy to have behind Burrow because he plays pretty similar to Burrow. Burrow has a little bit better arm strength, but obviously Burrow is Burrow. But they're kind of gutsy. They can move around the pocket and everything else like that. There's similar characteristics.
Devin Leary doesn't look anything special.
What?
Leary? He doesn't look like anything special.
And I don't know. The thing with him was 2 years ago, he looked a lot better. And then like
That's what I'm
got
saying.
hurt.
Like, how does a kid like this get picked over like a Corey Curtis?
I don't know. It's just like a couple years ago he looked a lot better. Like he got hurt and the arm strength just doesn't look the same.
Like Matt Corral, like he'll never play quarterback
He's playing for the Birmingham Stallions. What are you talking about?
in the NFL.
Matt Corral's got a lot of off the field issues. Like the fact that he even got picked in the third round is kind of crazy when you factor in all the off the field issues.
As well.
But
the injury too, because he was kind of like that running. He had running game, like he would escapability.
He wasn't really a runner though. But he hurt his foot, and then I don't know. He's very much a head case. Who is it? God, what is it? His high school? It was like he got in a fight with like Wayne Gretzky's kid or something.
Oh, what?
In high school. I think it was Wayne Gretzky's kid or grandkid or something like that.
All right, so the Bills select Daquan Hardy, Penn State cornerback.
Bills did? Okay. And I think he was the corner from Penn State I liked. There's three of them in this draft. So there's Kalen King, the guy that had all the hype coming into the year, sucked this year, and tanked his stock during the pre-draft process. Probably doesn't get drafted now. Daquan Hardy. Let me find him because there's him and there's Johnny Dixon too. I know one tested slightly better than the other. I kind of like both, honestly. So Johnny Dixon didn't test. He had a hip injury. Okay, so it must be Daquan Hardy was the pick, correct?
Yes.
So I liked him. He's probably a slot guy, 5'9", 179 pounds. Ran a 4.38, 42.5-inch vertical, 10.6 broad jump, 4.2 short shuttle. That one I like to see a little bit better, but not terrible. And a 3-cone of 7.06. So a pretty decent athlete there. Probably plays in the slot. And if you play him in the slot, he's actually a really good athlete for a slot corner, as opposed to some of the other guys that may be a little bit more limited athletically. I haven't watched enough of him to say like his hips are good or not. So we'll see. But like at this point in the draft, pretty decent player. They don't really have a big slot need with Taron Johnson there, but if maybe he's a replacement for him, a couple years down the line, that could be something. Taron Johnson, when he was drafted, nobody really thought he was going to be much anything either, coming out of Weber State. So,
all right. So at 220, end of the 6th round, Elijah Klein, UTEP offensive guard.
Elijah. I gotta see how you spell this name now.
Elijah Klein.
I meant the last name.
Klein, like Klien.
Huh. Is he even listed?
He's got to be.
Didn't ESPN didn't really have much on him either. Elijah Klein. Okay, so he is here. So he was at the Shrine Bowl. At the Shrine Bowl, he measured in 6'4", 295. He had pretty long arms for a guard, actually, though. 34 3/4 inches. Let's see if I can get some of his regular testing, though. For whatever reason, he's one of those names that just like, that name just doesn't sound familiar,
All right, so that's the end of the 6th round. Ooh.
So let me see how Elijah Klein tested, though. So he's a UTEP guy. Draft Scout had him as the 33rd guard, so not great there. Officially 306 at his pro day. Arms were only 34 1/4 at the pro day. They were 44 3/4 allegedly at the Shrine Bowl. How that happens, but that's a story for a different day. 3 40, 25 bench press reps, 26.5-inch vertical, 8.2 broad jump. Short shuttle is a 4.71 and the 3-cone's a 7.76. So the agility drills were pretty good for him. Yeah, worth the shot there. Who took him again?
Buccaneers.
Who took the last pick there? The Elijah Klein?
Buccaneers.
Buccaneers. Yeah, he
Mhm.
could be a fit there, as a backup guard. Why not? It's kind of weird because his agility testing was actually pretty good, but his 40 and his 10-yard split were not that good. Whatever you want to take from that.
All right, I'm gonna grab my charger real quick from my phone.
Yeah. So we got the Bills up again, though.
Yeah, they're probably taking a little hiatus. 37 picks left.
We can do it.
Hopefully they whip through this. They're like trying to get done by 6. That would be perfect.
We can do this. And if you're still with us, make sure you subscribe to the YouTube. Make sure you hit that like button. Make sure you say something nice about JC's hat. Make sure you say something nice about the Michigan players because otherwise Greg won't like you. How many Michigan guys have gone now, though?
It's
Greg,
gotta
do you
be
still have
like
the tally on the Michigan guys?
it might be like 11 or 12.
Maybe I'll try to go through and see how many more Michigan guys probably get drafted since we're going through this. So let's see. Michigan guys that could still get drafted. Cornelius Johnson, a wide receiver. There's a chance. Let's see. Nothing there. I think we still got a couple offensive linemen from Michigan that still have a chance. Ladarius Henderson, maybe. Probably converts to guard still. I think the guards got drafted already. God, KT Leviston's still out there from Kansas State, 7th round. That's a little bit surprising. Let's see, Michigan guard. We got Carson Barnhart here. Garrett Greenfield's still out there from South Dakota State, though, too. At center, we got Drake Nugent from Michigan, too. Nine got drafted so far. I don't think they're going to break the record, Greg, at this pace. I think Johnson's got a chance. Henderson's got a chance. I'm not sure about Nugent and Barnhart, honestly. We'll see. Who else is left for Michigan? Oh, they got both edge guys still left. Michael Barrett at linebacker. The 2 edge guys, though, because they got Jalen Harrell and Braden McGregor. I think Harrell gets drafted. I don't know if McGregor gets drafted, though. And then corner, they still got Josh Wallace, I think. He's got a chance of getting drafted. We'll just see. He does have a lot of experience, so that should help him there. I can't remember how well he tested, though. Let me see if I can find how well Josh Wallace tested. So Josh Wallace didn't run the 40 at the combine. Short shuttle wasn't that great, so he's probably a borderline guy too. Let's see. We don't think Michigan's gonna break the record.
Yeah, he said 9.
Because they're at 9 so far. And I probably see maybe 3 more getting drafted, honestly, at this point. We'll see if there's more than 3, but I think 3 is probably the number. So that would put them up to 12. But we'll see.
So did we just get it says Travis Clayton, offensive guard out of England.
England?
So it says, is that a school?
That's a city.
I know that's a city.
I think he's an international guy.
There you go. I like that.
But usually those guys just get signed as the part of the IPP or whatever it is.
Well, maybe
International
he's
player
good
thing.
enough to be drafted sooner than that.
Who knows? I doubt he has testing metrics, but we'll look. And the Bills are a team that like drafting some of these weirder project offensive linemen over the years. Although most of them haven't panned out for what it's worth. So he is listed. He does have testing metrics, kind of, at least. So Travis Clayton, technically his college is listed as Bain Stroke RFC Ltd. However you want to take that. He is 6'7", 301 pounds. He has 35-inch arms, so some pretty long arms there. He ran a 4.28 40-yard dash. That's pretty good. A 1.68 10-yard split. That's pretty good too. Vertical jump only 26, not that great. And bench press reps 19. So not the greatest for offensive lineman there. Did not do the broad jump, did not do the short shuttle or the three cone. So very limited sample on what we have out of him. Very, very much a developmental player. He's listed as IPP.
Yeah, rugby player.
I wonder if they're just going to try to draft him and then stash him on the practice squad as an IPP, and they just didn't want to get into like a bidding war with something else. But we'll see. And Greg's saying here too, English offensive line prospect who's experienced in rugby shows up with straight line speed and athleticism. So we did see a similar. We've seen this kind of play out once before with Jordan Mailata, and that turned out really, really well for the Eagles. Will it turn out the same for the Buffalo Bills? I'd probably be a little bit more pessimistic because they don't have Jeff Stoutland, but we'll see.
Commander's taking a hot minute here.
Oh, Greg said the Michigan record is 11, so we might beat that. I think they got a chance to get to 12, but I'm not sure they get there. I think Harrell is probably the most likely one to get drafted. That puts you at 10. And then Johnson and one of the offensive linemen, I would be my guess if you get to 12. But we'll see.
They're taking a long time on this pick.
Yeah, Washington is.
So then we got Vegas, and then we got the Bengals.
Yep. Hello. Let's see. So the Viking. Yeah, I'm trying to see like how many other times like our teams pick.
Vikings have one more pick in this.
They have two more.
Round. Two? I thought I only saw one.
Yeah, they have the 10th and the 12th pick in this round. And then the Texans have the 18th, the 27th, and 29th pick of this round.
So 3 picks.
I don't think I saw the Lions here at all. So I think the Lions are done for the day, Greg.
Lions are done for the day, Greg. They're done. So Mr. Irrelevant's going to be a Jet.
Maybe, unless they trade the pick.
That's where that Michael Pratt's going to go. And he'll be the next Brock Purdy instantly.
Aaron Rodgers is going to go down. Tyrod Taylor is going to get hurt, and he's just going to come in and be like, I'm the man.
It'll be just like
it'll
be like any given Sunday.
Oh,
the main guy goes down, and the backup immediately goes down, and he has to come in as the third guy.
I mean, that's what happened to Tommy DeVito.
Dude, Tommy DeVito, man. He was a fun little – he was fun to watch for a little bit.
The spaghetti saying.
Dude.
I think that's what Ronnie called him, right?
Danny Parmesan.
Oh, the spaghetti saying.
Yeah, that's what he called him.
Greg says he got to go spend time with his wife.
All right, Greg. Appreciate you for hanging out with us.
Yep.
Pete said Lions suck.
Yeah. Pete's hanging around even though the Bears haven't had a pick in 5 years.
Yeah, I think they may trade it back in.
I know, but it's been 5 years since then even.
They're done now.
Probably.
Love you too, Greg, man. Appreciate you, everything you do.
Come on, Washington. Oh, Washington did pick. They took Javonte Jean-Baptiste from Notre Dame, formerly Ohio State. Kind of a little bit leaner edge. If he's a kind of a project guy. They've taken guys like this in the past before. William Bradley King. who's the other guy? There's another one they took that year that was just like that too. I can't remember his name, but he was one of the players that got suspended for gambling. That's all I remember about him. So, so the Raiders took Trey Taylor. So we have both Ed Reed connections drafted. So Jaquan Jackson, the wide receiver out of Tulane, Ed Reed's his uncle, and Trey Taylor out of Air Force, Ed Reed's his cousin.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I didn't know if we were gonna get both of it or not. And then Dijon Anthony out of Ole Miss gets drafted to the Bengals. So we'll see. We are up to the Chargers. And I don't remember how Anthony tested, so I'm going to look over here real quick. Hit or miss. He was pretty hit or miss in terms of testing. 6'4", 195, 4.55, 40, 37 inch vertical. Let's see, that'd be a 9.8 broad jump. And no short shuttle combat. No short shuttle, 3-corner bench. He may have done that at the pro day. I just have the combine ones on him.
So they have Trey Taylor and Trey Tucker now in Raiders Nation.
Anthony commented now. He said, update. The plans were we had a charity bowling tournament. Oh, that's a good one.
That's fun.
Does that mean you're bowling or are you just going and watching and eating and stuff?
I mean, that's fun too.
Pete says they may be relevant again. The Bears, I think this NFC North's going to be good. And like I said, my hot take earlier, Packers finished last this year. And Nate, if you're still listening, I said it.
That's good stuff. Dijon Anthony. Safety. Ole Miss. Cardinals on the clock here.
Oh, the Chargers picked. You see who the Chargers picked?
Oh, there's Brendan Rice. There we go.
There he is.
I mean, that's
just
nice.
What they need, another big wide receiver, right?
No, that's good.
Well, he might still be better than Quentin Johnston.
Dude, I'm not a fan of him at all.
Me either. He's called N'Keal Harry 2.0.
Oh, I think
that's what I said before the draft. Everybody called me crazy.
Watching his film, dude, it reminded me exactly the same kind of style as Laviska Shenault in college. It looked almost exactly the same.
It looked almost the same as N'Keal Harry in college too.
I was like, oh my gosh, I'm staying away because I got tricked once.
What, you're like the Who? Don't get fooled again?
No, dude, I was not gonna let that happen to me again. It's like, no, doppelganger. All right, so Cardinals are still on the clock. Come on. Let's get through this, fam. So, what do you most looking forward to this season for football? Or for fantasy football, I should say.
Oh, fantasy football? I don't know yet. For real life football, maybe the Texans will make it farther in playoffs this year, and losing the AFC Championship to the Chiefs.
Oh, you got a little appearance here.
What's going on, fellas?
From the bowling alley. What's up? Are you bowling?
I'm an alternate.
Oh.
So I'm here to hang out and cheer everybody on, apparently.
That's what's up.
So what I thought I heard Brendan Rice's name mentioned.
Yeah, he went to the Chargers.
Chargers now.
Okay. I mean, they needed to add wide receiver depth, so.
We said it's probably better than Quentin Johnston.
So, but hey, just wanted to pop in for a couple minutes. So I might pop in and out as I have a chance. So.
Get some strikes. Give me a turkey.
Yep.
Appreciate you.
Jaden Davis, cornerback out of Miami, goes to the Cardinals. ESPN has nothing written up about him. And I don't know. Let me see if he's in the spreadsheet or not. Helps if I click the right position, though. Jaden Davis. So, Miami, Florida. I don't have testing measurables on him. He was a Hula Bowl guy. So, let me see if I can find the measurables. Probably a special teamer, though.
All right,
So
pick
he was
227.
at University of Miami in Florida. He initially transferred from Oklahoma. He is 5'10", 187 pounds, 4'4", 40. Pretty good 10-yard split. 35.5-inch vertical, 9'11" broad jump. But the agilities are bad for a corner. 4.52 short shuttle. 3 cone is 7.46 and 16 on the bench rep. So most likely a slot guy / special teamer, but those agilities are bad.
Brennan Rice, I like. He looks pretty good.
But
Brennan Rice, he looks kind of fun.
he's a weird guy because like every once in a while he'll give you this flash where he looks like he's a decent receiver, and then like 2 plays later you're like, what's going on, man?
I mean, he looks pretty strong in contested catches.
Yeah, he's a guy you just throw the jump ball to, the fade at the goal line.
I mean,
That's pretty much it.
he's burning some of these corners. I mean, obviously they're not all pro corners, but
they're Pac-12 corners that run like 4.6s.
He's burning them though. I don't think it's a bad round in the pick in the 7th round.
No, at this point it's worth it, but it's just like, I don't know. He got a lot of hype after the Senior Bowl. Like everybody's like, oh, he's gonna go like round 2, round 3 now. I'm just like, no, he's still like a 5th round guy or 6th round guy. He went 7th. He gets a little extra hype because of his dad, but he's not his dad.
Jerry Rice's kid.
Very different body type than his dad too. So we'll see. I just didn't get people hyping him up after his Senior Bowl because I was watching a lot of Senior Bowl stuff afterwards, and he dropped a lot of balls there. So we'll see. We'll see.
All right, Browns, let's hurry this pick up. They're taking a quarterback.
Who?
The Browns.
You don't need another quarterback.
They always need quarterbacks.
Bro, they got Jameis Winston, they got Tyler Huntley, they got Deshaun Watson, they got Dorian Thompson-Robinson. I think.
Oh yeah, I forgot about DTR.
Yeah, he's not good.
Don't you say that? Don't you say that about him, Ricky Bobby?
He was at UCLA for like 5 years, and he got like this much better in 5 years. Still never learned how to throw a touch either. Like he had in his draft class, he had the hardest velocity throw at the combine, like 63 miles an hour or whatever.
Yeah,
not too far off from Josh Allen, honestly.
Definitely not Josh Allen.
He doesn't know how to tone it back at all, ever.
He's just one speed.
You're getting 62 out of the arm either way, every time.
Just
he's like Brett Favre. He's like Brett Favre. I'm just gonna chuck it at you. Hope you catch it.
Doesn't, just breaks your hands. Yeah, I mean, catch it from Brett Favre, man. Oof. That had to not be fun. Good player, but one speed, like you said. Just
there's stories about John Gruden coming up to Brett Favre in practice and be like, "Hey, can you just tone it down? You're breaking all my receivers' fingers."
It's crazy. So the Browns, they still have not selected yet.
What the heck am I looking at now? There's
somebody
in the group chat. There's one in the group chat. I'm gonna watch this real quick.
I'm happy to be here with a back-to-back Kansas City Chiefs.
What are you watching?
It's Jamal Charles.
Oh yeah, Rico likes. So Rico's a Chargers fan. He likes the Brendan Rice pick.
Here, I'll send you the thing I just watched. Maybe if I can find you. It's just like Jamal Charles. Like they sent him up there to read the pick, and he's just like stumbling all over like the words.
You've been drinking a little
But
bit.
like he had to also say like that they traded the pick and all this stuff. And it says the NFL is so wrong for sending Jamal Charles up there knowing he can't read.
That's messed up.
Pretty sure he can read, but still.
Man. All right, they must have made a pick. Let's see. No, they have not yet, dude.
The pick's in, but it doesn't say who it is.
They must be just like taking a break.
It's just a long commercial break. Bro.
Well, they were
we had
doing
enough
some.
commercial breaks, ESPN. Chill out.
Well, they were also doing it some for remembrances of stuff,
Yeah.
people that passed away. Oh man, this has been a fun weekend though. I mean, this is kind of like the start of football again, which is nice. It kind of gets you that, now we can kind of see where people have fallen and then kind of see now
And
what's
then
out there.
overreact for rookie drafts.
Free agencies too.
Overreact for rookie drafts.
Oh yeah, dude. That's why I like to have our rookie drafts like right a week after just so people like overdraft or get crazy. It's a lot of fun. A lot of people get trade happy. They're like, "Ooh, how much will it cost for me to trade up for this guy?" You're like, "A lot. Come here. I know you want it." So, I mean, that's what in the league that I run, we do a slow draft just so like people can make trades. I want people to make trades.
Yeah. There's no reports about this Browns pick either.
Okay, so they went Miles Harden, South Dakota cornerback.
Cool. I know a lot of people like him. He's kind of interesting. It'd be interesting to see whether he plays slot or whether he plays on the outside. The next pick supposedly is in already though too.
Nick Samak.
Yeah, center Michigan State. I think there's other guys I'd prefer at center still left. So I'd rather have Matt Lee. I'd rather have Charles Turner III. I'd rather have Kingsley out of Florida. So that's on them.
The next pick's in as well.
Is it?
So the next pick, the Raiders selected MJ Devonshire, cornerback out of Pittsburgh.
Yeah. I can't remember if he tested as well as I thought or not. I think he's mainly going to be a slot guy, though. Obviously, if he even makes the team at this point. 5'11", 186 pounds. 186 pounds. 4'5", 30 and a half, 10'4" broad. Short shuttle, not that great, though, at 4'35", 7'1", 3 cone. Developmental slot guy. We'll call it that.
So Vikings are on the clock.
Who they got to take?
Who knows?
Who do you want him to take? Michael Pratt.
No, they don't need another quarterback.
Yeah, they do.
No.
Why not? Michael Pratt and JJ?
No.
And Samantha Darnold?
Samantha.
And Darren Hall? Nick Mullins still there?
I think Nick Mullins is still there. He won't be for long.
You mean you don't want to be like the Browns and have like 6 quarterbacks there?
Please no. All right, let me see. Raiders.
I thought you liked Kevin Stefanski.
I do.
Having quarterbacks.
Michael
You know what they
Jurgens.
say?
Center out of Wake Forest, Michael Juergens.
Why?
Because it's a Minnesota pick, dude. You already know that.
That's who they picked?
Yep.
Eh.
Your reactions are my favorite.
It's just like people keep taking these centers. I'm like, there's better centers there.
Meh.
Which school is he out of again?
For Wake Forest.
Wake Forest. Where the heck is he? Is he listed under guard on here?
Center is what he's listed as.
I
on
know,
here.
but on my sheet. I don't even think I got him.
That means he's going to be really good.
How you spell it, Juergens?
Let's see. Yeah, Jurg. Jurgens.
Yeah, I got it. Draft Scout also has him listed as guard. So, phooey. I'm not the only one. 6'5", 307, 40 yard dash, 5.43, 1.8, 10-yard split. 22 reps on the bench, 32-inch vertical. That's pretty good. 8'11 broad. That's pretty good. So he's kind of athletic. 4.8 short shuttle, a 7.5 cone. So a decent mover, just not in a straight line. He wasn't a guy that was projected to be drafted by like anywhere, but he
That's
tested
okay. Maybe he'll be all right.
That makes it better.
It does a little bit.
I don't know. Developmental guy. Apparently, you're calling him a center. Everywhere else calls him guard. So we'll see.
All right, Patriots picked. Patriots took Jaheim Bell, tight end.
That's who they took.
Yep.
So they have Joe Milton and Jaheim Bell now.
Yep.
They're gonna have two. They're gonna have two tight ends that aren't really tight ends. Cool. But I mean, they did like Jonnu Smith once upon a time, so he's essentially Jonnu Smith 2.0, but better, maybe. I don't know. Probably not better. More athletic? Question mark.
Vikings selected Levy Drake Rodriguez.
The Vikings did?
Yep.
Cool. Division 2 kid he dominated Division 2. Tested pretty well. We'll see how it translates to the NFL though. I'm glad he got drafted.
So funny to watch fans booing other fans.
They're booing other fans at this point in the draft. Boo! You got a good player. Boo! You're an idiot. You took Michael Jorgens.
Oh my God. So
It says Michael Jorgens started 34 games at center and is quicker than fast. Has average size and is a positional run blocker. That's
quicker.
Positional run backer. That's a way of saying he's not that great at blocking, but he gets in the way.
Wicked fast.
What?
Wicked fast.
Yeah, they said he's
Quicker
quicker
than
than
fast.
fast. Not
All
wicked.
right, so Cowboys took Nathan
Nathan
Thomas,
Thomas.
offensive tackle.
Yeah, he's going to convert to guard. Louisiana. He is not fast enough to stay at tackle. Let's put it that way. They're not quick enough. Not quicker than fast enough.
Colts pick is in too.
They'll take somebody super athletic that we probably never heard of.
Cowboys selected Nathan Thomas.
Yeah, we already talked about that. Get with the program.
I'm trying. Can't even spell. All right, Colts pick is in.
Yeah, it said that for a while now, but it doesn't tell us who the pick is.
Because they're coming out with something crazy on stage here on ESPN.
Well, if I watched the TV, I could tell you that too.
All right, they're showing this Michael Juergens kid.
Is he any good?
I mean, he could get endorsements from Juergens.
From Cam Jurgens?
Like the lotion.
Lotion. Well, you know what? Cam Jurgens is starting at center for the Eagles, and he's got his own brand of Jurgens beef jerky.
There you go.
Is he gonna sponsor the other guy with the same last name? Turns out it's just his long lost cousin.
He might as well. He might as well. Damn. Griffiths, who is that man? That quarterback. He likes to run and jump. Dude likes to sacrifice his body.
Wake Forest?
Yeah.
Yeah, Micah. I think he transferred away now though.
The dude likes to sacrifice his body.
Yeah. He took over after Sam Hartman though. He was all right. Nothing special. Probably never plays in the NFL, but we'll see.
All right. Vikings are done.
Yet.
Vikings are done for the day.
How'd they do?
I don't know. I'll have to go back and look at film.
Initial reaction.
I like the first two rounds, or I like the first two picks for sure. I think that's immediate impact players.
I'm just not the Dallas Turner guy.
That's okay. I think he's good.
He's too boom bust, man.
I think he looks long. He looks like he's gonna.
Yeah. You know who else look long? A lot of people. You know who else is long on the Vikings? Andre Carter. What did he do last year? Nothing.
Yeah, it's true.
But he's a lot more athletic than Andre Carter was, so we'll give him that.
It's okay.
I just don't think he's going to be as good as everybody else thinks he's going to be. I'm not alone in that either.
South Carolina kid, Jaheim Bell. Spencer Rattler, man, you think he starts next year?
No. They got Derek Carr.
Yeah, what does that mean, dude? Derek Carr is the most vanilla quarterback you could ever ask for.
You know what's the funniest thing between him and his brother, how different they are?
You hate David Carr.
We don't say that name.
I love David Carr, dude. He's one of my
should not be. He's just so full of himself though, and Derek's really but it's just so funny. Derek's so humble, and Derek's super religious too, and his brother's just not. They're just so outside of playing quarterback, they're so different. Derek's also a lot better at playing quarterback, so there's that too.
One of my favorite videos is it was either when Dak was either getting drafted or his first or second year, but David was there. Him and David were in a little thing where they had the little gauntlet, and it was just a couple of rings. You had to hit each ring, and David hit every single one, and then he bounced past the last one and made it in. And
yeah, but he also, we also have to Dak didn't know he was going to be doing that either. And Carr knew that's what was going to be happening, and he'd been trained just to do it to make it look good too. You know what I mean?
Dak missed almost all. I think he missed a lot.
You know what I mean? It's just that'd be like you walking up to me and saying we're going to have a free throw contest today, and you've been training at doing the free throw contest for the last 3 months, and you just told me about it today.
It's so funny though. He just bounced past it right in. You're right. He is very arrogant.
It's just so like it's so funny like how it's just funny like how different they are though.
All
But
right. So
anytime anybody talks shit about Derek, he defends them.
the Colts took Jonah Lowalu,
Yeah,
Oklahoma defensive tackle,
don't know much about him. So
and then the Broncos took Devon Vela or Veal, Utah wide receiver.
we took him.
Broncos.
Broncos. So he's the guy that I talked about a little bit earlier. Like he doesn't have a lot of production at Utah, but he's like 6'4", like 205, and he tested really well. So maybe he's gonna be better in the NFL than he was in college. Maybe that's their Cortland Sutton replacement. Maybe it's just their Tim Patrick replacement. Could be that too. I hope he's healthy this year.
Patrick.
Tim Patrick. That's my boy.
I know you like.
I was on him before anybody. Like I was on him like a year earlier than everybody.
I know you like Patrick. All right, so Jaguars here take Miles Cole, Texas Tech edge.
Ugh. I guess he makes more sense for them. Like, okay, so here's the thing. He's just like he's a really big defensive end, like he's almost like 280 or whatever, you know. And he just wants to bull rush everyone. And like at the Senior Bowl, it just looks so ugly. But when you talk about him going to Jacksonville, 3-man front, he's playing, you know, more of that 4-eye, 5 technique, stuff like that. That's probably better for him. It's a decent landing spot for him. Does he make the team? Probably not.
All right, so the Bengals just took a center, Matt Lee, Miami.
Okay, the Bengals took him.
Yeah.
So I like Matt Lee because he's got a ton of experience. He's just a good, solid player. Like that's like a good backup center. Maybe he sits behind Ted Karras for a couple of years, and maybe becomes the starter in like 2-3 years. Ted Karras is a great guy to learn behind too, because he's kind of somebody that probably had a similar career path, See, when all those other guys took all those other centers, I'm like, why don't you take Matt Lee? But what do I know?
You do know a lot, though.
I'm just like, why don't you take the other guy? Instead of all the bad guys. Or not as good guys, I guess. We don't know if they're bad for sure or not.
All right, let's see. We're getting close, man. I mean, not really close, but
somebody just said, I can't believe Miles Cole fell all the way to the 7th round. Good value pick for the Jaguars. I'm pretty sure he's not going to make the team, buddy. But you be excited about it. Are you like a big Texas Tech fan or something like that? You're posting that? Doesn't really say.
Matt Lee, Miami. Matt Lee, Miami.
It's a very simple name.
It rhymes too. All right, we're getting there, man. We are getting there. You're gonna, man, when you go to take a nap, before work, you're gonna sleep like a baby.
Yeah, maybe I'll sleep so good I never wake up.
All right, Texans, man. Your Texans are on the clock.
Give me something good. So, fuck it. Give us Michael. I'll take Michael Pratt.
Ah, yo.
Michael Pratt behind CJ. Who needs Davis Mills? He sucks.
Yeah, he definitely is. At least he's got a really long neck so he can see over the line.
Yeah, so did Mike Glennon. How'd that help him? It didn't.
Texans pick is in.
Show me something good. Not another Jaguar Jordan. But if that's their worst pick in the draft in the 6th round, I'm okay with that.
Texans pick is in. What's the pick, Texans? Tell me what you picked.
Tell me something good.
Yeah, you want to get excited.
I don't know what's really exciting at this point, but
Yeah, pretty much after this, I think I'm gonna go watch a little bit of film. Go to bed.
go to bed. Such is life. See if we get done here by 6 o'clock or not.
It'd be nice.
Yep. And anybody that's still watching, first of all, we appreciate you. Second of all,
Thank you.
like the YouTube, I guess, like the stream. And make sure you're subscribed to the channel because obviously we'll be doing this again next year.
Yep.
Unless we die off or something. But
Nope.
not,
No chance.
not TSA like us personally, but
Yeah, no, this is it's a lot of fun getting to do this. There'll be a lot more content coming out throughout the year, and
yeah,
we
I
have
think
2
it's
weeks.
fun, but hopefully I'll have some time this week personally and do some draft grades myself. I'll probably put that out on my own channel. So if you want to check that out over at Coach Craig Sports on YouTube.
Definitely subscribe to Coach Craig Sports on YouTube.
Hopefully it's not like last year. Last year I did a live stream of my draft grades, right? And I got like 20 minutes in, and then somebody finally like commented like, "Hey, we can't hear you."
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Like, oh my god. First of all, it's embarrassing. Then the other part's like you just wasted like 20 minutes of your life too.
And you probably had really good stuff that you said.
Yeah, and then it's like now you like try to redo it all over again. But we'll see. I'm debating whether or not I want to break them up by division or just do one long segment again. But we'll see.
If you're smart, you just do a bunch of shorts.
Each team, 32 shorts. Yeah, but shorts have to be short.
Yeah,
like,
less than a minute.
Yeah. It's kind of hard to like go through 11 draft picks. Hey, A, B, C, D.
All right, so the Texans selected Solomon Byrd, edge out of USC.
Makes sense. Not the greatest athlete, but he was a pretty decent producer. Can't be mad about that in the 7th round.
Solomon.
Feels like a guy, he feels like a guy they would like. Kind of
Solomon, dude.
rotational player. Maybe comes in, maybe does something, maybe doesn't. So
is he a big guy or a
not a
small
bad
guy?
pick? When you get down here, I'd rather see him. I can't say I'd rather see them take Eric Watts. I like Eric Watts out of UConn, but I don't know if he fits the scheme as well. However, if you're a Jaguars fan and they took Miles Cole, I'd rather have Eric Watts than him every time. But let me go through and see who's still here. Maybe.
Is Solomon a big guy?
Not the biggest guy. So let's see. Let me pull this
I
up.
was thinking of a big guy. Solomon's always a big guy name.
Well, he's a defensive end. He's 6'3", 255 pounds. So like, pretty normal size for a defensive end, not like extra big or anything. Saints took Josiah Ezerim, the offensive tackle out of Eastern Kentucky. He's very much a project. This is the little synopsis from ESPN, so shout out to them. He moved from defensive line to offensive line in 2021. And he has started 19 games at right tackle over the last 2 seasons. He's a developmental prospect with outstanding size and length. He's going to be a guy that you bring in and hopefully you can teach him something. We did get another Michigan player, though, Greg. You're not here no more, though, but Michael Barrett did get drafted by the Carolina Panthers. So he was one of their linebackers this year. So Barrett, so this is what ESPN had to write about him ahead of time. He finished his career with the most games played in program history at 64. He played in 64 games. That's a lot of games. He's on the smaller side, but can get engulfed at times. That's a fun word there. He'll get snapping his hips and hands when he plays downhill. His low center of gravity makes it tougher for blockers to get under him. So he's probably going to be a special teamer. Maybe he plays a little bit here and there at some point in time. Carolina doesn't have the greatest linebacker room, so there's always a chance. Okay. I'm looking at who's still available. So once again, Michael Pratt is still available.
Dolphins.
He's just going to not get drafted for some reason, probably now.
Dolphins.
I don't like it. I don't understand it. And I really like Austin Reed too, but it don't look like he's going to get drafted either now. Blake Watson's still out there running back. I like Michael Wiley. Cody Schrader's out there. Amani Bailey, Frank Gore Jr. So running back hasn't moved too much lately. Wide receiver's pretty picked over right now. Taj Washington's still out there out of USC though. Little slot guy. Isaiah Williams, another slot guy. Jalen Coker, I think, is worth the 7th round pick, just so you don't have to fight priority free agents with him, like with all the other teams. Okay, and here's something too, like that happens. Sometimes, as you get into the 7th round, you kind of make backdoor deals with teams too. Like, hey, if I get to free agency, like I'll sign with you for $200,000 or whatever. So you see some of these guys sign like right after the draft. So let's just say Frank Gore Jr. has a handshake deal with the Cowboys for $200,000. Sign as an undrafted free agent, so he gets the signing bonus for that. Then maybe he tells these other teams, "Hey, don't draft me," because that happens. Doesn't happen as much in football. It happens a lot in the NBA, like in the 2nd round.
Taj Washington.
What?
I think that the Dolphins just took Taj Washington.
So they took Malik Washington and Taj Washington?
Are they brothers?
No.
They could be.
Maybe. They're both smaller slot players.
They're just trying to be fun and fast.
What?
How fast is he?
Taj? Let me see if I got that number down. Where the heck did Taj go? Here, hold on. He ran a 4.58.
No.
So not really fast, but the short shuttle and the 3-cone are decent. So he's a good lateral agility, not straight line.
So Titans just selected James Williams.
James Williams out of Miami. So he played safety there, kind of play a box safety, but he's probably going to convert to linebacker. You said Tennessee took him?
Yep.
Right. So they've been trying to add up some linebackers to that position too. Overall, they've really just got Kenneth Murray and Jack Gibbons. So makes some sense there. Probably a guy that can contribute on special teams at the very least. Hopefully develops into a decent linebacker.
So he's like a hybrid safety.
He's a safety that's going to convert to linebacker. Most likely, at least.
Browns are on the clock.
I mean, they've had safeties in the past that have kind of played down in the box there. So it wouldn't be like crazy. So what, we got like 15 picks?
Let's see here.
Because I think it goes to 257, right?
You're at 257 is the last pick.
Okay, so who else is still available here? Dalen Holker at tight end still. I think offensive tackle, it's Frank Crum and Garrett Greenfield still. Guard, Javion Cohen, Julian Pearl, if you like him. KT Leviston is still out there at Kansas State, man. I don't get it. But like sometimes you'll be like with these guys, you'll be like, I don't get it. I don't know why they haven't been drafted yet, right? And then something's going to come out after the draft, like, hey, they had this injury. Hey, they had this off the field issue. We don't know all the facts.
There is always that.
Yeah.
Thanks everyone for joining us tonight. Today, I should say. So thanks for everyone for joining us today. It's been a fun Saturday. A lot of people have stuck around, so we appreciate that.
Center, we still got Charles Turner and Kingsley out of Florida. Leonard Taylor III is still out there at defensive tackle. I'm guessing the fact that he's not been drafted at this point in time, he will be an undrafted free agent, and he had some type of off-the-field issue. And if that's the case, he should have just went back to school for another year. Otherwise, that's about
Browns.
defense tackle. Gabe Hall's still there too, I think. I'm not really interested in linebackers. And defense end is still just really Eric Watts. Corner, Dwight McGlothern out of Arkansas. I thought it was going to go higher. A lot of people thought he was going to go higher, so it's kind of surprising that he's still there. Wouldn't be surprised if any of these guys do go, but not surprise. Nobody's out there. Bo Braid and Josh Proctor at safety make a lot of sense to still kind of go here. Maybe even Tyler Owens with the speed and some of that special teams ability, maybe.
Special teams, man, it's important.
Yeah. Kickers all pretty much got picked. So, do we see a long snapper?
That would be fun, dude. They definitely matter too. It's such a trick of the trade. You gotta flick that ball and spin it perfectly, fly it backward. What?
Well, and even too at the NFL level, it's not just being able to do the snap and do it
block.
consistently. Like you still have to be able to go down and kind of field against the punt too. So you still have to have the extra, you can't just be like, oh, I'm just this fat 40-year-old guy snapping the ball real good.
All right, so the Browns selected Jawan Briggs, defensive tackle.
Yeah. I think I saw his name there a little bit ago, and I'm just like, I don't know. Where is he at here? Jawan Briggs. I know. Shrine Bowl guy. I don't think he tested that greatly, so I don't know. Not a guy I would draft. Let's put it that way.
Cowboys picked 2.
They finally take a running back?
No.
Nope. They took a defensive tackle. Justin Rogers out of Auburn. He was probably like a borderline draftable guy. I don't hate it.
Packers are on the clock. I'd say this has been a lot of fun. I mean, it's a lot of work, a lot of time, but
Yep. I'm turning into my zombie over here.
we're almost there, dude. We're getting super close. We really appreciate everyone hanging out with us today on a Saturday. And everybody who hung out with us for the last 3 days. It's been a grind. Oh, Michael Pratt goes to the Packers.
Well, that's a massive upgrade to their backup quarterback room because Sean Clifford's butt cheeks.
I love that.
Like, how do I say this nicely?
I love it. I'm gonna tell you right now, in a lot of cards last year, he was showing up in a lot of cards. Clifford.
Clifford?
Yeah.
You might as well just like use that as toilet paper.
Tell us how you really feel.
Toilet paper?
I actually like that fit for Green Bay. I actually was thinking it too. I was like, what if they select a quarterback?
What if he ends up being better than Jordan Love?
What if he? They're like, all right, we're ready for him.
Than Michael Preston next time, Brady. Can we will this into existence, please? I'm okay with this.
You don't like Jordan Love?
No. Nate was very excited by Michael Pratt, and then he's like, "I'm going to miss Sean Clifford." But are you really? Are you really? You know the craziest part about Sean Clifford? He was essentially ready to not play football like ever again. Started like his own company, help kids like get like paired up with like NIL deals and stuff like that, right? He didn't even think he was going to get drafted, and the Packers drafted him. I think last year in Dan Brugler's guide, he was ranked like 350 players or something like that, or 400 or something like that. I think it was 400, and Sean Clifford was like 398 or so.
Not good.
Yep.
That's not good. Yeah, he was in a lot of collectibles this past 2023. You're like, oh, another Sean Clifford card.
Here you go, Mel. Stockpile him for when he's I don't know.
Packers water boy.
What?
Packers water boy.
They're never going to be worth anything. Let's put it that way.
That's all right. At least he made it to the Super. He made it to the. He made it to.
He made it to the NFL somehow.
Says something.
He's better than us.
Definitely.
But you ask any Penn State fan if you thought Sean Clifford would ever play in the NFL, they'd be like, heck no.
All right, so Buccaneers pick is in. Just waiting for them to announce.
Yeah, it's taking a minute.
We're at pick 246 in the
We got
draft.
the Texans again.
The Texans go, then Chiefs, and then Texans again for their last pick. So
Let's
you got
go.
2 more picks. You're hoping for some doozies, some like absolute steals.
Yeah, give me I don't know who. Give me KT Leviston. Garrett Greenfield, something like that.
Come on, Tampa.
This one's taking a minute.
Man, it really would have been sweet if TJ Tampa landed there.
I know. Try to will it into existence, man. Didn't quite work.
It would look sweet on a jersey.
Oh,
So many commercials.
I know what the pick is.
Oh, Devin Culp, Washington tight end.
He probably can't block to save his life, but he's an interesting receiving threat. That's it, all right. I think he was the one that was the receiving threat, and then they had Jake West over to block.
I mean, right now you're just drafting for you hope you hit on somebody.
Hey, guess what? They got O'Keefe out of Minnesota. All he can do is block at tight end, so it works out.
In too.
What?
Texans pick is in. They took Marcus Harris.
The other Auburn defensive tackle.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're both borderline draftable players, so oh well.
Marcus Harris. Chiefs pick is in too.
Yeah, I was trying to find that one, but I haven't seen it yet.
Oh, gotta empty the banner folder. Too many banners.
All the banners. Where's this Chiefs pick at?
Oh, Chiefs pick is in. Their pick is CJ Hansen, Holy Cross guard.
Oh, I'd rather take Holy Cross wide receiver.
All right, Texans are on the clock.
Here's a quote from that defensive end, Solomon Byrd out of USC, right? Rookie defensive end Solomon Byrd said he is married with 2 children. It is a big deal for my family that the Texans took me. I'm not sure why we said that, but okay.
Hey man, he's excited.
How old is Solomon Byrd? Is he-
All right, Texans are on the clock. We are at pick 249. So what? 8 picks left to go.
You know, he says that now, but then what happens if they cut him like after after the preseason? It's a big deal they took me. I had my dream alive. I also lasted 2 seconds in the league.
That's all right.
2 seconds more than half of these people.
Houston,
Oh,
Texas
we got another-
select
We got another Michigan guy.
Ladarius Henderson.
Yep. He has some versatility at least. Could be a lot worse 7th round pick. So what are we up to now? 11 Michigan guys, I think. So that ties the record for you, Greg. For Michigan guys, at least, not for overall for one school.
All right. Dude, we're in the 250s, baby. 7 picks left to go.
Watch Jim Harbaugh trade back into the draft just to draft the Michigan guys so they break the record.
That would be, I mean, he might.
That'd be kind of cool, but oh wait, they still have another pick.
Oh,
I'll shut my mouth. So we're in the Ravens.
Tulane. I like their uniforms.
Who's
Tulane. That
Oh.
like teal or that like light blue and green.
Oh, that one, because the other one's the green.
Oh, they got I like their white jerseys too, like the light blue with the green letters with the light blue around them with white jerseys. It's pretty nice looking too. Damn, most touchdowns in Tulane history. Most career passing yards in Tulane history.
He's a 4-year starter, man.
It's,
I wonder who's second. Did Andre Ware go there? No, he went to Houston.
what do you think about Derrick Henry at the Ravens?
It's all right.
That's how you answer stuff. So funny to me.
I mean, like,
Thanks, Jerry. Appreciate you.
yeah. Okay. You know who is second in passing yards all time at Tulane?
Who was that?
He was a 1st-round pick. Patrick Ramsey.
Oh,
There's actually
What?
some names on here. So let's see. Ryan Griffin, that's been with the Buccaneers. He's 3rd all time. Sean King, who was on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers when they won a Super Bowl, he's 4th. JP Losman is 6th.
he said there's some names on here.
Yeah, there's some names. Not saying they did a lot in the NFL, but they did. But their names.
They are
They're names that somebody might actually recognize.
Jerry said they had some good RBs.
Who did?
I think he's
Are
talking
these
about
teams?
Tulane.
What?
I think he's talking about Tulane.
Yeah, Tajay Spear. Let me do rushing leaders for Tulane then, since we're on this topic. Oh, Matt Forte is second.
Matt Forte. That's
Matt
a big
Fortois.
name. That's a big name.
Yeah, let's see.
For the Bears, dude.
Mewelde Moore is first. Matt Forte is second. Orleans Darkwa.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
like-
Darkwa, dude.
He had like 2 weeks in the NFL where he was relevant.
I like
He's
yeah.
fourth. Tajay Spears is fifth. Darius Bradwell's 10th. He got it hyped up once. Once. Matt Forte ran for over 300 yards twice.
Yeah, he was very special.
He's very good.
All right, the Ravens select Sanusi Kane, safety, Purdue.
Oh, that guy actually got picked. The Purdue kid?
He did.
The Purdue safety? He went to Purdue, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Super athletic. I didn't think he was gonna get drafted, but it's like, he's super athletic. ESPN don't even have a write-up on him. That's how much they didn't think he was gonna get drafted. Let me go back over here. We are going to go to the safeties. We are going to find this guy now. Kane. So he is 6 foot, 207 pounds. He ran a 4.5 440, which is decent for a safety. 36.5-inch vertical, a 10.8 broad jump, a 4.32 short shuttle, and a 7.09 3-cone, 12 on the bench press, all at his pro day.
Hmm.
So he was decent athlete for safety.
Gonna get shot with the Ravens. See what he does there.
Special teamer, probably. Wonder if he had any production. You know?
All right, San Francisco pick is in. They select Tatum Bethune, Florida State linebacker.
Meh. I don't care about him.
State.
Special teamer. That's what he'll be. Most of these guys will be special teamers in the 7th round anyways, but
They're just dart throws.
some have better shots to be more than a special teamer than others. So that Cyrus Kane that just got drafted, he had 0 interceptions in college as a safety. He had 2022, he had 54 tackles, or no, total tackles, 72 total. 4.5 tackles for loss, 1 sack. And as a senior, he had 79 tackles, 55 solo, 6 tackles for loss, and a sack. So probably like a box safety.
So the Titans select Jalen Harrell, edge, Michigan. There's another Michigan player. There they go. They broke
There
the
he
record.
is. I think that's the 12th guy for Michigan now. So we got there. I said it would be Harrell. I said it would be one of the offensive linemen, and I thought it would be Cornelius Johnson, but apparently it was Michael Barrett. So we
There
did
it
get
is,
to 12,
Greg. Shout out to you, Greg.
You're not listening.
There's the
We're
record.
not listening to you. You're not listening to more, but Michigan got to 12. Technically, they still could get 13, but
beat their own record. What's the record for NFL?
yeah.
14?
For most from one school?
Yeah, 14, 16?
Yeah, 15. 15.
No chance.
Probably not. I mean, they
All right,
could like there's in theory there's 6 picks left. And one of them is the Chargers. So in theory they could tie it if somebody else takes a Michigan guy besides the Chargers. I don't think it's gonna happen. Oh, I guess there's 5 picks. 5 picks left. Because you said the Titans took Carroll.
Yeah.
My screen was taking a while to load that pick. But we got 12. So, which Charger does Jim Harbaugh like best? That's left to take here with the 7th round pick. Joke's on us. It's none of them.
All right, wide receiver out of Michigan, Cornelius Johnson.
Yep, there's his favorite player.
13.
Yep.
John Harbaugh's calling teams around. He's like, hey, just go draft Michigan guys.
Jim Harbaugh. We got the Rams, we got the Packers, we got the Broncos, and then the Jets for Mr. Irrelevant.
Thoughts on Cornelius?
He's a guy. I don't like him. I don't think he's anything special. Like, is he a guy that could be on an NFL roster? Yes. Is he much more than that? No. He had his moments at Michigan. He might have his moments with the Chargers.
Is he just a camp guy?
Probably. But he'll probably make the roster just because of the head coach. So Jerry said, what's everyone's bet for Mr. Irrelevant? There's a lot of good players left, honestly. If I was a team, I'd just make Leonard Taylor like Mr. Irrelevant, piss him off.
Why does that piss him off?
I don't know. I feel like for some guys, it piss you off more to be the last pick of the draft than be an undrafted free agent.
Why would it specifically piss him off?
I don't know. Like, if you're an undrafted free agent, you get to choose where you go.
Well, I don't know. My question is, why did you pick him?
I don't know. He feels like a guy that get pissed off. I don't know. If it's somebody like I'd actually want to draft, or I'm not going to say that I don't want to draft him, but like if it's somebody I feel like better about drafting, I'd be like, Gabe Hall, Blake Watson. Probably not Blake Watson because the Jets already drafted 2 running backs. So if we're to the Jets, Gabe Hall makes some sense. Seems like a guy they like. Leonard Taylor, they might actually like too, by the way, and piss him off at the same time. KT Leviston, guard tackle combo. They could like him. Garrett Greenfield, they could like. Watch them take somebody else. Dalen Holker, the Incredible Holker.
It's a good nickname.
I cannot take credit for that. That is from NFL Stock Exchange, by the way.
Still a good nickname.
You want to hear a crazy story about him? He
Yes.
snuck into the practice field after dark, or after like it was closed up and stuff. Like climbed over the fence just so he could go catch more balls on the jug machine. I think they gave him a key after that, though. After he got caught doing that.
He's practicing a lot. I mean, he's taking care of us. We'll see. I hope he is Mr. Irrelevant.
Is he 25 already? He might be 25 already. But he BYU first, then had the 2 or more admission, No, he just turned 24 like a couple weeks ago.
All right, Rams pick is in.
The guy that caught the guy that caught the football with the other football in his hand when he was running the gauntlet at the combine?
Yep.
That's Dalen Holker.
Oh, yeah, I want him to get picked. All right, KT Levinston, Kansas State guard.
There we go. Finally. Wait. The Rams finally picked an offensive lineman? Took them long enough. Took a good one at the end, though. He might make the team. Now, who the Packers take? And they took him right ahead of the Packers. The Packers might have liked him. Give me Holker or give me death.
Kalen King, Penn State.
That's who they took.
Yep.
Well, I guess Nate was right. He said there's been a lot of reports that they really like Kalen King. Why? I don't know. He kind of looks more like Kevin King right now. That didn't end too well. Doesn't even tackle as well as Kevin King either.
I'm sure Mel likes you talking like that about her Packers.
Hey, it's a 7th round pick, man. Like, okay, like if you get the good Kalen King back, it's somewhere. Like it happened. Like he's been good at one point in time,
The talent is there.
but most of it came when he was across from Joey Porter Jr. Jerry said, "I'm going with the Arkansas corner, Dwight McGlothern, the second." He didn't say the full thing though, but
All right, last two picks here. They got to get all the stuff out ready for Mr. Irrelevant. Wasn't it 255 last year? What was it?
259 last year.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, there's slightly less picks this year. I don't even remember who was Mr. Irrelevant last year.
Brock Purdy. Oh, no, it was 2 years ago.
Oh, that was a couple years ago.
That was 2 years ago. I don't know.
I'll look. Okay. Almost there. There's a lot of years of drafts, man.
Deshaun Johnson.
Johnson out of Toledo. Most
Defense.
Mr. Irrelevants don't end up being much of anything. There's more undrafted free agents that are better than Mr. Irrelevants. Because we got Brock Purdy. Grant Stewart was the year before him. He's a special teamer. Tay Crowder actually played some decent amount of snaps for the Giants the one year. Caleb Wilson never did anything. Trey Quinn. Trey Quinn's killing it in the UFL. Does that count?
Yes. Says Broncos pick is in. It's been in for a hot minute.
Mel says, I pretty much don't. You pretty much don't what? Blame me for making fun of Kalen King? Is that what it is?
I don't know. She's goofy. I like her. She's a great person. Don't talk about her Packers, though.
Brock, maybe the Broncos take Austin Reed, too. Then they can have Austin Reed and Bo Nix and Zach Wilson. Did I say that last night where, Zach Wilson and Bo Nix are the same age?
Yes.
They're both 24. Zach Wilson's 6 months older.
That's wild. All right, Denver, their pick is in. Who's going to be the starter there? Zach Wilson?
Oh.
South Carolina center, Nick Garguilo.
Oh, boy.
Oh,
what do you think about that,
right
Mr.
now? Yeah, he
Jerry said Love might be the worst quarterback in the division now. Not this year. Long term, maybe. We don't even know if JJ's going to start week 1.
Yep.
If you start Sam Darnold week 1, you are by far the worst quarterback in the division. Jared Goff might be the worst quarterback in the division now. He went from being like the best quarterback in the division to the worst quarterback in the division like over like 1 year. That's kind of crazy though. Potentially. Okay, so we got the Jets. Jets, Jets. We should take Garrett Greenfield out of South Dakota State here. They probably won't. But what do I know? Dalen Holker. Give us the Dalen Holker pick. There's a lot of good options. There's a really bad option taking a third running back when you already have Breece Hall.
Jerry.
I'm trying to start a fire. That's what I was talking about. I don't know what she was saying that she was talking about.
Oh, maybe she's talking about don't talk bad about her Green Bay Packers.
I don't know. I'll talk bad about. Is it talking bad about the Packers from just talking bad about Kalen King?
No, that was just.
Because
starting fire.
technically he is of himself. Technically, I did shit on Kevin King, but
The pick is in, Mr.
Kevin King
Irrelevant.
deserved it. So
The pick is in.
Mr. Irrelevant, Mr. 257 of the 2024 NFL Draft is.
Dun, 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 dun.
I thought you were going to tell me, but okay.
Nope, it's not in yet. They gotta make a big deal out of it. You already know that. It's the last pick.
I know.
Here they come. Where's the jersey? They don't. Oh, here it is. They got the jersey all folded
Mr.
up.
Irrelevant. So if you're Mr. Irrelevant, right?
So it's a
you
cool
frame
thing to
that
hang.
jersey? Do you frame the jersey afterwards?
Oh,
Or,
hell yeah, I'd be framing that jersey.
as a good way or a bad way?
I'd have Roger Goodell autograph it too.
What was it? I was listening to a podcast the other day, like how they talk about how Mr. Irrelevant, right? How they call him Mr. Irrelevant, but the actual true Mr. Irrelevant is the second to last guy picked because he
Oh, really?
gets nothing out of it. Like there's
Oh.
no fame of it.
All right, here it is. Oh yeah, dude. I would have the commissioner sign that. Jalen Key, Alabama.
Why?
I
The
don't know.
safety, maybe, but not really.
Not who you wanted.
That was pretty uneventful. I kind of forgot he was in this draft, to be honest.
Oof. Oh man, that was a marathon. Yeah, we absolutely appreciate everyone hanging out with us today. On your Saturdays, we got about over 7 hours of coverage today.
It's the long one.
Jerry said terrible pick, worse than the last pick. Packers pick by Mel.
I disagree. They're both equally not that great.
So I just want to say, yeah, thanks to everyone hanging out with us today. Please like and subscribe. Get over to the YouTube channel and subscribe at least. We would really appreciate that. Helps us grow. Make sure you check out Coach Craig Sports on YouTube as well. Go subscribe to his as well. Help him grow. Please go check out the website at sportsaffiliation.com. That's where you see a lot of the articles coming out. Like Anthony will have an article come out tomorrow about kind of his synopsis of what he thinks about this, the draft and probably this third round or the third day, 4 through 7.
You can also see my DFS cheat sheets.
Oh
right
yeah,
now it's for baseball, but during football season it's for football if you're in NFL DFS.
Yep. Coach Craig has some DFS cheat sheets that he puts up on the Sports Affiliation website. Check us out, obviously, on Twitter. And we do have a Discord at the Sports Affiliation. If anybody's looking, just shoot us a DM on Twitter. We can get you the link into the Discord right now. It is free. We're going to be doing some just draft talk, things we think about. There's also some basketball in there, but we're trying to build this community. So come hang out with us. This is a positive community, very inclusive. We just want to have fun, talk sports, and do what we can for y'all. So thanks again. Thank you, Coach. Thanks, Anthony, for being here as well. Is there anywhere else they can find you, Coach?
Nah, just Twitter, Coach Craig Sport. On YouTube is at Coach Craig, and YouTube is just Coach Craig Sports. So mainly do the DFS stuff over there. Hopefully we'll get some draft grades out this week, though.
Yeah, thanks, Jerry, and thanks, Mel, and yeah, like I said, thank you. There's 212 people that were here today. Like I said, we're very grateful for y'all hanging out with us. It shows that we are growing, and we really appreciate that. So, once again, yeah, thanks from the Sports Affiliation, and yeah, thank you, Coach. Thank you, Anthony. All right, thanks everyone. We are out of here. Peace out.